Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Quick ring? Yeah, quick ringed. Quick ringed. In like 50 minutes, literally, so 55 minutes. So I'm psychic and link guard with guard, riflens, and XP share. Nah, bro, that's not good. That's not good. Riflen's not even a good item on Mime. Mime has too little special attack. And if you play XP share, like, you don't even get high Riflen's damage either, so that's kind of worthless. Oh no, did YouTube mess up my video? I hope not. Yeah, but then you can just play special specs. Then play special specs. Not, Riflens, yep. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Saturday morning. Saturday morning. Pretty hard fighting. Our top's a complete disaster. Wait, did they all kill each other? No, one person's alive here. But now they're dead. Kick! No, hey, he took my KO. What? He just took my KO. God, foam plate does so much damage. Holy. Here's Rocky Helm. Can't kill him, by the way. Okay. Wait, is that their bot lane? Beldam coming top lane? Okay. What? Maybe he died on bot lane. That's crazy. That dive took way too long, but that's fine. We would have died to leave it anyways. But that's... You can't really be prepared for that, I feel like. Maybe he died and just went top lane. Oh, what? Okay. Just there, okay. My teammates don't seem to know Ataria meta at Ataria's up, which is okay. Swine and Pikachu don't have to go there, you know? Can I have them score, I guess. Ouch. The meteor mesh does so much damage. Do we start them? We have to start it. I don't know where Leafeon is though right now. Oh, there's Leafeon. Oh my god, already dead. Jesus. Not too much there, okay. This guy died in one fire spin already. A bit too much damage on this side. We fight this or? I guess not. There's something a bit to void tech it, but I feel like we just don't play around it. Like, hello, move. Like, these are all KOs right here. There we go. Hit it! Hit it! Hit it! Oh my god. Get him. Get him. Pikachu's scared? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Look how easy this is. I mean, okay, but sure. That was necessary. That was not necessary. Okay, der looks not gone. Nice. Just wait. Yeah. That's how I felt like the entire game show event, but yeah, nice. Good job. Good job, team. Wow, man. There we go. There we go. Kikolol. Classic. Kikolol returns. What's lobby and Kikolol? I think if I know the name of a player, it's not a good sign usually, right? That's all you have to know. Oh my god, that comp looks so bad now. Yeah, Kikolo is a disaster. Usually, but yeah. Yeah. Does the McDonald's worker skin? You don't flame, that's me soon, please. No flame. Not funny. See, I don't know, maybe if I make it funny, it's funny. Yeah. Coming top. Wrigley. Hey, stop him! Get him, nice. That was illegal. We can go, no? Okay. Right, never mind. Okay, never mind. Oh, wait, he's back. If you're since we can go still. I got you jumped. It's fine. It's fine. Should we be invade him though, actually? I could have invaded him. Definitely could have. So if Wigglytuff like goes there and helps, I don't know, man. I want to face Wigglytuff. I mean, what? Are they mean look or? Yeah, mean look. Okay. But again, we can always full heal on mean look. Nice. Rollout, okay. Okay. Actually, they're gonna start this, or I don't have level 9 yet. He's on it. I mean, we are outnumbered, so I don't know if I can do much here. Oh, nice. Kiko LOL! Very still outnumbered though, but I mean, okay, we're winning. That's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's not really okay. Losing 3 for objectives, sadly, is not worth it. Sadly, no. Never good trade. Hey, who took my blue buff now? I've noticed a trend where my defender top Pokemon never rotates bot lane, but the enemy top defender Pokemon always does. Don't know if that's familiar to you guys as well, but I swear. My top path defender Pokemon they never come they never come bot lane. Big damage. Nice. Game 2. Nice. No, he quit me. He's got a 4 KO though. Unfortunate, it could have been a 5 KO, but I just didn't have enough damage there. Huh? Okay. An insta surrender vote by the Serena? What? What is that surrender vote? Huh? Really? That's crazy. Everyone is playing top now. I don't know. Ah! Annoying. We're just standing back there throwing water shurikens. Stop surrender voting! What is this? Where are you? Oh, top. Why are you here? I'd like to fight one more time. Bro, wait. Yes. Not the frame 1 insta-mimic unite. Crazy. Give me a chance to press a button, you just insta-unite. No, we don't need that. Surrender votes, man. Yeah, poop unbound now. That's gonna be rough. Remember, Blastoise is sitting at 0 and 1. He has taken part in 1 KO this entire game. Come on, guys. Stop surrender voting! Oh my god, it's so triggering. Who's even doing this? Like, really? Best of Serena? I mean, I don't know. Yo, Kikolo is suddenly the best player in the world or what? I mean, what are these surrender votes? Yeah, they should surrender. Oh my god. So today's not a short stream. We're gonna watch All of Kings soon. Here, Joe, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. I really want to know who was surrender voting this entire time. Like, nonsense. Nonsense. The All of Kings has a boy group now, or what? What is this? It has a boy group? I don't know if I can play this. It's like, yeah, look. Okay, sure, man. Bro, do you really want to jungle as Mewtwo Y? You put shiny spray onto it. Why are you stuck in 1600, Chris? Because that's how Ring works. I'm not stuck either. I'm playing. No one's stuck. Ah, Wigglytuff. After 1600, that takes years to climb. Just how it is. Oh my gosh. How did that happen? No, you don't have to both defend. You don't. Well, it's Saturday morning, man. We don't have to play like this. We don't have to be like this, man. We don't have to be like this. We're already absolute criminals on a Saturday morning. It's really, what do you expect? Not people to play Wigglytuff on a Saturday morning. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. You see? Oh, he's right too. I'm dead. Bro, I got mated so hard. Oh wait, these are... How am I even walking up, man? I thought there was only one person there. Oh, I get it, man. Can I do white charge or what? Nah. What, bro? You see the white charge, and he took my last hit, so I didn't get level 6 there. With his trash as Mewtwo by jungle, bro. Who plays Mewtwo by jungle? Absolute safe torch at the same time, no? You just say jungle Mewtwo Y, bro. Okay, man. Okay, bro. I mean, it's so unplayable though. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, of course. But he doesn't have white charge stacks at least? We have new Unite now. Should be a KO. Hey, wow. Like I said, no Blasters Unite. If they have Blasters Unite, I think we just lose, but I guess they didn't have it. What? I mean, I have no chance. I could. Jesus, man. Another white charge already again? Okay, man, sure. Ay, ay, ay. Hey. I mean, I was tilted this game. I didn't have fun. Like, when you just walk into a lane and then enemies have Jiggly and Pikachu just waiting for you there, and you play stacking Pokemon that's melee. I mean, like, you know? You know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm like the biggest jungle abuser and I still don't even play E2Y in jungle. But even I play Mewtwo in jungle. Great, thank you. What's the same as Aura again? Thank you for 8 months. I watched the regionals, but they're next week, right? They're not today, right? It's actually the most one-trick proof I've ever seen. This guy is pure Mewtwo Y. 2,219 of 2,244 games are Mewtwo Y. Oh man. Yeah, next week, right? So, yeah, I will, of course. I will. Imagine how many more fun Pokemon you could experience if you would try more things. Alright, last game. Am I fully awake yet? Not quite. Oh, oh my god, I thought you would see it for a second. But he's waiting without XP share? This just is not correct, bro. You just can't... I don't believe how I missed. There's no point in invading if we have an XP share Blissey on top lane, bro. Not sure. Absolute nonsense. Okay. I didn't get the buff. I know he's dead as well. Bro. Rune top lane. Didn't get anything out of it. Jungle invading. And now also probably Rune jungle, because he's gonna be faster top lane. He literally helped Zaora do his rep buff faster, so he made his clear faster. So he sabotaged Blissey, sabotaged me, and made the enemies better everywhere. Okay, that's fine. We get him here. Nice. Like, some people just jungle invade because they think it's good, but like... It doesn't make sense sometimes. Like, why are we jungle invading? With the Blissey top lane XP share. Okay. At least the aura went down. Top 5 jungle invading, yeah. Can I survive white charge? Let's see. I guess not. Well, I mean, we could have won that if one rotates, but it's okay. It's okay. Yo, can you... Guys. Do we have to make it so difficult? I saw this green username in my Twitch chat. I just saw it, but I don't know. Eyes look for it. He was watching. So I don't know, maybe he's trolling or it's just how he plays. Nice, we got Zara. Oh, they also have Surf, Hydro Pump, Horn Leech, Woodhammer. Is another Spark? Really? This one doesn't look fun? Certain Strikes to Shifu is one of the most fun things in the entire game. What? This is one of the most fun bits in the entire game. Unless you talk about a different Pokemon. God! Kick him. Nice. Your combo getting consistently stunned? I mean, they have double stun Trevenant, double stun Blastoise. No melee will be look fun against that. Nah. No, if melee is gonna look fun against those two Pokemon. We have no damage. We have no last hit. I tried to kick it, but it wasn't even enough damage to kick it, and then no one else hit it, so it just lived. My Ho was attacking Trevenant for some reason, as if that would help. So. Yeah. Why? Especially we never have Unite again. Also, what are we fighting for right now? What are we fighting for, guys? And now I have to 1v5 at Ray. Maybe they don't start it. I have 50 of Unite back. Just have to somehow live Zaura. Gets aura, gets aura, gets aura, gets aura. Gets aura, please. No way. Huh? Not. And who was there the third time without having Unite for anyone? Bro. Like, what? Really? I don't know. My Ho died 4 times in Ray on Ray fight without pressing Unite. It's like, yeah. But green, we don't have to talk, I think. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. And then Gray just goes down somehow. My Gunja ripping it. Who did they even lose it to? They lost it to Amarouche, right? Well, they lost it to Amarouche. Doesn't even have any last hitting. I mean, we have no last hitting either, so. We have no last hitting. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever, I guess. Mm-hmm. Let's see where the where's London's King Own of King's stream? Which one did we watch last time? Which one was it again? Which one did we watch? It should be live now, right? Or wait, is it in 1 hour? I think it should be now. KME. Is there no Twitch stream today? I found it on YouTube. Okay, I guess you watch on YouTube then. We just watch YouTube. Alright, let me get this ready. I have to also get all my stuff ready. All my titles and stuff. Where's my oh, which one was it? Which scene was I in? Watch party? Yeah, watch party. Alright.
It's the knockouts. It's day 2, the final day of the KME. Everything has been brewing for this one moment to see
there we
who
go.
will be going to the KWC, as well as the second place, who will be going to the last call, which is essentially.
Okay, let me copy this title for my title.
Loss and 1 win that is going to be happening today, especially for the lower bracket finals going into the grand finals. Tomorrow they're going to be having that last call, and I'm kind of excited on what is going to happen today, because again, all of this is culminating for this prize pool, the $50,000 US dollars prize pool. 10,000 for the champion, 8,500 for second, 7,000 for third. Fourth place is going to get 6,500,
it is
6,000 for the 5th to 7th place.
It is.
Yeah, and of course, you want to be top 2. I think aside from the money, which
winning
is
today
great,
qualifies you. Getting second, you have to fight against the other league.
That's where the
qualifier.
big boys are going to be playing. And of course, this is going to be the bracket. We're going to start in the lower brackets first. It will be R8 Esports going up against Gen.G. The winner of that will move on to Nongshim Red Force, who are waiting in the wings, kind of eyeing them and understanding that, like, hey, what are these guys going to bring at the end of the day?
That is true, especially the story that we're following here. Gen.G Esports almost got the win against Nongshim Red Force from yesterday, and R8 Esports are just on a high up. They're on a big high today, so they have a chance to actually win against their demons again. First they defeated Scars, and now they're going to be facing Gen.G.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those moments where R8 can have the ultimate revenge story. All of these teams, Gen.G, Scars, and Nongshim, have actually put them down into Group A. They had to fight a monumental task of taking out all those teams, but they were the top dogs there. And now they're on the revenge tour. They took out Scars yesterday. They might take out Gen.G and Nongshim because they're both on the plate.
Yeah, that's the best story that we could give you guys, because these guys have been really great so far. Their improvements have been really big, and
all right,
is holding their ground again. I mean, very.
But had to change everything, right?
They are
done.
Kings of the Major East so far, and they always have been,
let's go.
Just because of the points that they accumulated, the wins that they got, and the only loss that they had.
Time to watch some Honor Kings.
Scars, and Scars is not here anymore.
Yeah, but also Gen.G gave them a run for their money, right? At the end of the day, I think Nongshim Red Force should be a little afraid.
So volume fine?
They bled out to Scars. They did lose that series. They just barely got by Gen.G yesterday, and now it seems like a little bit of a vulnerable team. Yes, they're in the grand finals, and they should be feeling great about it, but their work is not done.
Yeah, they should be very afraid. Honestly, that's the problems of being at the top, right? Being at the top really gives you a lot of time to just chill, to not be seeing a lot of improvements, just because everybody at the bottom is just trying to catch you, but you don't really have a lot of games too, just because they are winning 3-0s every time. But the other teams, they had a lot of practice, just because they had a lot more games compared to Nongshim Red Force.
Definitely a lot more games. I mean, you're seeing the rise of R8 Esports. This is a team that has actually taken their L's. They've definitely learned. But let's check out the first team that will be up today in the lower brackets. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar.
Gotta fight for it. Whoa. Wait, 140p? Clean graphics though, honestly. R8 from Egypt.
Coming out of Egypt, this is a squad that has been on the rise. They are to infinity and beyond, literally, but they're going to be represented by Abdo, BX, Zinan, Roichi, and Midjoj. This is a squad that is on the rise. They actually dismantled Scars yesterday, 3-0. Again, a very scary team that's starting to find their stride.
Yeah, they have been
was
really
KME,
strong.
Kings Major League.
Getting a lot of those victories, and being on Group A and being able to have more games compared to the other squads really gave them that growth output that they need.
Major
And
League
that's
East.
the reason why they were able to defeat Scars from yesterday. It's because of those reps. It's because of those experiments that they keep on doing.
Yeah, and they did very well, right? I think that this is a team, again, that has found definitely some draft strategies that have worked very well. They have the Liu Bang,
Is this their drifting skill? What is that?
They've actually been able to just kind of dismantle teams.
Did they print out their drift strategies,
away
or?
from them and playing R8 Esports ball, and it revolves around BX. This is a guy that's an absolute beast. He has the most kills in KME, and he actually represented yesterday as well. But let's talk about the other team, and of course, it will be Gen.G Esports in this
Looks like it.
here.
I don't know. Hey, Gen.G, let's go! You better give it all you got. Wawa. Oh, Wawa's back. Wawa. Ray. Inua. Wawa. Rock. And Clue.
Gen.G Esports, currently one of the best teams to watch just because they are the game changers. They always find a way to make things entertaining. And even yesterday
Wawa.
against Nongshim, Red Force almost
My stream is
getting
Wawa
that
Fan
win
Club.
against them. Just a bit short in that last game. Getting that 3-2 against them is
Definitely
a big improvement for the squad. So I want to see how they've improved and how
Wawa.
they would be facing R8 Esports for today.
Yeah, the biggest thing about
Yeah,
Gen.G is
Honor
the
King is on.
fact
I
that
played
they
Honor
have
King
the
on
most
phone, because that's where you play it.
non-conventional
Huh?
drafts. They like to change
Hola,
things
Twister.
up.
UK,
They
you might
shook
have to need
up,
some.
Nongshim Red Force yesterday by throwing out these drafts that, again, they weren't 100%
You might need some caffeine or something, or sleep. I don't know, bro.
When there was a potential, there was an Ogren pay. They were looking for that duo, and Nongshim Red Force actually banned out the pay, and it kind of they had to panic a bit, right? They weren't able to kind of respond to that. But again, this is the head-to-head. This is the matchup to watch. It's going to be BX going up against Ray in that jungle. If you're seeing BX, he's got a bunch of kills, 100 more to be exact. But through it all, I mean, Ray he's a player on his own. But through the support of Rock, they've actually been able to get a bunch of kills.
That is 100 more kills here, Holler. What is that? 100 more kills from BX. But also, it's because Gen.G always loves putting Ray on tanks, right? He's always going to go on those tanks, and always, whenever he is allowed to play the marksman, he's not really going to get a lot of kills. And sometimes he plays the Leon Poe, just being that extra roamer for their side. That's the reason why. It's not because he's weak. It's because he's being put onto other roles. That's why that happens.
Alright, so Gen.G has to win now and they have to win Grand Final, and then they qualify. Simple as that, guys. It's that simple. Just win, 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 win. Also, I have some codes to give away.
Loaded question.
I will be giving away some codes.
BX is, you know what,
Maybe we
whenever
can make
we're
like
talking about R8 Esports, right? We talk about
challenge out of it or
BX
something.
is a star player.
But we
And,
have
it doesn't
6
really mean
codes,
that
so
he's not
every
a
single
team
time
player.
Gen.G
It's
wins
just
a
that
map,
the
I give
team
away a skin
revolves
code.
around him.
We have
So
3
is that a team player?
epic skins and 3
I mean,
kickoff
it was a
skins.
completely loaded question. I was
I'm
trying
not sure
to
what a
see if you
kickoff skin
failed.
is,
You
but
failed on
yeah.
that one. But no, you succeeded. It was good.
Okay,
You
We have
he's
6
definitely
skins to
playing
give
what he
away.
needs, right? And I think that too, the strength of R8 Esports, it revolves a lot around BX and his play.
It says 3
There's
epic
obviously
skins
guys
and
like
3
Roichi that have
kickoff
stepped up,
skins.
Xenon as well. Abdo is making plays left and right. So this is a team that's, again, just finding their groove. But the reason why they got into this top 3 and the reason why they were able to just kind of take down Scars is because of the play of BX. Being able to just always take us so much from the, farm from the gorge and then take over games. That is the typical BX play style.
And also what I love about this is that R8 Esports also steps up. Other members of the team steps up whenever BX is not allowed to carry, right? Roichi, Abdo comes in, even Xenon comes in whenever the team needs them. And that's the
Serious
reason
question,
why we
Honor of Kings
always
is
talk
actually
about
still a
how
thing?
strong they are. Because back then, before
This guy has no
ranking,
idea, right?
BX was the star of the show. If he's
Honor of
not
Kings
gonna
is
carry,
one
team
of the
is gonna
biggest
fall down.
esports in
But right
China.
now, even if
There
BX
actually ever
falls down,
was and never is.
other members of R8 are gonna step up.
This guy's like, Honor of Kings is still a thing.
If we're looking at
Yes, it's not that big in the West.
Sort of idea. I mean, you
But
kind
Honor
of
of Kings is literally one of the biggest
right?
esports games in the entire world, just because how big it is in China.
Kills in the KME. He's definitely on the rise. He's
The
been able
pro
to
players, they are
find,
millionaires.
kills left and right. But again, everyone else has been kind of
Have you
supporting
seen the prize
him.
money?
Whenever Rock
That's
gets
crazy.
in a bad position, it's like a 4
Like,
protected
wait, let
one.
me show you.
Everybody's throwing bodies to
How's the
ensure that
card?
Rock survives.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's the same thing that they're
How's
doing.
the
here.
league
Look at
card again?
respect here.
The Chinese
Until now,
league?
Ever since Survival Week,
How's the card? Anyone know?
They still respect that Luna, that Jing
it's
from BX.
called,
And every time you're gonna be facing against them, you
KPI,
want
right?
to ban
KPI?
those just because you don't want BX to play well.
Yeah, and BX is he's known to have more of an assassin style
okay,
jungle. And he's going to be very high flying. He wants to be on the back line. So Gen.G right now definitely targeting BX. He is the guy. You want to ensure that you protect your team from those sorts of heroes that can just create havoc on those back lines. But R8 going with a more generic ban in the sense of the Mai and the Diadea, both very meta picks.
Goes for that Ogren for that first game. Very interesting here for the side of Gen.G. You're really bringing out the big guns for their first game.
Like
or maybe this is also a flex pick on their side because they usually flex this Ogren onto the farm lane, which is something that we still expect here from the side of Gen.G. But will R8 go for the
I can show you the World Championship prize pool. This is this is only for China.
Actually, that's like the
this is China
special,
prize
right?
pool.
I mean, they will first pick it, and they will always try to kind of prioritize.
$9.6 million.
Like
the first team got $3 million.
I love this combination. A great bottom lane. You have so much sustain. You have a lot of utility, even from GEN.G.
The last tournament of the year
stuns. You have a lot of
has a prize pool of 9.6 million USD.
This combination though is their early game. Their early game is very strong. Mulberry power could get you to half HP if it gets a hit on you, which is why it's really scary. And most farm lane duo is not going to be winning against them because they're very oppressive. But here on Gen.G,
if Unite had that, I would definitely
just for them to have that lockdown and Yicheng they do want to have a lot of lockdowns, and that's why they're going for this.
Yeah, and I mean, just more, again, trying to put their best foot forward. Yicheng with that control, a little bit of a counter in a way, a quote-unquote soft counter to the Ogren. I mean, obviously you can kind of play around with him when he's trying to path of passing away from you, so you have that control, right? But locking it down for yourself, a very smart play, especially since Inuo, this is one of his probably his top 3 heroes. He's very comfortable on it.
Yeah, and yesterday it was banned a lot of times by Nongshim Red Force because they don't want to see that Yicheng.
Okay, what do we have? We have Mayen, okay, Ogren, of course.
R8 esports just want to fight
for Gen.G. I like the look of that.
For that Byron, just so he doesn't get bullied on that lane against.
I mean, I'm not sure what the meta is either right now. I mean, I know the characters, but seeing GEN.G first pick, it's like,
shut down what
is he that good right now?
I think they should find a way.
It's not even an 80 carry band.
Composition that they do in Gen.G.
And they just first pick GEN.G.
So this
I guess he's good into Ogren.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the opening for Gen.G, the pay is potentially there.
I don't know. We'll have to ask the players, I guess.
Han Shin that can potentially go, right? You have a lot of options with this. The thing about R8's draft is that you have the Storm Strike from Byron, you have the Mulberry Power from Sakir. So if you're like going up against like a death ball, you're going to be fine. But going up against somebody who wants to split push and just kind of pick people off from afar, you might not have the greatest of successes there.
Yeah, if this was Nongshim, I think R8 could go for the Agudo. I think that's the best pick here against the side of Gen.G, just for them to win against the World is My Board from the Yicheng and against the Ogren. That's the only way to counter the Ogren. That's one of the ways to counter the Ogren. But I like what R8 is doing. They're taking down the
and it makes sense. Don't I stream at the evening times for Australia?
Those are the duos that you expect whenever an Ogren comes out in Gen.G's draft, because they go for those very crazy compositions.
I'm always live during this time.
Forcing them to
every single day, buddy.
Basically, so they're forcing them to a standard composition on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah,
I don't know if Kings has rules like Unite. I mean, of course they have, just like any other WoW.
You probably want to go more standard. We talked about it a little bit earlier about how they go non-conventional. But now's the time to not really just like, change things up completely. Okay. You want to kind of start off strong just by picking meta heroes, ensure that you have a strong game one. But okay, let me talk a little bit about the R8 esports. You were talking about Agudo. Don't get me wrong, I think it is definitely a bit of a play in terms of a counter to the Ogren, but they're kind of lacking damage. And so it looks like they're going to go a different route with the GEN.G, definitely providing that.
Oh yeah, GEN.G is going to be perfect here. They just need somebody to have that extra tankiness for the side of R8. I think that's what they need here in this composition. But Gen.G, what are they gonna go? I think Rock could go just standard here. Just go for the marksman. Maybe just pick up
just long. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. They're gonna be picking up the long
and
just for them
maybe
to have this, extra damage on their side. Try to play it standard for the first game. Let Ray shine this game.
Okay.
That could work.
Run support.
Yeah, for sure. I like.
I remember the last time I actually saw her play as a support. Every time I see her, she's like either mid lane or jungle.
Draft, which might be throwing off R8. They're like, wait, what's going on? This is such a standard draft. What do we do? This is not something that we expected.
Yeah, this is something that also throws us off whenever they don't do something crazy with their draft. This is very standard. We see this on other teams. Even Nongshim Red Force goes for this draft. One thing that I'm very concerned of with Gen.G's comp is that
last pick over here.
Damage. Lung does have damage, but he's the only damage source here in their composition.
I mean, but you have the Ogren. You can never say that you're really lacking damage when you have an Ogren at the end of the
What's
day.
their
But again, a lot of
jungler
this is
going
just
to
like
be? I
kind
mean,
of
it could be.
controlling,
Does Byron ever
ensuring that
jungle
they
now,
have that
right?
space, and then you're, you know,
Where's
you have that
Musashi? Last time he
utility
was
to
broken,
protect these
Musashi.
two. I think that the Loom is
Ooh,
definitely
done.
going to pop off. I expect
Done.
Rock to be on that
Or
one, just
Doom.
controlling.
And I like that R8 is also going this direction. Just go for something that could really stand that Ogren whenever they're
SO5 guys,
fighting,
right?
which
SO5.
is good. I think this the Dune onto
Who's the
BX
Roman
is a good
Gen.G?
start here for
Juan.
them. Just going with what we said a
Juan.
while ago. They're really not depending on BX at this point. They're trying to find a way to make the others shine, like Richie and Xenon with this D-Ren-J and the God and Mo picks.
Yeah, I think the R8 esports, it's like, hey, how many AoE stuns do you want? And they're like, yes.
Yes,
I mean, because
yes.
they've taken almost everything with the Dune, you win / secure molecular power, you have the Storm Strike off fire, you have so many different options. But the problem with that is that it's predictable, right? As Gen.G, you got to understand what could potentially happen. When those team fights are there, you need to ensure that you're spread out from the rest of the teammates so that you don't just get wombo comboed.
Okay, interesting. I think Ray is the one picking up the long, and Rock is the one playing the Ogren. Okay, interesting.
Okay.
I wasn't really expecting that, because I thought ever since we started KME, whenever it's a tank, it's gonna be Ray playing it, not Rock.
Yeah, I mean, usually that's how it's been, but I think that in this case, again, Rock wants to be a little bit more standard. I think that he's going to be just like farming across the map. Again, it's like a 4 protect 1 type of style they have on the team. Rock will be everywhere on this Ogren. Think of it like Haku in Nongshim Red Force, where they funnel everything to him.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here. That's the reason why they're gonna go for it. Get him to level 15 as fast as they could. That's what Haku did yesterday. Get to level 15 as fast as they could, then just dominate the game from there. I mean, once he gets to level 8, level 9, that is when he's gonna be starting to find those battles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's super important. I mean, going into game 1, this is the one where you kind of want to put your best foot forward. You want to put a stamp on this series, right? Just putting a little bit of pressure on the enemy team by taking game 1, it kind of shakes them up, right? It can kind of get that momentum build going. So again, I think that this is a great draft by Gen.G. I want to see how Rock does on this Ogren, though.
Yeah, I want to see too, because I think this is the first time that it is the first time that we've seen Rock be the one to play the Ogren. So, you know what? They're doing a lot of insane things here for Gen.G. First time in the lower bracket finals. That is still a Gen.G thing to do.
Yeah. They're always going to have that curveball, kind of just changing things up a little bit. I think that this is going to be super important, right? Because again, it's going to be a long day, and you're kind of, not only are you showing this against R8 Esports, but you're also potentially being like, hey, Nongshim, see what we're doing? You know, also Rock is going to be playing the Ogren.
Just clean 3-0 now, and then we and then
also with this,
Nongshim gets
yesterday they
destroyed,
played
right?
this one,
Simple.
so that is something that we probably should put also in our notes, that they could pull out somewhere here if this reaches game 5.
Simple.
So that is a possibility that Gen.G will also pick up. But for now, I think we're in a technical pause. That's why our players are still waiting.
Still loading up. You know how it is. I mean, just getting warmed up, ensuring that their fingers are ready to go. I mean, these guys are going to be there. Look at him just, you know, just stretching it out at
New
this point.
hairstyle though for BX.
Yeah. It's kind of throwing me off a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah. Me too. I thought, who's that guy? Oh, that's BX. He has a new hairstyle today. I think he's gonna be celebrating early today if ever they win. That's why he had his haircut. So after that, the celebration would look really pretty for him.
Yeah, it's all about the photo op in the end. He's thinking about the when he puts up the trophy, what color hair do I want? What do I need to do to make myself look the best?
He's thinking far, far ahead, man.
No, you gotta manifest it, right? You gotta just think about what you're gonna do, and you're gonna be like, how are you gonna hold the trophy? You gotta think about these things, right? As a future champion, you gotta be there. You gotta manifest these things, man.
That's true. That's true. I think that's exactly what they're doing here for their side. Now, for these guys with their picks for now, I'm kind of excited on what they will pull up. I mean, this is a very standard composition from both of them, so there's not really a lot of different things probably that we're not gonna see, but this time around, these players are still for the game to start.
Yeah. And I mean, looking at the drafts here, I mean, yes, you have Ray on the Loom, and he does have his get out of jail free card, but you also have, you know, Clue on the Yuan with the Unending Sorrow to potentially get on out. But the stuns need to be on point. You have 3 of them on the R8 Esports side, in the Mulberry Power, the Storm Strike, as well as the Wind Slash. So being able to just lock them down, making sure that they don't get away, like the Infinite Fastness, you got to be so on point.
Yeah, they have to be careful here with what they're going to be doing, especially on how they're gonna be approaching most of the fights. What I'm expecting is, again, what Nongshim Red Force does with Haku is that the mid lane is just gonna be going to the bot side just for the
Oh, there we
Rock to
go.
be farming all those XP for himself. And now I think we're gonna be starting in a bit. And again, this is Gen.G versus R8, everyone. This is the lower bracket finals, and we're excited to see who's gonna move forward.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to the Inua Yixing, right? He doesn't really need the farm. He's got so much utility. His kit is amazing. And he just needs to lock people down. He doesn't need farm. Of course, it would be nice if he had it. But again, it's all about
Twister.
Rock
How old
and
are you?
Ray, just
I was
ensuring
like,
that they have those
I don't know if I
farms
can
to
deal
carry
with
them
you
to
right now.
glory.
Yeah, and what I like about this, though, is how they are going to be approaching this
I don't know
game.
if I can deal with you, man.
For the side of R8, it's going to be way
All right,
different
let's
because
go.
you want Xenon to get those farms. But again,
Let's
we
get it.
would
Is
love
everything
to
in the
take
right spot here?
East Coast World Cup, the thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with the support of
Gotta
PWC,
know.
helping bring top-tier competitions to fans worldwide.
Yeah, and it's all about kind of ensuring that Inua is able to kind of just, you know, just enough with the control, the taking liberties, just putting people in their place, ensuring that, again, those world is my boards is really setting it up. But setting it up for our players, of course, it's going to be the Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, you will definitely feel the difference in this series because this is going to be all it takes for all the players here. They are going to be taken out of the competition.
But competitive, like Honor of Kings, is so like difficult to learn. I feel like there's so many rotations going on.
That with the Realme 14,
Like, how do you even learn these
5G,
rotations?
The phone says you don't actually feel any heat; it doesn't get hot. But these guys, on the other hand, there's got to be a lot of pressure. They're going to be feeling.
How do you learn these rotations?
From their phones?
They're going to be sweating for sure, even though it's air-conditioned there, because this is going to be a crazy game right now for R8 and Gen.G. Pretty much excited on what they're going to be bringing for us. And with these compositions, this is something that you expect, right? You expect these types of standard compositions, especially for Game 1, because they're setting the pace of the whole series.
Yeah, it's got to be huge, right? Just setting things up here. I think that, you know, again, Gen.G side, you're going to funnel everything into Rock, let the man farm on the Ogryn. On the other hand, you're kind of looking to do the same thing with BX.
You zoomed away.
Trying to get him as much farm as possible. I don't think Dune is like an equal tiering as an Ogryn would be, which is like S tier, right?
Jung is clear.
Dune is going to do his best to kind of ensure that they, you know, have that farm so that when those team fights are happening, he's going to be the man in the middle.
Yeah, one thing good about
Honor of Kings has a lot of rotations happening. People are perma-rotating a lot. 3 mid lane run for Gen.G, just clearing out the wave and then going somewhere else again.
By him being in front, it's just going to be the wall here for the side of R8.
Mid lane rotating bot now.
Damage is going to be coming from Xenon, going to be coming from Yoichi. So
Always looking for something. Nice, good damage, good poke.
Of the fights.
Yeah, somebody has to be that starter. Somebody has to be able to just tank some of the damage, especially when they're going to go in. You need that frontliner, that bully, so to speak. I think that BX will be fine. Then you have Abdo as like the counter initiation. I think that that's going to be very helpful. That one is going to be key.
It all comes down to how Abdo and Wawa are going to be playing the backline.
Clue. Oh, he's not talking. He's fine. He's fine.
Instantly Xenon with not the greatest blades and is only able to clip Ray at the end of the day.
Yeah, Ray got to half HP. At least they were able to get the heal.
Oh, nice knocking again.
Liberties.
Yeah, trying to steal for this one. Inua just being cheeky at the end of the day. Nothing to kind of, you know,
you want to be aggressive.
You want to put a little bit of your presence felt on the map, so to speak. So it's going to be huge for Inua to ensure that he's kind of
a nice looking Ogryn skin.
R8 a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, what I like about this matchup onto the top side, though, is having a Mayin together with the Ogryn. This is such a great standard
yeah, I play mid lane as well in Honor of Kings, but still, like, I don't find the windows to like gank as much as they do.
They have a lot of damage.
But again, they also have their like support kicking out and helping, and jungle and helping, and then just going somewhere else.
Brock is just going to be stealing some camps from him, and having a Mayin together with you, she can follow you with the speed that you have.
Yeah, I mean, BX needs to be like very precise with his movements, ensuring that he takes as much farm as possible. You do not want to be giving Rock any sort of space to get that extra farm. He's going to be getting a ton from that mid lane.
Engage, first kill maybe, no.
Looks like the unruly played back.
Ogryn going in.
Will get on out. Rock is on the chase, but really no real pursuit here.
Yeah, Inua forced to flash away already.
The Ogryn never be balanced.
Next battle, remember, 3
Not
seconds
German.
on their Tyrant, so he doesn't have a flash. He still has to
KME
work
starting the
forward,
Tyrant.
but they're starting today.
Yeah, they're going to look to start this Tyrant, taking a little bit of
Ooh,
damage.
trying to
BX
zone.
is going to be there. Clue's in a bad spot. Needs to be careful. He's going to
fine, he's
regroup with the
fine.
rest of the squad behind.
Are we fighting this? Are we fighting this? Organ going in, smite fight, and they get it.
But no, the
First
steal
objective.
Rock just too fast. BX is at half-life. He had
Rock
the
going
win
in
flash.
with
He's gonna
ultimate,
continue to
gets
go.
the
It looks like
reset,
he's gonna be
or
killed.
gets the
And it looks like Rock
execute,
gets
I mean.
first blood. The
Goes in.
infinite fastness on
Nice,
back. Rock
2-0.
also, Ray will
Oh.
survive at a sliver
Wawa.
of life. The flash away by Majoj, but the
Wawa
tower shot
into the
not killing
tower.
Wawa.
2 kills for
Nice.
their side. They even got the Tyrant on their side, so Gen.G was able to get the win there against R8, and they're taking a
Perfect
lot
start.
of punishments here from the side of R8, so this is not a good loss.
Tyrant secured 2
That was
kills.
a great turn of events.
Didn't lose
for Gen.G,
anyone.
just completely turning things around. And again, it's kind of on the back of Rock. You're
Wow,
seeing
wow.
why this guy is so good. Not only did he get the smite kill on the Tyrants, but he also ended up getting first blood on BX. That is a
What always
huge
irritates me with
great
Gun
start for
most as a melee
Yeah,
character.
You don't want the Augment getting a lot of
It's so weird.
Board
Oh!
Gold is my board. He's been
locked
caught
in. He's locked
Majoj
in.
is stuck in prison, but the taking liberties. Do they have the
Get him.
damage? Majoj riding the
Oh my
wind.
God, he just-
gets to
what?
the
How
rush,
far
he
can
gets
this character
himself on out of
fly?
there. He's been pulled back. Roichi trying to keep him alive.
Ray,
Don't let him
Ray,
walk
Ray,
into
Ray,
this
Ray,
one.
Ray, Ray.
But through it all, I think the
Oh, the
sprite's
healing.
just barely keeping Roichi alive, but also on the side, BX did threaten Wawa.
Great timing in that mulberry power. He could have died there. What great timing in that kill from Majoj. Could have been a kill on both of them, but Wawa still waiting here.
The new support
Yeah,
is
he
crazy of
wants
a
to go in for
character.
this one.
I
He's
feel
gonna
like,
go
oh,
deep.
nice,
He
stuff
goes
is
get
done.
serious, and he
Ooh,
finds him again,
punch
gets the
Wawa!
double.
And
that's
Wawa
gonna
lifts
be
this way,
perfect
of
for
course.
them. They get 2 kills, and R8
Wawa
can do
gets
is
out.
watch.
Wow, that's wow for Wawa. And that was a great start off for this guy because
Wawa.
they were able to get 2 kills on the bot side. Just the patience. Patience is a
They
virtue.
lose
as
the
we
turret.
say.
Oh, Ray has some target to
But
be
the
too.
infinite vastness, Ray will stay alive.
The spot lane of
and
Gen.G is
this
so
why
annoying.
I don't
Always
get 2
someone
kills,
targeted
you know?
with stuff.
All the missed opportunities, the missed conversions is because I don't
Hard
have
to
that
confirm
patience.
kills.
But again, just waiting in the wings, just waiting for that moment. And again, R8s were kind of like, oh, okay, they've disengaged. I had that space, but Wawa was like, no, I'm going in.
Yeah, and you remember that from yesterday, right? Wawa is that patient. He waits on every brush that he can just for him to find those kills. And this, it works right now.
Yeah, the unending sorrow just gonna be dodged out by that unending sorrow. But
Ado?
Rock taking a lot of damage.
Nice,
The conductor
yeah,
is ulti, he needs to
Ogren,
survive this.
Rock.
They have the world as my board.
He's
but
alive.
Rock is
No, he's
looking to go
dead.
down.
But
They've
we
already
win
got
this, right?
Otto, but through it all, they did get
Wawa
Rock.
backline,
That's
Wawa
gonna be a
backline, killing
huge
spree.
win. But Roichi's
Oh,
down for
crossed
the
the
count
ball.
as well as BX. Now Majoj on the run, trying
The
to get away
support
from
just has so much
Wawa.
ability.
He's gonna
Bro,
be
what is the
paced.
support?
He's going in and out. Wawa will eventually
How's
let
that
him go.
support fair?
Still a 3-for-1, still a win for Gen.G.
shot-
They were
wait.
able to start off that fight with just a great world is my board from Inuwa, and that's
Crazy.
setting the tone here on this series. It's looking like Gen.G has a big grasp of this game.
Yeah, a very good start for them. Just
Okay,
getting
good
those kills
lead.
and then converting that into the mid T1.
I mean, he's only escaping, though. He's not setting up anything, so it doesn't really matter, but yeah. It has,
need to find
okay,
a
the
way to
sociability,
kind of,
it's crazy.
yeah, they did deal and they vanquished Rock one time, but sacrificing 3 members for it, not the greatest trade.
Oh yeah, that is true. I mean, they weren't able to punish anything too with the kill that they had because remember, they lost 3 members while that's happening. And with the T1 down on the mid lane, or rather 2 towers down onto the side of R8, this is still a good win for Gen.G, and they're looking for more. 40 seconds in that Tyrant, and that is where the next fight is going to happen.
Yeah, and let's talk about Inuwa. Just setting things up. Those taking liberties have been so annoying. The repositioning,
turret.
it's been difficult for R8 to kind of
Next turn in 30
They've kind of
seconds.
been
One
caught
of is
out
up
because of
still.
that, and then the control with those boards have just dictated when the team fights are
But when
happening.
Augment team is ahead, it's so
Gordon's been
difficult to
great
play
at
into
just
it.
isolating some members here of R8, and especially with
So
the
annoying.
fights that they take. Look at this.
Oh, it looks like Rock wants to go in for this, wants to contest, but through it all, I think Roichi will actually pick that one up. A red buff, and again, everything contested at the stage. It's 8 minutes in, and R8 are starting to feel that pressure.
Oh, you can see that Gen.G is trying to take over the map, just putting the pressure on every part of the map so that R8 wouldn't be walking onto their brush. They always have to look at their backs every time they're going in their own jungle. And right now, Tyrant is just going to be given by R8 because remember, they don't really have any space here in the bot side of the map.
Yeah, one of Kings is an
Look at
actual
that. They
MOBA
take the
game.
Tyrant, they make a beeline for the rest of the enemy jungle. Now they want to take this Azure Golem. But Rock actually has a 2-level difference over BX. He has been outclassing him. I mean, BX Dune is a sight to behold, but
The
when you're
turret gone?
going up against Rock's
Minions?
Augurin,
Nice.
you're going to struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, especially that they won't be able to even get inside their own jungle. Right now, they're looking at the T2 in the mid lane, but Xenon has other plans.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to siege the mid T2. Not really much R8 can do. They have to just kind of watch. Yeah, you have the couple blades, but through it all, I mean, yeah, you've lost that already.
Okay.
I'm really surprised.
Like the game could end in like the next 3 minutes.
Did he build
The next objective spawn.
That's why he just has to stop a reverberation right now. That's why he wasn't dealing any damage and wasn't able to clear that wave. I think first item is Venomous Staff, which is why he doesn't have a lot.
I mean, they really need him to get his farm, right? He needs those
Ganamo,
items
I mean,
to kind of
Ganamo
keep
can
them
stall for a
away.
while, but
right
yeah.
now, Gen.G have been dictating everything.
can
They've putting the
stall.
pressure on, and R8 have been on
Raise
the
live
defensive
30 now.
from minute 1.
Wow, but with a flank, they don't know.
Right position here if
I mean,
ever they fight. I think
let's see
he's
if he
gonna
does
get
something.
Venom.
No, they
Yeah,
spot him
but
out
those
now.
couple blades will look to go. He's been
But the turret
spotted
should
out.
be
Rock will
going
make an appearance
down.
as well.
No,
The
we're not
pack
overextending
over
for it.
the
Okay,
wall.
playing it
looks
safe,
they've
playing it
already
safe.
taken the red buff. Ray will secure that one, and now R8 left wanting yet again.
He wasn't able to whatever to
GEN.G
on,
playing it
on
safe.
the wall. That's the reason why he wasn't able to pass through. Could have been a kill to Xenon.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, like if he was able to get it, it would have been amazing. Unfortunately, not the case at this point. R8 really haven't been able to find that perfect initiation. Gen.G have kind of been dictating the pace of this game when the team fights are happening, especially on the back of
Tyrant Sowers.
Worlds is my board.
Yeah, looking for what could happen here. I think they need
Dark
a really
Tyrant.
good fight on the side of R8 once.
Just gonna
they
hard
get this
engage.
advantage.
Oh.
Mijoge.
Already
He
first
went by
kill.
the win. He went the wrong way. He actually went into the heart of the enemy team. Not where you want to
nice
be.
try.
Taking liberties is going to be a little off the mark. The world is my board. Catching out BX, but it's at the tip of this one. Nobody really wants to go in. Those freshly forged blades
Wow,
are
wow,
doing
wow,
some
wow,
work.
wow,
They
wow.
pushed back, but they want the T3.
Almost on- oh my God,
and they
1
will
HP.
make a retreat at this
Almost
point.
like to the
Maybe get
turret.
BX on his way out. No, Rock
Wawa,
just working
chill.
with danger at this point.
T3 down onto the mid lane. That's a big win here for
Chihuahua.
the side of Gen.G. 7k gold lead at this point, and they are just taking reins against R8. I'm really surprised that R8 hasn't been finding any opportunities to get in there. It looks like they're afraid of Gen.G.
I mean, look, when you've lost the T3 and you're like, okay, we gotta get something.
How does the
out of
game
this,
work?
especially since
You mean
WoW
how does
was
Out of
so low,
Kings work?
There was a potential, like they were trying to chase after them, but Gen.G are just too
sometimes,
smart,
like-
understanding. Hey, we got the T3, we don't need to be here. Let's just get on out of here, make sure that
Sometimes I'm, like,
everybody's safe,
surprised
and fight
that
for another day.
People who play like Unite doesn't know how a basic MOBA works, but then like Unite was the first MOBA for a lot of people, I feel like. But still, like, it's shocking to me.
Yeah, they're looking to go to find Xenon, the conductor of
As
souls.
someone
gonna
who's
be
been
used on them.
playing
They
in
have
this
the
game genre for
execute. They
13
actually
years
take down
now.
Xenon. They're gonna dive the top
Like,
T2. They need to be careful.
yeah.
Wawa's gonna be there, but Rock gets the double. Make
I've
it
been
a
playing this genre for
triple
13 years
as he
now, so it's
makes
always
his
like, I
way
can't
into
believe
the
that some
mid
people don't know
lane.
this genre,
BX
but
now
of course, I mean,
needs
why
to
would they, you
survive
know?
with Ando. He wind slashes back over the wall. It looks like he wants to just heal up for this one last potential push.
Yeah, they have
That
the
should be
wave
it.
cleared. This is gonna be bad. They
Complete
have to clear
domination.
this wave.
They have to clear it, but I don't know if they have the chance. Abdo looking to go
Can they
for
clear
the
the
Hail
minions?
Mary
Nope.
play. He's going to be
Blue
killed.
flies up.
BX is going to try to fight him versus the world. He's been stun locked.
Wait, no minions, no minions.
And Gen.G
Wow,
now,
wow.
they do get the ace, but they don't
He
have the
died
minions,
almost
so they
4
can't
times to
finish the
turret this
game
game.
at this moment.
Yeah, Xenon's gonna be up. Do they? Yes, they have the wave clear.
Respawning,
So this is still
but-
gonna, they have to be careful how they start this.
Should be it.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to end
That
the
should
game
be
at this
it.
point.
First
With
game
that death Christmas,
clean.
they have the
Only
execute,
losing
they
one
had the KDA,
KO and 2
but
turrets.
They get the game number 1, and that's
Good
the
stuff,
one that
good
they
stuff, good
wanted.
stuff.
Gen.G with game number 1.
What a fast game for Gen.G.
Yeah, how do I give away a code now? How do we want to do the giveaway?
Do
I make, like- how's the quality? I need, like, an add-on.
They just copied it, and Gen.G was
I think it only
able
exists
to
on
master
Chrome.
it on their own, and it was a great showing. Especially,
How can I
it's
give
the
away
first
some-
time that
something?
we've seen Rock playing that Ogren.
What if I
He
think of a
always
number
goes for
between
his
1 and
active, it's
50
the
and you
first
guys
time he
just
played
write?
Ogren, but they really mastered it, embodied it, and
Or
Rock
can we
was
make
able
it
to
Summer
carry
On
the
of
game.
King's based?
Yeah, I mean, just really well played there. I mean,
Let me see,
this
how do
is
I
do
get
or die
this,
today, right? Like, you lose, you're out of this. If you get 3rd place,
I know,
I'm
stop,
sorry,
stop, stop,
but
stop,
it's
stop, stop,
kinda
stop.
the- Like, it's the worst
Twitch
position to be in
giveaways.
of the 3 teams here. You definitely want to be top 2 more than anything else.
Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch.
So everything is on the line. Rock right now is just like, guys, I got this. Let me get on the Ogren. My farming patterns are insane. I will carry this game.
That's true. Great carry with what I've seen there.
I think I had
What
it on
a great game for
Chrome.
them. And also, they were
Chrome is
playing
like-
around Rock, and that's what you want to do whenever you have an Ogren on your team. Let the Ogren carry the mid game to the late game. Let him get the item so that in the mid game he can get the snowball and maybe take you to that win. And that's what they did. But what I've seen here from R8, I think they're kind of afraid. They're kind of phased. I'm surprised that they're like this right now because yesterday they looked very different.
Yeah, I mean, look, it kind of got shaken up a little bit. To be honest, if I'm looking at the R80 Sports lineup, I'm just thinking
see
like,
how do
this
I
Dune is going to really struggle against the Augment. It is not a great
make it
matchup.
the
We've seen the
best?
fall of Dune, so to speak. It is definitely not as good as it was in like Season 3 and
We
previous
copy the
tournaments.
quotes as well,
So
right
it's
here,
kind
so
of been like not your best foot forward, dare I say, in Game 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be really scary here. I mean, for them to lose that first game, but remember, Nongshim Red Force also lost that first game against Gen.G. So Gen.G has been very great at this first games. They have always surprised
I know
the enemy
that's
team, but this time they
Chrome
were
had
not
like,
playing the caveman draft, and they were able to make it work for game number 1. But let's take a look
had
at
like
the
a
items
giveaway
again.
add-on
I
thing.
was curious about what Xenon's first item is, and yeah, there you go. I was looking at that. I was surprised about there was no damage. When he hit the Copal Blades, there was like 0 damage, and I was surprised about it, but it's because of that Venomous Staff for his first item.
Yeah, tough. I mean, they just kind of were pushed back. Gen.G just completely controlled the early game, and were able to kind of dictate, you know, the pace of the game and just controlling the map.
Alright, this one right
it was
here.
very difficult for Xenon to get going. He
Oh, it doesn't
still had the
exist
most
anymore on
damage on
Chrome.
his team with 73,000, so he's still
Oh, it doesn't
contributing,
exist
but
anymore,
again, if
this
he had those
giveaway
items,
thing.
Yeah, much earlier, they would have had a much better chance of kind of handling this assault from Gen.G.
Yeah, he was hitting all of the shots perfectly here, but with that, we could have seen them trying to fight back, but right now Gen.G was just overwhelming. But R8, they still have a chance here. They're still not bringing their best foot
how do I
forward,
give away
and
the
I
best?
do think that they have a chance for game 2.
Yeah, for sure. They'll bounce back. I think that that's the biggest
Doesn't
thing.
Nightbot have? But I
This
don't
is a
have. Do I still have
marathon. It's not
Nightbot
a
on my
sprint.
ship?
It's a best of 5, right? And I think that even if you're going looking at that draft and you inspect it, like matchup-wise, I think that they were like definitely not the top tier going up against this Gen.G lineup. They know. So I expect them to bounce back in game 2 and equalize the series here.
Team Elements has something,
I
right?
would want to see something else here for the team. I think with what they did yesterday against Scars, that's the form that I want to see. But the MVP first, Rock, again, getting
Let me
the
try
MVP
this
here
Honor of
for
King
Gen.G. 8,
skin.
1 and 4 with 25% of the damage dealt, and a lot was done by Rock this game.
Yeah, and I think that we'll be seeing a little bit more of Rock today.
How does
I
this
think
work,
that is
though?
not going to be the end of that infographic. Because, I mean, again, look at the highlights here. He was completely setting it up. He was invasive. He was taking over the enemy jungle, just catching people off guard when he needed to, and just turn things around. He was
Alright, guys,
all the way up in front. Look, they
I'm
have 5
thinking of an
members.
Honor of King's
Dr.
character, and
Soul
whoever
turns it
writes it
around with
first
that
gets the
board,
skin
completely
code.
on point.
Right
But
now,
he
write
does
Honor of
die,
King's
but
character
this
names in
turns
chat.
into a great trade. I think they get 3 at the end.
Whoever
of this
gets
one.
it, gets it.
So again, sacrificing his life, understanding when he needs to trade his life.
Yeah, just looking at the highlights,
Tip,
you
it's
can
a mid
always see
laner.
that Rock is always like 2 or 3 levels ahead against BX. That just means a lot. That just means that Gen.G was just playing their jungle, and they were playing pretty well. That
Yeah, but only one. Okay, no, that doesn't work either, because some people can write the same thing over and over again. Yeah, okay, bro. No, okay, I have to make. How do I make a giveaway?
A hard chance. I mean, when you're fighting 1 versus 5, it's a super
Bro, this
hard
bro
time.
wrote like
But
6
really
things at
no
the same
chance at this
time, man.
stage.
Like, I
RAE
mean,
Sports
bro,
doing what
it's.
they could with the draft that they had. I think they will bounce back. I
Oh
think that
my
this is more of a
God,
draft
man.
issue, and again, just Gen.G really sticking it to them with this very well
Yeah, you
balanced meta lineup.
Yeah, what a great.
Oh, here,
pickup there
stream
by the
giveaway
side
tool.
of Gen.G. It was a great game. 1
Okay,
and
maybe
0,
this works.
Another win to the board here for Gen.G, and this is something good that we have to see here for Gen.G. Not just R8.
This is a safe
everybody's
website, though. I don't know if
upgrading
these
for the team,
websites
but
are
before
safe.
that, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
In this world, all it was in this world, all it was in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. How do I give away something easy?
You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so
Why doesn't it work on like?
high
Yeah, I'm trying to find a way of giving it away. I just don't really like.
Now I see that I got.
I don't really have anything that is like a good way. Okay, let me try this again.
It's alright.
Yo, chill.
I'm on fire. I'm alive 'cause now.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are on the same series. It's Gen.G versus R8 Esports. We're gonna go to game 2. We're still gonna be shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler. And Holler, how did you feel about that game number 1?
Das ist okay.
Actually, I'm
let me
a little
create this.
disappointed. Let me start with that because
You may
the
start
fact
off
that
getting
Gen.G
tickets
Esports,
to buy one ticket and ticket plus 1 points.
I
I don't know, guys. Just do it. Exclamation
all
mark.
of the crazy things that
ticket.
they have. I want to see all the rabbits
See if
that they
this
pull
works.
out of their hats. And this one was a very standard draft. And I mean,
Plus skin.
I kind of want to move on from that.
It's just funny that they won with his standard
Type
draft,
this.
right? I think it could work out for their series because yesterday I remember the only 2 games
Oh wait,
that they
still
won, they were
say
using the
ticket
caveman draft.
1 to
It
buy
works
1
against
ticket. Or ticket
Longshin,
1.
but here at least the standard draft against R8 Esports is still working.
Yeah,
How does
and
this
to be
work?
honest, I think that this is the perfect time, right? You're up 1 game to nothing at this point, and also the caveman draft picks heroes that you know it doesn't have a farm laner, so you might be able to save that farm laner later down in the series. So it could be very key
Why does
for
it
them
work?
to kind of just think about this long term.
Yeah, that is good advantage though. At least for the long term, yeah, that's a good idea though. I mean, having those drafts in game 2, game number 3, at least in game 4 and game 5, you're not gonna be losing those amounts of farm laners.
Bro,
because
I don't
we
know,
really
man.
have a lot that we see.
Cola
That's
Twister,
why,
please, just like,
most of the time,
bro,
it's
man, you
always
close up
important
betting
to
timeout it,
secure
I
that
swear.
farm lane.
It's going to be super key for them, right? And I think that that's the brilliance.
Okay, guys, can you go to this? Can you click on this and then buy 1 ticket? Does that work? And you go there and you type 1 ticket and you buy the ticket. Oh, there we go.
Junglers at the end
I've
of the
taken
game,
part in
at
it.
the end of the series, excuse me. And these things are long. The best of 5. You got to go
there
deep
and then
into the hero
write a
pool.
1
being
into
able
the
to kind
thing
of
and then
have
you can
that
buy 1 ticket.
Crazy draft that again the other team needs to counter, not only in terms of
Does
draft
that work?
but also play
Is it too much? Is this too much?
Like something
I
that
don't know.
can really get in their heads.
Yeah, that's something that Gen.G has always been doing, right? Even during ranking week, they surprise people with these drafts and they don't really know what to do. But here, I think a lot of the teams already done their research, and that's why Gen.G is
Oh, I
trying
see
to
a second
shake things
one.
up. Oh, we're not gonna
Okay.
do the K-Band draft, we're gonna do something different again. And that's why it's always fun to see Gen.G Esports. The game changes, as they say.
I see some
they
people.
are actually game changers.
For sure. And I mean, the biggest thing about this is just kind of shaking things up. Again, you've put a lot of tape out there.
Okay, go
People
button
have
fest and
seen
then
some of the
re-roll the
drafts that
skin,
we've
I
shown.
guess. You guys
And,
can click on
sometimes
there,
they
you
got
can buy
countered,
1
like in
ticket.
the series yesterday with
And then
Notion,
I
with
can
like
go,
that pay pick. They expected that. They saw that coming a mile away. And these are the moments where it's like, okay, again, you need to have set a strategy in mind. Yes, it might be deep, but these teams are scouting you out. You need to figure out how to bypass some of these bans.
Yeah, especially when they banned the Lubang, I was like, whoa, okay, so they know what they're gonna do here next, which is very smart. That's something that teams really need to do. Something that they do at the back of their the back rooms. They do it in the back rooms. They do it on their own, which is why we do expect them to do their homework, and they did. They did their homework against Gen.G.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where it kind of starts, the global ban and pick. Of course, if you've picked the hero already, you cannot pick the hero again. So these are the ones that we saw. You saw that Gen.G had that lineup. Very standard draft. I mean, you have an Ogren, Loong, Yuan, Yixing. Like, these are top heroes in the KME. They've been very highly sought after. So seeing that Gen.G kind of stick it to them with that kind of draft, I mean, it catches people off guard because you don't expect a standard draft from Gen.G.
Yeah, they really surprised them, and that's what I like here. R8 Esports are kind of thinking, should we go for the same draft? Should we give BX the tanks? I think no. I think you should give BX the assassins. He shines the most on those types of playstyles, and he will find a way to carry you on your games, and that is their formula from yesterday, and it could work against Gen.G.
Yeah, and I mean, it's coming back to, like, BX, right? This is a guy, again, like the Jing and the Luna were both banned against him in that last game, so he was kind of more limited. But again, the Dune pick, I mean, it's a subpar hero in this stage in terms of the meta. It is not as good as it used to be, but at the same time, it doesn't really suit BX's playstyle. He wants to be, again, in that back line, but it's tough to do, especially with how Gen.G were looking to draft that one. And again, I think that we'll see a little
Okay, see
bit
if
of
I
a
can roll a
bounce
winner
back in
somehow.
game two.
How do I roll a winner? Close giveaway?
And here are
Draw a winner.
now on the blue side.
Die-Die!
Gen.G on the red side.
Die-Die
R8
is our first
really looking
winner.
to shut down all those roamer picks. for Clue, so that they won't really have a lot of choices. I do think Gen.G will still.
Do you want
ban
a
out
epic
those
skin or a
assassins.
kickoff skin?
Clue
I don't know
and
what the
Jing will
difference
not
is,
see the light of
but you
day
can
in
choose.
this series.
So
Epic
it's
skin or
interesting
kickoff
because
skin?
R8 Esports has that first pick.
I don't know
and
what the
you kind
difference
of need
is.
to
I
be
don't know.
prepared for like the meta, like
choose
the
one that
Mai
I-
right there, which is exactly what Gen.G is trying to limit, right? You got to be careful with
Now
those
they
kinds
sent you
of
the
picks.
code.
On
on Discord and
more of the Gen.G
Twitch
side,
DMs.
you got to be kind of thinking about the meta bans
Epic
more
skin,
than
okay.
target heroes at this stage.
Oh yeah, I think
I will
R8 is
whisper you
really
the
looking for
code.
that
You
idea
can
from
check what it
Gen.G. If they're
is.
gonna be doing standard, we're probably expecting the D-Ren-J to the Sakir, so that's why they banned the Sakir first. But Gen.G
There you go.
still looking at
Sent.
the same picks here. Are they gonna let the
I
Jing
hope.
out and find a way to counter it?
All right,
That's also
nice. I guess that
possible.
works.
They can do that. They did their assignments, so it could be something that they could let out just for them to try and take down.
Giveaway
Yeah,
as
and you can
complete.
see R8
Okay.
Awesome.
Esports. Yeah, R8 Esports are like, okay, this Sakir and Byron were so bad last game, we're gonna ban it this game. No, just jokes, just jokes. I mean, obviously they have a lot of play. Their win rates have been decent. I mean, Byron not as much, but you have that combination, and they don't want to deal with these types of like team fight AOE stuns. But
Yeah, only
R8
6 people
Esports,
signed up for the
again,
giveaway,
stick to
that's
the
why.
tried and true. This is all out.
I don't know if you have,
that
you have to
they're
log in on the
serious
other
when they pick the
website to
Dharma
even
for
work.
Abdo.
I mean, I don't have a good
This
way
is
of
gonna
making
be
the giveaway,
This is
so.
gonna be when they will start to do those combos. For now, Gen.G should find a way to counter it. I think if Marco Polo gets picked, a Yarya could also come out here
Marco
for the team just
Polo?
for them to have that easy farm lane
Marco
setup.
Polo?
We haven't seen this since ranking week was the last one, I think. Oh, never mind. We've seen it during survival week, but it didn't win. Ranking week, it won a lot.
So the reason why it didn't win in the survival week was that it was picked early, right? I always like Marco Polo Yarya in the second phase. Again, it's a little bit more difficult, especially
Marco
when they start
Polo.
targeting with those bans. Dash, a little bit of a,
Oh, we have a Ying.
reaction
Oh my
there
gosh.
by these two picks. Go.
Okay, Jing and
Dharma,
Yixing.
Jing, and
Okay,
Jising,
this is such
okay.
a combo that is an R8 combo.
Scary.
The Dharma, the Jing, the Yixing, these are the combos that you expect there. They have a lot of setups.
Scary.
It might be hard because the world is my board needs to head in order for the Jing and the Dharma to do their thing. But it's done a lot of times by R8. But now if it's against Gen.G, I want to see if they will be able to pull it off.
Yeah, it might not be. I mean, look, I think that BX will always be that high-flying
Dian
assassin
Wei?
on this Jing.
No way.
Right? I think that he's going to be able to get to that back line.
No way.
You know, Ray or whoever ends up playing the Marco Polo needs to be careful about, you know, his positioning. He needs to stay in the back, stay alive. Gen.G are looking to be like, okay, we're going to go with the Dian Wei. We're going to be a little bit tanky, kind of similar to the Ogren in terms of playstyle, wants to be farming and ensure that he has that kind of durability when that mid-game team fight starts.
Interesting.
I love that they're kind of ready about this draft, and Gen.G has been drafting
I guess this is a bit of a
so that he doesn't
a
get
semi-
easily by the Jing if he gets dropped on.
healers
And,
draft.
the Yarya to the Marco
Each team
Polo
can only
just so
pick
they
one of their
would
characters
be
one
able to
time.
run away
So if you
need be,
pick Marco
but
Polo in game 1, you can't
I
pick it in game
hope
2, but the other
actually
team can
works
pick
out,
it.
because we have seen this from the
So.
side of Gen.G that didn't win. The game that they didn't win was against Longship, so understandable.
You can only
But
pick the same
against
character one
R8
time in
esports,
your
this is,
series.
this might
But each character
be
can be
really
picked
hard,
twice,
but
once
it's still
by...
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
to
team
be
and the
honest,
enemy
it's
team.
looking tough for me. I
Yeah.
mean, if you're gonna like Marco Polo Fever Barrage into them, R8 that is, then you have the world is my board. You lock them up. You set up the
Yeah.
bear trap, and they just walk right in. So the potential, it's a nice counter pick here by R8 Esports.
Yeah, one thing that I like is that they're banning a lot of the clash laners that could really stop them from just being the early game menace that they have on the side of R8. At level 4, you do expect them to find the play on the side of R8, so they don't want the Guan Yu, the Sun Tzu
Charlotte?
to get there on the lanes that they're trying to gank. But the Charlotte for Gen.G,
Charlotte.
you're not a fan of this, I know, but
Okay.
in this game alone, I'm not a fan of it too.
Yeah,
Interesting.
look, again, I mean, I'm very underwhelmed by the Charlotte's kit.
Remember last time I saw
It's
Charlotte?
the times that you're kind of not picking your best heroes, especially going up against, you know, like the Dharma Abdo, which is like, again, one of his top heroes. You're just looking to kind of not lose the lane as much and just kind of survive. But it's going to be interesting seeing how they want to play this one towards that mid game. Because again, the Charlotte will be able to make some plays and be able to just potentially bounce off or get to the back line.
Yeah, I really love how they're picking up a lot of very good heroes here in R8. This is a very risky game too. If they lose this, they lose a lot of the heroes that they have here from the side of R8. So they need to win this for sure. Because R8, look at what they're drafting. They're drafting heroes that are not meta. They're drafting heroes that you don't want to pick on the next game. They're sure that they can lose. It's okay for them to lose this game because they're drafting not really meta ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, who's not drifting meta ones? Gen.G?
Again, not horse
I
trading,
guess so.
but,
Wait.
definitely
Who did they
not
say not
looking
drifting
like
meta
they're
ones?
wanting
Drafting not sure that they can lose meta. They're drafting R8. Look at what they're drafting. They're drafting heroes that are not meta. They're drafting
Wait,
heroes
what?
cannons.
R8
If
is
they
not
get
drifting meta
cannons,
heroes?
If they get jumped on by the Dianwei, he's able to
They don't care about losing this, they're down 1-0. They don't want to go down 0-2.
R8 will really struggle.
Yeah,
Huh?
they're gonna be having a hard time here if ever, especially
Ali not meta, Dama not meta. I thought Dama is meta.
To just snowball
Okay.
this game
This thing
out
is
of
meta,
control,
no?
which usually happens in your rank.
Where's the
games,
Gen.G head?
Grandmaster
It's on my
Plus,
EV.
but
It's
this
right up
is
there,
a
actually.
different story. Here in this game,
You see it?
this
I don't think you can
Marco
see
Polo
it.
Rock,
Maybe if
he's
I
the
go
one
full
using
cam.
it, so I do expect it.
There. You see it there. Okay. It's on my EV.
Matchup, the Marco Polo going up against the Arlie, but then you have the rock factor, and you're like, okay,
Yeah.
it swings a little bit 50-50 in my eyes.
Yeah, and most of the time I don't really favor Marco Polo because he doesn't really have good laning.
If Gen.G
But
loses this
as of
game, I
now,
mean,
yeah,
they
it could actually work out here for
don't
their,
lose many
their team. But
characters, I
again,
guess that's true.
it all
If
comes
that's what
down
he
to
meant.
how R8
That would
is
make
gonna be
more
using
sense,
this
yeah.
combo in their favor because
Because Gen.G
with
didn't
the
pick
Yarya
crazy
on
meta.
The other side, Dharma,
So if Gen.G
Abdo
wins
has
now, I
one
think it's just gonna be
less target.
3-0.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if he's able to kind of just,
Right.
just be able to get in that one. I mean,
Yeah,
the
if they win
potential
this,
is
I
there.
think it's
Like,
just 3-0.
Looking at this draft, I would be like, okay, the R8 one definitely I would favor,
Yeah.
but they're very squishy. They have to have that
That's
perfect
true.
positioning. When the initiations are happening, those cannon blasts need to be on point. The truce need to ensure that he gets multi-man, and then BX let the man work because that backline is looking very squishy from Gen.G.
Yeah, and also we always talk about whenever we have.
I mean, I wouldn't have a
Dharma
head
on
thought,
the
I
team,
get-
we
yes,
always need somebody
it's
to
getting
frontline
warm, you know.
for him just so he can set
Actually,
up
today it's not too
perfectly,
warm, though.
which is what they don't have.
Yesterday was
Set
28
R8.
degrees,
So it
today
will
is
be a
16,
challenge here
okay.
for Abdo, but Gen.G also has a very mobile composition.
Locked the game
except
to
for
claim the rewards,
the
guys.
Sheik,
Another
because,
code as well
she
on
doesn't really have
screen.
any movement. And it's the
Holy.
first time I'm seeing Inuwa pick Sheik, so okay, another
Ooh,
first
she,
time
though.
for Gen.G.
Yeah,
That's my character right here. I would main
I
her
love the fact that
if I play a
Inua's
lot.
got the Ana skin.
She is so
very
fun.
nice, very frozen in that sense. But again, I think that this is one where we'll see how Gen.G respond. I think that game.
Honestly,
two,
all the
again,
mages
this
are pretty
draft
fun
is
in this
not
game,
their
though.
Top tier heroes, but it's an interesting draft. It's going to come really down to Rock and Ray's play in terms of how much farm they can get in this early game.
I like how the idea here for the side of Gen.G is to find a way to not let Marco Polo fight against Luigi. Oh, wait.
Roichi
That's a
might be in a
mistake.
bad spot. It looks like he's gonna the flash away from Inua, but they
Oh.
want to actually get him. They
So I mean,
actually
if I
have the
played more,
knock-on,
said.
and through it all, he dashes away.
First
Roichi
kill
just one
already,
last shot,
first
gonna give up
blood.
First blood. Clue will take
What's
that
the
one
odds of
down.
pull it?
The cannon blast onto 3 for
can't get
good
him.
measure, but through it all,
Oh, no.
first blood has gone the way of Clue.
That's a misclick. He didn't want to go to the parasol. That could have been a... Oh, man, that feels so bad here for Roichi. That was a mistake. But again, accidents do happen, but against Gen.G, not really the best one to have.
Yeah, especially at this stage, right? I mean, this is the lower bracket finals. Everything matters. And the fact that you're down 1-0 already, that's gotta hurt. And again, R80 Sports needs to just calm down, right? It seems like some of their nerves are kind of affecting them a little bit. That was a rare misplay by Roichi. He will not make that mistake again.
That's true. I hope that they
But what if you
will
make
be
it
able
again?
to turn this around. Roichi is actually trying to put some pressure in the bot lane. I'm waiting
Wawa?
for the ult from Xenon so that they can dive this.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they did a lane swap. Wawa's going to be in the bottom lane, just kind of dealing with this push by Xenon here. But look, you're letting Rock rotate between the mid and the top lane, just getting as much farm as possible. He is your
Yeah.
win condition.
Yeah, that's what they're doing here. They want him to get as much resources as he can, but diving mid lane though.
Yeah, they're going to just try to go in for this. But
This
it's more
character,
right
by the
here,
way,
though,
man,
just showing,
looks so
hey, I
ridiculous.
got my ult. I'm level 5. I'm good
Jing.
to go.
Clue almost died there. That was really scary. Now Xenon has his ultimate, so it's gonna start. Right now, they're looking for a kill on the bot side.
Yeah, they're looking for something. I mean, Wawa will just stick around as long as he stays somewhat even, doesn't give up any, kills to Roichi. I think that he's going to be fine. This is one of those things where, yes, definitely the Roichi has that advantage on this early. That ranged is going to help, but again, it's just Wawa just hold the fort, so to speak.
Wawa,
push back. Wawa again about half. Inuo makes a sightly appearance here. He does end up saving Wawa.
Yeah, if that Silky Imprint just hit, that could have been a kill here for Majoj, but right now they're both half HP.
Oh, the world is my board, locking in Wawa. Majoj is going to cut off the angle of retreat. Not good.
He also may be dead. No.
Cannon Blast connecting onto Inua as well, but through it all, he's going to be skirted away.
Good dive by R8.
Finds the kill.
Yeah, that's what they needed. They need the world is my board for them to start taking these kills, and that is exactly the timing they need.
Oh, Marco Polo also no gets out.
But not able to kill Rocky, gets away with that.
The word is my board.
He's going to be connected by
he's going in.
Barrage. They're going to look to turn this. He wants to go on to BX.
Okay,
They're doing a lot of damage, and they get the kill. BX just not tanking enough or not able to do
Why are you looking at all my commands though?
That
like,
is
just
so smart.
stop looking at them.
Baiting out the mirror domain so that he doesn't really have that damage to kill.
Bro, I don't clean up all of them. It's like takes too much effort.
Goes in with the fevered barrage because he knows that he'll win that.
That's just mean look? Yeah, but like a... I mean, it's like grab the dash triangle. So it's like a more balanced mean look, right?
Just does a little bit of work. He's stuck in the board. They're taking liberties, but it looks like the passive, the thing inside the box, not going to be enough.
That's one.
Xenon is going to be down for the count, and Ray gets the kill. He's just too tanky at this stage.
I mean, it's also, of course, insane to lock someone into a place, but...
On his own world is my board, and he wasn't able to get away. And now, VX at least is capitalizing on it. Abdo might die here.
Yeah, Abdo. I mean, this
is going to tank and then go back in.
Oh, Clue! He's taking a lot. Clue actually gets killed. Abdo with the outplay.
I guess he didn't have the return onto Marco Polo.
Clue took too many shots.
Awkward, but we get the turret, it's fine.
He's holding on that truth. He's not pulling out that truth because that could have been his lifeline. And Clue, oh man, he was expecting it. That's why he was tanking the damage.
Yeah, I mean,
turret,
a bit of a misplay by Clue, just being overly aggressive when you probably shouldn't have. I think at the end of the day, Rock was just like, hey, just latch on, but the world is my board. They find Wawa yet again, and Roichi finding kills. He's gonna light step on back, but again, another kill going the way of Roichi.
Love the boards here from the side of R8. Xenon has been really good with that. Was able to take down Wawa twice now just because of those boards, and now Roichi is getting the resources he needs.
Yeah, definitely getting those resources, definitely helping them out. And again, this is why they have a 500 gold lead. Not the highest at the end of the day, because the top lane is kind of skewed in favor of Gen.G. Rock has done an awesome job. Right now, Gen.G, as long as they kind of hold, they go 50-50 with them, so to speak, and Ray is able to get that farm, they might be able to turn this around. Abdo looking to go in.
Big fight. The spacing is crazy, Rock. He's going for it still.
That Verdant Protector just, again, keeping Clue alive.
Why he's feeding himself right now.
That's why he didn't
but no casualty. 1k good lead now for R8.
Here of Abdo just building that imaginary wall against them.
Yeah, and look, Abdo saving that truth just for that last moment. Anytime he's kind of at risk, he just needs to ensure he has that. But again, taking liberties, Cannon Blast is going to be a little off the mark. Ray doing a decent job of farming. He's level 9, just one behind BX at this stage.
I like that both of our Clash laners are not having fun because they're getting bullied by both the
no, I don't think it's the same as Comp. I don't know what exactly it does though.
When you're fighting against 2 people every time.
Yo,
but I think it's a more balanced comfy, right?
Fun, mate.
That's true. Hey,
gets got the Cannon Blast. Oh, the mirror domain forward, but it looks like it's going to be more of a zoning one. They might want to capitalize on this. Rock is looking to go. Ray's going to make an appearance as well, but the nice Cannon Blast slowing down the pursuit. R8 will get back under tower. Majoj dashes over that wall. He's going to stay there with a roaming gun. They're going to continue to chase, especially since there's no top T1. But through it all, Cannon Blast to the face for Ray, and that's going to be the end.
Dharma was able to, Abdo was able to recall out of that chaos that's happening on the top side, and now they weren't able to get anything much, but so far, game's still pretty much equal. They don't really have a
close game.
Drops the board against Ray. Could have gotten that catch there.
Not a great board too. I feel like that's a misplay.
It's best of 5.
That was something that I would have done, right? Just like a long, completely wrong board, not even set up
properly. Should be, right? I think everything's best of 5 now.
yeah. It's like, oh, my bad, guys.
Okay, sorry, everyone. You just got the vision. That's why I think it would surprise you. But again, Gen.G looking for kills, but so far they haven't found it. R8 finding ways to get to that level. Shadow Reaper already built by Roichi and Venomous Tap on Xenon, so Gen.G have to be careful now.
All right, my opinion of this game, though, is that R8 are on a bit of a timer, right? The squishy lineup, to me, is always definitely more difficult, especially when that late game
Engage.
happens.
Ray is down.
Inside the board. They found Ray. They get the pick
for one, though.
off, but
Marco
Joe's
Polo
gonna
gets one. No,
sacrifice
she
his
got one,
life
okay.
for the greater good. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay, they still have 40 seconds before that tyrant.
Rock is so aggressive.
He's looking for something.
Yeah, he's just looking to skirt them away. But okay, sorry, back to my point. Do you think that R8 are on a timer and they need to kind of push things along a little bit quicker at this stage?
I do think that they both have decent late
Okay,
games.
he's always dashing forward.
Exists on the side of R8, but I do agree.
So annoying to be up against.
50% because other members of R8 need setups before they need setups, and late game it's hard to do setups.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think it really comes back to just kind of the stuff. Oh, they found him. And Ray actually looking to go. The mirror domain just trying to steal this one, but Ray taking so much
Ray
damage.
down again?
Roichi finds
Can't play the game.
Pick off BX now running for his life.
That's
He
a
does
good one
get back
though.
to
Good
safety,
trade,
but
back.
Roichi will die.
That's not good.
Oh,
Roichi's
man.
the one who fell down here, and they even used the board just to try and catch Wawa. That's a lot of cooldowns down. Ray is dead. That's okay for the side of R8, but it's looking like they're having a hard time getting kills here for R8. BX, if you look at that battle, though, he got stunned twice or
I don't know,
twice.
these combos kind of weird. Like, they don't really have hard engage. They only have like a bit of
BX
pickup
is surviving.
potential
I mean,
with
that's the
Shi, but
biggest thing.
besides that,
Roichi not as lucky.
they have
He needs
no.
to stay alive. Easier said than done, especially when Gen.G
Not really
are
engage
trying
either.
to focus you, prioritize it, ensure that they get on top of you. Because again, Roichi
Definitely feels like a
he
bit
can
of a
literally
draft
carry
where
this game on
Gen.G
his own.
just pick more random
true.
characters.
I think Luigi is the only one that can carry them. R8,
Kind of waste the enemies
most
like
of their
good
other
picks.
members, especially BX, he needs to get that level advantage.
So again, if
ever
Gen.G
he
wins this
wants
game, I
to
feel like it's
get the
just
lead on
3-0.
this. I mean, at least now he still has the level 2 gap, level
But
gap,
yeah.
so it's still good.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing well, but he's gonna
Oh, the
run
Marco
into
Polo
Rock with
domain.
that
This guy is
Fever Barrage,
crazy.
finds the pick off, and from the brush, Rock says hello.
How about this Marco Polo?
Kill.
Oh man, Yarya is just so annoying. The mini stun that she does is really annoying for BX. He wasn't even able to dash away just because of that, and the frigid charge wasn't even used. Rock didn't need to use it.
Yeah, don't need to, especially when you're able to get that setup. You're talking about the
Third
wandering
one.
beam perfectly placed, especially from that brush. BX had no idea it was there. Again, okay, the
Oh,
world is my board.
she is
Anua
caught.
stuck in. Abdo looking to do
The
some
world
damage
is
with
my
that,
board.
taking
Marco Polo
liberties.
going in
Gonna get the
though,
kill, but
too instantly.
Roichi is down as well.
He's so
as
much
Mid-Joe.
damage.
The roving gun just forward. Rock trying to get some plays
It looks
here,
like
but not able to find
Mr.
anyone
Marco
else.
Polo is going to carry
Great
this
timing
game.
That Fevered Barrage together with a frigid charge just took down Ruichi and Mijoj. They were just like sitting ducks against them, and even if they got the kill at Inoue is just a distraction most of the time, and other members, they should look at the Rock at all times.
Mid-life
Saying you don't like
matter
blinding
too
lights is like
much,
such an
okay?
edgy
Yes,
thing
he
to
was
say.
down. It was
I
for the
mean,
greater good in that sense. But now Abdo on the run, no real way to get away. Just too much damage at this point. Rock is starting to pop
like
off.
it's like saying I don't like
Gen.G
Breaking
going
Bad or I don't
crazy
like
in this game.
Coca-Cola
They were
or
just looking for Abdo.
like,
He wasn't able to do anything even with that truth.
there's like no
that he
way of
did.
like not
Wawa
liking it.
starting to really get there. Yes, he was bullied a lot of times, but now he's standing up to those bullies.
Yeah, looks like the red buff has been picked up by
Marco Polo
Roichi.
Jerry is a
huge
jobless
win
dude
for
you
them. They
pick.
need any sort of small win at this point to stem the
Yeah,
bleeding.
I mean,
but
it's
again,
pretty toxic.
Abdo has not really been able to kind of get that perfect truth.
Very
Gen.G have been
toxic.
dictating the fights. They've had really good initiations, understanding
sure.
where he is, and he's been kind of isolated with, and they've been able to pick him off.
Yeah, it was honestly really a good idea here. And right now,
Oh, they're gonna
go in, Rob.
Rock. Oh, finds Zenon. He's doing so much damage. The wandering beam. Oh, but the thing inside the box.
He's stuck. He's stuck though.
Uh-oh,
he has to go in. He's dead.
Him and they get revenge. They
Yeah,
find Rock
I
with that
mean, just
truth,
saying,
going
you
all
know,
in, but Abdo trading his life.
locked
I
him
think
in.
he'll be happy with that.
Oh yeah, that's a 1-for-1.
Maybe Ray can do something now. They get one
They're
back.
gonna find Mijoj. They can
Wawa
get the
1
pick off.
HP.
Inoue will get that one, and Wawa limping
Did they
away,
catch Marco Polo
somehow
finally?
surviving.
Tried to go for Wawa, but he wasn't able to get the kill there. Nice try by Yoichi, but right
Not
now,
saying that because I had to
it's
play
looking like
against it last
Gen.G
game or
still winning
anything.
these
Yeah,
trades
yeah.
that we have. It's still a 2-for-1, still an advantage, but R8 would take what they can.
Well, they'll take whatever they can at this point. I think that they've kind of been, you know, definitely on the defensive. They need to figure out ways to kind of come back. Again, everything is pretty much on the shoulders of BX at this stage, and Roichi to help support this too. These are the guys that need the damage,
ripping it.
and they need to kind of split push along to kind of create.
Alright, it's not anywhere close, so it's
they're
free.
looking at the the Overlord, and nobody is checking them out here for the side of R8.
They're gonna
be
trade
pushing the
turret
bot
for
side,
it.
but that's gonna be swept rather, and that
That's
top side
instantly
is gonna get
equalized.
pushed here by Gen.G.
I mean, the fact that they got the Overlord and the top T too, so they've negated the towers, but they're up an Overlord. And now
call
with the
Marco Polo
Vanguard,
last fight and
they're
they
looking to
could
put
win.
pressure on the top T3, taking some damage at this stage. Rock's hitting like a truck at
He's
this
a crazy
point.
engage
They
onto
need to
him.
be careful, but
Charlotte is
Abdo
deep.
looking to find at least Wawa.
Locked
Need
up.
to get something
Locked
out of
in.
this. They have the thickest
Wawa
beside the board.
is alive.
They're going to look to go. They find Abdo. He's going to trade, but Inu is down for the count as well.
1-1.
Inu is not having the best time here. Every time they go for the
They
time,
find
but
Wawa.
Rock
He's
is
so
going in.
low. Oh, but the Fever Barrage on 4. They find Roichi. They do get the pick, and now R8 have to hold with only 3 members.
A bit too aggressive for Ruichi. They're going for Wawa. Wawa's basically one of the tankiest members here for the team, and he's not going to take him down that easily. And now he got punished, and that's not good here.
Yeah, look at this. I love the fact that this Marco Polo Yaria were like the first 2 picks by Gen.G, and they're like completely dictating. He's like, counter pick all you want. We know how to play this duo. It's been amazing. Rock has been able to do so much damage. If we're talking about net worth, he's got to be in the lead.
This is like a classic rank game composition, right? This is one of the solo queue, solo rank composition that you do with a duo. And Rock and Clue are just doing it and making it work in this stage. It's just insane to me because you see this in Grandmaster and you're like, okay, what are they doing? And it's kind of working for the, not kind of, it's working pretty well.
It's definitely working. Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, he's 6-1 and 6, 3-1 and 8 by Clue as well. So this duo has been getting all of the kills essentially, but they've got the tops. Yeah, I mean, Clue is keeping Rock alive, ensuring that he just stays in the perfect spot. Plus, he has a stun for when he needs to be saved.
I mean,
Again,
R8
this
is
a
just,
combo
they
that
have to
we
do
see.
something,
You talk
no?
about the fact that you're seeing it in the rank games. No big surprise, but the level that they're playing on, being able to almost essentially win this game 2 versus
dead.
8. And
Double
with that
push
silver
by
they pull
Ishii.
back Mijosh. That's just yet another kill going the way of Gen.G.
He even tried to flash out of the way though, but he still got pulled because he got the Silky Imprint on him. And now Gen.G is looking to maybe finish this game because with the Tyrant, they do have the battle stats to fight this.
Yeah, and look, they have the minion wave. This is perfectly placed for Gen.G in the mid and the bottom lane, timing that one perfectly. The world is my board is going to be set, but
The
through it
world
all,
is
I mean,
my
yeah, they're stuck
board.
in, but they're not getting any value out of this. They're taking liberties.
But it doesn't
off
matter.
the mark. They take the bottom.
I don't know, they're too passive, but like...
Oh yeah, that's an easy pickup again
Yeah.
for this side. And now Gen.G is looking for that mid push just after taking this advantage here.
They're just like losing now without even trying anything, it feels like.
Xenon with his taking
Of course it's
liberties,
difficult,
gonna
of course
be
it is.
much needed in order for them to defend this.
But like, I've not seen Dama do anything
Xenon hasn't been
actually useful
perfect
this
with
game.
those boards as of now. It hasn't really
Where
set
the
up
flash
for a
engage
great
is at.
team fight. Gen.G have evaded most of that damage and that control. They're going to set up the board, catches no one in the fishnet.
Yeah, good at least for them to clear up the wave here. And I love the position that Wawa is doing there. He has a good...
The game should end the next minute, right? I mean, are R8 gonna fight this Overlord or not now?
Here of the side of R8, and it's looking really good. Right now, Gen.G is just looking for that Overlord, then maybe finish this game using that Overlord.
Again, just being patient at this point. I mean, you're up about 5,000 at this point. You can see just how R8 are so far behind. I mean, look, BX has been your lifeline, but he hasn't been able to get the kills. He's had a somewhat mediocre 222 KDA, hasn't been able to find the right pickoffs. Gen.G have done such a good job of mitigating what that hero is bringing to this table.
Oh yeah, BX though.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be picked up by Rock, which is not what you want to see if you're R8 Esports. Just more damage swinging in the way of favor of Rock. And now it looks like with that
Shen's right here, but Dama's not even here. Dama's bot lane. Why is he bot lane?
He dashes over the wall. He's going to be fine. They go in for this one, but the Fever Barrage, they want to
Does he think he can end the game there, or what? Is that their try now to end bot lane?
Advantage, they're going to look to take this
Why is he bot
Overlord,
lane?
But the bottom lane is pushing.
Oh, okay, I mean,
Could have been a push there, but
I hate this is when I hate watching like competitive teams. Like, bro, you guys have to do something.
At a healthy state, and the Overlord's gonna get taken. They're gonna be putting
You're just
that into
slowly
the mid
bleeding
lane
out.
just for them
Not even
to finish
trying.
this last push here.
I mean, it's going to be scary at this point. R8 Esports looking
Of course,
to
easier
hold.
said than done,
This
but,
is gonna
I
be a
mean...
difficult defense here. The light step back by Roichi.
I guess they think they can try to...
Needs to stay away from Rock, but again, they don't really have
I guess they're hoping Gen.G overextends trying to end the game. Is that what they're hoping
Right now they're
for?
struggling. Mid lane could be the push here. Board has been used, but again, I think Gen.G is looking to finish.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one.
I guess that's exactly what they're... I mean, Nunu's... Okay, wait.
But he gets killed. Zenon is going to
Maybe it's actually what's going to happen.
And they're continuing on. The Mirror Domain is doing some work, but through it all, they're not able to get any kills. Abdo's going to get picked off. It's a 2-for-1 thus far. Gen.G looking to close this game out. Wawa still up in front. Rock is still alive, doing his damage. The thing inside the box instantly stopped.
I mean, Marco Polo is full HP.
They pick him off. Rock just doing so much damage. damage. 3 members down. The Vanguards are here. Roichi looking to at least get somebody. He wanted to go for Wawa,
Marco
but instead
Polo,
he finds
he
Ray.
died.
He's trying to deal with
There it
Clue.
is.
And it looks like he does
No,
get
wait,
the
he didn't
pick off,
die.
but
Wait, who
DX is
died?
down and they've got a team
Oh, did he have
ace, and
resurrection up
Gen.G
anyways? Oh, he
will
had
take
resurrection
game
up,
2.
right?
Gen.G
Okay.
still winning
Yeah,
this
2-0.
next game. That was a great performance. Not really expecting this composition to win because
But
remember,
RA just doesn't
that
even try, I
composition
feel like.
didn't
That's
really
not
go
even
for those
try.
most sought after heroes
What?
for this game, and they were still able to win that. And we were talking about it in the draft. They need to win this. R8 needed to win this because they brought out all their best heroes.
Yeah, now it's
and
rough
because
R8. They
didn't,
lost a lot of good
that
characters.
feels really bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best heroes, but it's good enough in terms of the counter draft, right? It was very squishy. They just needed to survive. And the fact that, you know, Rock was able to have such an amazing start to this game, I mean, it really changed things up. If a Marco Polo's behind, it's kind of a struggle. It's a very uphill battle to get yourself into that mid to late game. But when you're having, you know, able to get a great start, a good first 5 minutes, you're going to be able to just kind of snowball from there.
Oh yeah, that's why it was kind of expected here that I was really expecting that the Marco Polo Yario will have a hard time, but because, as we said, because it's Rock, the guy who was using it could work out for their side, and it actually did. And it's really not expected here that they would be able to make that composition work. Because remember, Inoue, on the start of that last fight, he flashed in. He flashed in, used the Splendor just to bait out the fight.
Yeah,
that's
really
so
good.
Smart.
Yeah,
That's
so
smart.
super smart. Just started setting it up. I mean, it was like right in the front of things, and you're kind of thinking, oh, okay, we get the free pick. But then it's like drawing, you know, basically like it's like an ant trap, right?
Yeah.
All the ants are coming for it. They want to go. They got picked off in the end, and they were just completely baited out.
And funnily enough, they know. I think Gen.G understands that Inoue has been the constant target of BX. That's why they just threw him inside the lion's den just so he could get killed. But he wasn't killed during that last fight because that's the funny part, because he tried to go in, bait out the reaction out of R8, and they didn't. And Gen.G on a 2-0 big advantage in this series.
Absolutely huge. This is one where R8 Esports really need to kind of just hunker down, call a timeout at the end of the day, really talk to the team, ensure that everybody's on the same page, because it seems like Gen.G have their number. They have not been able to solve the puzzle that is Rock at the end of the day.
Yeah, they haven't found the problem here, and you know what? They haven't been pulling out a lot of their crazy drafts yet, and they're losing against them. That's not a good spot to be in. Look at this Rock getting 130k. He's gonna get that MVP again this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, completely. Look, I think that also the supporting cast by Clue, there's a reason why this guy is second most in terms of assists in the KME, because if you're riding on the back, literally on Rock, you're going to get your kills and assists, and it's going to really help you out. But Gen.G completely swinging in their favor, taking over at the 8-minute mark or so. Just no real answers for R8 to really get back into this game.
Pretty hard. It's just a pretty hard game for R8. It's just really sad to see that R8 is struggling here at this level. I thought they had the formula down. They have Gen.G's number. They had Nongshim's number because they weren't able to call them during Survival Week because they haven't played. They haven't played the game during Survival Week, and now this time it's looking like Gen.G understands what they could do against R8.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where even if we're talking about the MVP here, Rock clearly the one. 9-1-10, 39% of the damage dealt by the team, literally carrying that team to victory on that one. Just completely a bit of a steamroll here. Gen.G just finding their groove, but at the same time, they're doing it standard, right? So if Nongshim, Red Force are waiting in the wings, they're like, hey, actually Gen.G are playing. They're not really showing their cards, so to speak.
Yeah, and also to point out, this game, they didn't play standard lanes. Both of our farm laners were playing mid and clash lane. And they never stepped foot on that bot side, on the side of Gen.G, because they don't want to face that early in the early game. But looking at it, Xenon had his shining moments. Most of his boards were really great, but at the late game, he had to use it defensively a lot of times, which is not ideal if you want to win the game, but he had to, because there's nothing that they could do against Rock in this game.
Yeah, my concern, though, is that the boards, yeah, you might have gotten it locked in, but the rest of R8 weren't there to kind of help capitalize on it. I mean, yes, they were set up, but they were just so far back. And, you know, again, Gen.G just kind of definitely maneuvering.
All right, let's try to get the next giveaway going for the next skin.
They weren't really able to get too much.
Let me see again. I do.
You know this is also a strat. Gen.G, if they get the start 3-0, they get a bit of a break, and they're playing less games.
Give everyone the first ticket for free, create and stop. I don't know why you can't do it in Twitch chat.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, you want to end the series. You want to go
Why
into
can't
that
you take
next
part
one
in it in
as
the Twitch
fresh
chat
as
somehow?
possible. Going the full distance in a best of 5 is very tiring. It's strenuous.
What if you do
right?
ticket
again,
1 and
it's a lot
then...
of pressure. You do want to alleviate that as much as
And
possible
then
by
can't you like take part in it somehow?
R8 Esports and just moving on with your lives.
And you're looking at that as the goal, right, for Gen.G. I think that's the biggest goal that they could go for here. Get that 3-0, win against R8, so that against Nongshim, they do have at least 80% of their,
What if you do like
their energy still on that
buy one
game.
or something?
Yeah,
or...
yeah. I mean, that's the biggest problem, right? Losing that series against Nongshim is just like, yeah, it sucks in the fact that you're not in the
Do you
grand
have to always go on
finals,
this page?
But it's also the fact that today you might have to play potentially 2 series.
know.
Again, not easy.
Well,
and
here's the page
definitely,
again.
You know, I think Gen.G are going to be up to the task.
If you want to
but
take
how
part in the
fresh are they
giveaway,
gonna
you have
be,
to go there
especially
and
since
type
Nongshim
buy
Red Force
ticket 1
probably
and buy
taking a
ticket
nap
1
at the end of the day.
into the
Right,
thing.
yeah, that's true. But again, everybody, before
Simply,
we
you go
head
to the
into
website,
next game,
you
we're
put
just
in the
gonna be
1
taking
into the
a
buy
short break. See
tickets,
you
and
guys in just a bit.
you type buy tickets. If you want to win a skin. Simple as that. How many points do I have? Just 1. Everyone has 1. Every person has 1. So you just go and just type in 1 to the website. Onto this website.
When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, you know I'll let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more the
Alright, no more chances. Who wants 1? No more chances. Okay, 6 people in. More? Anyone else? Wanna take part in the insane giveaway? I could also link it in YouTube chat. I guess. I don't know if you guys want in YouTube chat. Can do it.
Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher.
What's
Alright,
up,
I'm
everyone?
clicking
We're
it
gonna
now,
go to
ending
game
the
3
giveaway
in just a bit. It's
in
Gen.G
10,
versus
9,
R8 Esports.
8,
And so far, it's a 2-0, and Gen.G
6,
just really wiping the floor here against
5,
R8 Esports.
4,
I hope R8 would
3,
be finding
2,
that way to come back
1.
from this series.
It's
but again,
close,
we're gonna be
drawing a
Chat
winner.
Masters for today. My name is Dash.
Next
and I'm
room.
David Holler.
Yeah, and again, it's been just 2-0 in favor of Gen.G.
Do you want
They've been able
epic
to kind of-
skin or a
even with the
kickoff skin?
drafts that were kind of quote-unquote suboptimal, they're still figuring out ways to
Epic
win.
skin
and of
or
course, it's on
kickoff
the
skin?
back of Rockwitz has been, you know, amazing this series thus far. He has 2 MVPs for a reason, literally carrying this team to victory.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they're
Epic
having such a
skin.
hard time
Okay.
against R8, even with
I
their
bet
best pick, even with
Twitch
that
DM you?
Jhin that everybody's afraid of from
Whisper,
this whole
and there you
tournament,
go.
Kings Major East.
Sent out to
They
you.
still are
Enjoy.
able to get that win against them, and this is gonna be R8 just looking for that answer to their problem, because so far
Enjoy.
it's that they're not finding the ways, they're not finding the wins here for the team.
And look at this. I mean, you're seeing just like
Oh, the
how
head
the
is up
teams are
here.
kind of responding thus far. 2-0 right now, Gen.G. A little bit
The head
more
is sitting up
calm,
there.
cool, relaxed at the stage. Nothing to really worry about at this point. But, you know, look at the R8 Esports sides. They're taking
Okay, one
it in
more.
stride.
And then to
Understanding
the
that,
grand
hey,
final.
This is, yes, this is an elimination match. We lose this
There we
one,
go.
we're
And
out.
now Gen.G has
We're
like
gonna
all
be
the power
third
picks,
place.
right?
But this is the moment
why,
where
I mean-
like, true champions are going to be tested in that case. R8, you're down.
This is gonna be hard for
0-2.
R8.
How do
They're
you
gonna ban
respond?
Ali,
Yeah,
yeah?
look, they're still smiling, they're still having fun, because they're playing Honor of Kings, everybody.
So
That's why
Gen.G
they're
can't
having
pick Marco
fun.
Polo, they
And
can't
it's
pick
looking
Long
like
Ali's
R8
band, so...
They're not phased. They know that they have the,
guess you, Gen.G.
the tools
Yeah, good morning,
to
Keith.
fight against Gen.G. Maybe
Good
they
morning.
just did something wrong here on their drafts. Maybe they did something
Mayband.
wrong here in their macro decisions. But it's still not the end of the world.
Are they gonna ban another
They
80
still
carry
have
now or
3
what? Are they
games
gonna
that they
ban
could play
GEN.G
if
maybe,
ever they
or-
win at all.
Look, I'm going to give R8 Esports a tip here. One way to succeed and to defeat Gen.G is by stopping Rock. Boom.
You're going to give them tips, hello? Oh, they went Dama, okay.
Is that your best tip?
Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got. It's the only
Nice tip.
strategy I have, you know. But I mean, to be honest, if they're able to do it, they win the game. But again, easier said than done.
Do
That's
they?
true, that's true. I mean, it's really hard to do because Rock has
Cast
been
is
really
playing for the enemy
crazy.
team,
Remember
yeah,
the first
hello?
time that we had to show you
No tips right
in
here.
the-
Gen.G has to win, hello?
In the game, it was him who started it, and it was pretty scary. And right now, R8 Esports are trying to maybe shake things up because they don't really pick the Zheng Fei as the first pick most of the time, but this time around they're gonna be picking it first.
Yeah, I mean, let Michosh kind of work. Let him do his thing, right?
Zheng
I
Fei
think
versus
that they're going to be a little
Pick,
bit more
okay.
comfortable, and you don't want to show your cards at the end of the day. I think that that's key for R8 Esports as
It's
they
best
move
of
into
5.
the later part of this first phase.
Oh yeah, Doya
Best of 5.
just not good. I can see in a lane game here just because of that, but they do have the
Oh, there's the Durenji.
big D-Ren-J Sakir.
So it doesn't get banned second rotation.
Their hands here for Gen.G just so they can have advantage here in this series.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go with D-Ren-J Dune, the double D. I like
Okay.
this little
The
combination.
double
It's,
D.
You know, what's better at the end of the day? A lot of utility from the
Okay.
D-Ren-J. I think that that's huge. Plus, you have the Dune starting it off strong because, again, R8 Esports, we're going to look to just kind of ban and
Sure,
target
man.
Rock as much as possible, but you've already got the heroes locked in. So, you know, again, the rest of the draft, you can deal with everyone else.
Luna.
Ooh, I thought this was an
Ooh.
awkward
But like,
game for
R8 has to be more
R8,
aggressive
but
when
they're
they pick
gonna
these
go with
characters.
Luna.
I feel like they pick them and
They're
then, ooh,
trying.
Nuva?
They're gonna try. At least this is gonna be their
Okay.
last try, or could be the
Nice,
reason
let's
why
go.
they're gonna move forwards here. Look at them. They're laughing because they're
Those are some fun characters.
confident that they might be able to.
But
win
they gotta
this,
be
and
more
they're-
aggressive
it's
then,
not-
guys.
I mean, it's okay for them that this is happening for the team, but I do
Gotta be more
hope that
aggressive.
this will bring them up in this series.
Yeah, interesting that they would kind of go with the, like, I would assume that they would have gone the Dolia D-Rengie to kind of start things off, and then you
Yes,
pick the
Dolia.
Dune later. I don't think it was going to be a problem, especially, you know, yeah, but it is what it is. They still got the heroes that they want.
Dolia.
R8 Esports, on the other hand, they're going to go with the Nua and the Luna here. Obviously, let
Nua.
BX, let the man fly. It's going to be an interesting one, especially in that jungle lane.
So I assume R8's
What are
gonna
they
ban
gonna
out some mid
ban
laners
for
maybe,
side of
or
R8? I think a lane could be a good ban.
what
here
even? What
against
mid lane is
them
even open for
individually
Gen.G?
because
Lady
it's
Gen,
Doya.
Princess
But-
Frost.
There's a big chance. Wait, did they?
Haino, no one plays Haino right now,
Gen.G
right?
did the
They've been the lane, okay.
Shangwan-
They've been the lane
Shangwan
Dolia,
over
okay, makes sense.
Shangwan? I don't think so.
Are they
I
only
don't
going
think
for
they've
D
done that yet.
characters?
They haven't.
Yeah, they're
done
gonna
it
go
yet.
Daji
No,
and
not yet.
They have done a lot
Which,
of things for the first time in this series.
top
so
laner
far.
starts with a D.
So, could be possible here, Holler.
Yeah, I mean, look, look, they banned out the lane. You kind of call that one out. Gen.G just going in that clash lane, attacking Abdo as much as possible. The counter initiation, they want to take that off the map, right? They don't want to deal with the Guan Yu or the Sun Tzu at this point. Both great
Sun Tzu.
bans at this stage.
Bro, I would be so bad at pronouncing all these names, man, as a
What else do they
caster.
have here for the side of Gen.G? They still have the Byron.
I would have to do like a
That's the
pronunciation
only choice that
bootcamp.
they
There's
have
Lady
for side
Gen band,
Gen.G
okay.
here. So R8 would be looking for
So,
scraps on what else they are
maybe
gonna
some
be picking
Angela.
on the top side. But
Oh,
they're gonna go with that surprise again. They used this against Nongshim, and it actually worked
Ooh.
out.
Touch out. Okay, all right. I mean, it's not. It's still fine. It still has the control. It has that damage, keeping, you know, in. You basically need ways to kind of stun lock BX. When he goes in, you need to figure out how to do that.
Zhao
They have
Gao.
options in terms of the D-Ren-J, the Xiao Chao, as well as the Dune, and then plus you have the
Xiao Chao?
Celestial Melody. The
how
problem
you
is,
say
is
it?
that are you quick enough to ensure that you're
yeah, bro,
able to get that
I would
stun
not
lock
be able
before,
to
you know,
pronounce
again,
Chinese
BX
names
gets going?
though. I'm gonna be
That's true.
honest.
I was kind of expecting the Lian
Now we get
Pro to
Marco
go to
Polo
this side
from
just so
R8
it
and
will be easy
Mayane.
to just burst ram in, just to trip up that.
Honestly, that
Luna
combo
when
looks kind of
he's
scary,
dashing
not
in
gonna
and out.
lie.
But with the Mayane here last pick, I think Gen.G would just answer in kind.
Looks
Here,
scary.
go for that Byron, just so they have the same. It's basically like a.
Oh?
Wait.
I've never seen this character on
Really?
competitive. They
They're
lock it
locking
in.
Oh, they are. They are.
Whoa.
Okay, okay. I love this.
I mean, Gen.G's is having
They're gonna
fun,
just
right?
Kinda change it up at the end. The Miyu kind of go in for this. This
I've
is
not
gonna be
seen
an
this
interesting
tournament
one, especially
Mew
in that
yet
clash lane.
myself, and I watched.
What's interesting about the Miyu
Okay.
is you want to pick up the Miyu
Cool.
just for you to have that
Cool,
good lane.
cool,
I
cool.
mean, she's not going to be losing any lanes just because of how
My main?
defensive her,
It's your main?
her
Nice.
kit is, which is what you want to do when you're
But she's
fighting
like a
against the
top lane
Viking.
mage
That's
bruiser,
why they
right?
picked up the Miyu. They didn't want to play the Byron.
It looks
They
fun,
want
but I'm not
that reset on
the
that.
biggest top lane
So,
fan to play.
Yeah, I think this is okay for Gen.G.
Yeah. because it kind of, you know, you talked about it already with the Dolia, right? The Celestial Melody, that's a nice little combination. Kind of just setting themselves up. Again, slow the game down. I think that, you know, R8 Esports are going to want to try to dictate a little bit
and
of
I hate
pace,
her.
try to put the pressure on. BX is going to be working towards that back line, and then Nuo will be kind of shooting people from afar. And you don't want to let this team kind of get out of hand, especially early. So again, it's just about slowing.
I'm a mid
It's about
laner.
the tempo
Hello,
of
I'm a
this
mid
game.
laner.
Yeah, they need to slow it down. They need to get to the late game because it's really hard to kill a Miyu. And in the late game, she's very much harder to kill because she's going to be having that extra sustain from her side. So that's what I'm expecting here for them. So this time around, I'm kind of surprised again that Gen.G does something for the first time.
Yeah.
Here in the series again.
What a great time to be doing it, right? I mean, this is like you have, you know, a potential match point on this one. You're up 2-0, and you're still in, you know, good spirits. You have, if potentially if they lose this one, you have those options like the Byron. You have, you know, other ways to kind of continue your draft, and you're changing things up when it doesn't look like R8 Esports haven't
main?
seen this, so they.
I don't have
definitely
I
weren't
never
prepared
really
for
have
it.
a main. I just like too many characters.
But with the composition so far, I do think that R8 has a better or a well-rounded.
Well, Angela I played the most, I think. I played a lot of Hino. Lady Gen I played a lot. I discovered She for myself. I like Jising, but I guess Angela Hino were my most played.
It's safe, it's defensive, it's acting reactively to what R8 is gonna pull.
I mean,
But
I don't
I
know.
hope we could see BX shine in this game.
Can't say I had a
Yeah,
main.
he wasn't able. I mean, he was.
Angela was my
farming like
first
crazy
main, I
in the
guess.
last game, but he just wasn't able to
Let's
kind
start playing the
of
game.
have that true presence and able to get those kills. Because again, Gen.G, their play style and the way they kind of deal with those heroes, and they've
Already
basically
invading.
countered BX quite well in this series.
That's true. I mean, I love it. I love that they're doing this. They're trying to take down
Aggressive, take away the
buffs that
red,
they have,
nice.
so that they won't be able to fight. They won't be able to fight back because BX.
They're gonna counter
doesn't
invade,
have
or
the
they're gonna just
firepower
cross
at
map.
the early
Looks like
game
they're
to fight
crossing,
back
yeah.
against that.
Yeah, and look,
Luna's
let's talk
gonna
a little
be a
bit
bit
about
stuffed.
this Ray Rock. They've just kind of role swapped in that sense. Rock is going to be the Dune. We haven't seen Dunes
So they're
really
gonna give G a decent
succeed
good lead
quite well
just in the first
KME. They haven't
minute.
done amazing
Oh,
things, but
Ray.
Rock is on it. I
Ray.
expect good and amazing things on it.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, he played the Ogren a while ago. I think this is also the first time we're seeing him on the
Okay.
Dune. So another first for Gen.G.
We're fine.
They're doing a lot of firsts, and I like
They've
that.
already
At
found
least
a
they
good lead.
always love experimenting.
Just from
And
one
that's
invade.
the thing, catching teams off guard, right? Like, how do you prepare for a team when they have so many tricks, so to speak? They have so many different options that can just throw it on you, especially as a first time going into this lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and they're not. Wait, he was able to steal it. Luigi was able to get that spy tail. Really feels bad here for R8, but they're not gonna care. Right now, they're still in a very good spot for the side of, or both sides of the team here. But Gen.G, look at the top side though. Abdo.
Just look at it, just dive in.
Oh
And,
my
I mean, he's gonna
God.
just be invulnerable at this point, but now he's gonna run into
Ah,
BX.
wow,
It's
wow,
like,
wow,
okay,
wow.
free food,
Nice,
no
dead.
real way of getting away. BX is gonna give
Ooh,
up.
first blood for
BX will
R8.
take first blood here, and through it all, it looks like the flash over the wall. Roichi, actually, sorry, with that roaming gun.
Was able to get away there, and I love it that we've seen this BX able to get that first kill. Getting that level advantage against Rock is going to be pretty much needed here in this game, so that's a good start for R8.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, a great start. Feed BX the monster. He's the carry for your team, essentially. I mean, Roichi's there. He's going to find his own damage, but BX has to have that impact, especially from the jungle. But now Wawa looking to go for Abdo. Inua's going to be there
Can we
as
get
well.
this?
The flash away. Abdo just
Nope.
trying to run. He does get to safety, just too much speed.
Good thing he has to get serious though. If
Nice
he
try, nice
didn't
try.
have that, he didn't have that extra tumble right there. But again, it almost worked out, but Wawa again the target.
Oh, looks like Wawa being the target. The emergence is going to be used, and Xenon is going to make an appearance, but Wawa
Can I
will go
punch
the
this?
other
No.
way.
Oh yeah, just runs away, just letting BX just do his thing here. He's gonna get challenged. BX.
Oh, they're doing
Oh,
some work
the-
on
oh
the
my
Inua.
God.
The creation blocks just doing so much damage to Inua.
Nice
Now
job
they're
with
going to
Inua.
contest here. BX wants to get
What's this
take
invade?
one.
Can we punish
The Windslash
this?
is gonna be
They're so
connecting
deep.
onto two, though. They have the
Yep,
bounce
Luna's
up. They do
down.
get the pick up,
No.
and they find BX, and now Abdo on the run.
Get Abdo.
Xenon just trying to cover the retreat, and through it all, I think that's going to be the only kill.
Oh, what a great wind slash there. Was able to get the hit of BX, and that is good. Honestly, what you want to do is find a way to get BX down and not let him get those resets, because once he gets that reset, he's going to be able to run away.
And look at a little bit more pressure in that bottom lane. 3 members of Gen.G here, just trying to make Roichi's life a little bit more difficult. We saw in that last game, Marco Polo, hey, if you're able to have a great laning phase, able to get that farm, and not have to play defensively like Roichi's doing, you're generally going to have a great game.
Oh yeah, most of the time.
Yeah, but this Marco Polo doesn't have a Jaria, right? So
R8, this is gonna be quite a struggle here for their side because Shoichi won't be able to get in pretty easily. Because
he doesn't really have any healing support
Almost
or something.
Everybody has a way to cancel Marco Polo in that Fever Barrage, except for Wawa.
And actually, that's kind of like sad.
You're diving in,
they're
Clue?
gonna fight it. BX is going to go in. Clue is taking a lot of
stunned
damage,
up.
but he's been stunned. BX now needs to run.
Are you
needs
dead?
to
No,
stay
CC
alive,
immunity.
and it looks like Abdo
Get
on
him!
the run as well. He
God.
cartwheels to safety.
It's so funny how my Yin just runs away with the goofy animations.
Once able to run away, that's good.
Oh, it looks so weird, man.
Really
That
looking to
character.
just pummel down BX whenever they can, and now they're just gonna be going for that top side. Just make sure that Mijoj and Yoichi are gonna have a problem here.
But they're going to just run away. They see the numbers. They cannot deal with 3 members of Gen.G at this moment, especially with Rock there. That control. Oh, they find Xenon. He tried to flash away. Oh, the creation was on point, saving his life.
Oh man, that is not good. Xenon was able to survive that, and this is good. At least he was able to flash away and win. Oh, the stun!
The Imperial Order. They find BX. Oh, he gets away, and Ray just fishing for it. Looking a little bit of find here. Inua just doing a little bit of harassment onto Abdo as well, but through it all, they're backing off R8 Esports right now. Wow, taking some shots, but surviving.
He knows that. He knows that he's looking for that. He knows that he used the new moon. That's why he was kind of thinking, should I flash in to get the kill? But no, he wanted to play safe.
Yeah, he wasn't going to go super risky at this point.
Yeah.
Rock just tanky, too tanky at this point. Inua's in the mid lane as well. Abdo will make an appearance, but through it all, BX just pushing that top lane. Gen.G need to make
push
a
on bot lane
rotation.
here. Should be
They
free
wanna take
turret.
the bottom T2 for
3
free.
tier 2.
They're cutting the rotation, so they.
Are they cutting off the position completely off? Nice.
They're just gonna be taking this easily, and that's one down.
It's getting completely on Makroot now.
Still being taken also by Luigi.
Just now 1.5k gold lead without even any
if they take this
hits
Crimson, that's
happening.
gonna be a slight advantage for Gen.G, and it looks like they want to give it to Ray. Let the man work. He's going to do some serious damage. BX needs to be careful in this.
Now
mid
8
lane.
has the global advantage, but they just can't really
Stuns recently.
get away with it. Luna diving in, Luna diving in, diving out,
Oh,
gets
he's
stun locked.
looking for that pull. He's going to dodge away, at least
It's
for
safe.
now. That was super risky. He was just kind of potentially go for that Inua pickoff, not able to get it.
That was kind of scary though. I thought he's gonna die there just because he got hit by 2 stuns again. He's trying his best to dodge away, but if nobody's gonna front for him, it's gonna be a problem because he needs somebody to distract the enemy team while he's doing his job.
It was cool, but like when I played her, I don't understand how to do damage.
It's either Abdo or BX. Somebody needs to make that play to kind of start things off. Then you have like the group, the counter initiation with Mijoj. Like that's best case scenario in terms of what you're looking for in terms of a team fight.
Oh,
I swear I did 0 damage with her.
need to be careful in how they deal with him though, because Blue is just tanking up a lot of damage here.
Yeah, tanking a lot, but just providing vision. I mean, I don't think that Clue is in any sort of real danger at this point. He will be fine, just sitting in his kiddie pool, so to speak, and just healing and sustaining through this one. Xenon will push him back with that creation, but through it all, again, very neck and neck. It's down 1k in terms of net worth lead, but it doesn't really feel that way.
Yeah,
You find
they're
out?
still at the 7-minute mark. They go in.
Yeah, wind
never
slash.
mind.
Abdo just
Marco
kind of
Polo's not
bouncing
pretty
off.
far.
They know the mobility's there, right? R8 Esports understanding the limits of these heroes. Again, elimination hero. This is this game where you we're picking the best heroes for you.
Wawa,
They find
Wawa,
Wawa, they have the
Wawa.
bullet.
Oh my,
Wawa.
the 1 HP on target
he's
to
gonna
the...
get back. He has it.
Okay, he's alive.
Ability. He's got the Umbral Moon. He will be fine, but that was very close for my liking.
Very close. I thought he's gonna be dying there, but Rock is just doing God's work here. Just doing honest work right there. Just stealing up all the jungle camps here from the side of R8, not letting BX get those.
Oh, the wind slash. Oh, he
Just
finds
dead,
it
what?
on. He just caught him out.
Rock?
He goes in yet again. The wind slash. He's fighting under this tower. Where's the rest of Gen.G to help him? It looks like he's gonna fall as well as Inua because BX had been doing some serious damage.
Bro, what is
on the
Luna?
back. Looking to go in for Ray. Gets another pick off.
Jesus.
And this is the BX show and why you don't give
Bro,
him
watching a
Luna.
good
Oh,
Luna
man,
is
that's why we were
disgusting.
scared
How
of
does
what
he even
can
figure
do
out those
with
dashes
this,
there?
and BX is showing us
What?
3-for-1 in that fight, and they were looking for more. He was looking for more after he got the Imperial Order on his face.
Like you could
I mean, look
tell
at this
that
fight. I
Rock
want to
was
watch
like,
that. I want to watch that again. It's like, what does he do here?
He's gonna again the wind slash. He's fighting under
Look
this
at Luna.
tower.
Where's
Where's
Luna?
the rest of
He dives
Gen.G to
in.
help
Wait.
him out? He goes in yet again. The wind slash. He's fighting under this tower. Where's
Procs this, boosted auto
Where's the
attack,
rest of
dashes again.
Gen.G to
This,
help him?
dashes
It looks
out.
like he
boost auto attack onto this, dashes in on this, then dashes onto...
as well as
No, dashes
Inuo,
out.
because
Builds up a boost auto attack
BX
again. Dashes onto the dragon. He is still marked, so he dashes
been
onto Ray.
some serious damage on
Then
the
there's this
backline.
and the...
Looking to
Oh
go
my,
for
I
red,
don't know, man.
another pick. The hand does get picked
Sir,
up.
man.
Oh no, he gets killed in the mid lane. That's not good. Now they're gonna be chasing them down. I think Ruichi is gonna be the target.
Yeah, I was looking for this Roichi just staying in that brush. Doesn't want to spot himself out. And it looks like Rock will not continue that pursuit. And they want a bigger fish, so to speak. And that's going to be the Crimson Golem. They want to be aggressive. And they're just going to look to just take this one.
Is that the bigger fish? Yeah, they're just looking for the jungle camps as much as they can and give it to Ray, so that if ever he gets doped by BX, he might be able to have that fighting chance.
Yeah, look at Rock right now. 2 levels behind BX. He has not been able to kind of keep on pace, and it seems more of like the hero more than
Luna's
anything
pretty
else.
strong right now.
It hasn't been easy.
15?
And, free farming.
Wait, Luna's at
as time
15.
for him.
Oh yeah.
Danger guys, danger. Wait, is 15? Am I seeing correctly?
Look at this position. He's at the back. He can find a way
danger
to
guys,
break his
danger,
backline
danger.
pretty easily.
Yeah, and R8 being super smart.
How's he
with this,
15?
Right? Abdo, let him start things off. They're going to congregate at some point. BX
The engage
is
is
still
happening.
waiting in that wings for it, looking for the
Luna's
retreat at
flanking
this
now,
point.
Luna's flanking.
Fluid about Half-Life needs to be
Dash
careful as
in.
well as Mitjoge, who's
Bop,
taking a
bop,
lot
dash
of
out.
damage. Yes, he's got the
Boost auto
volley
tech.
for, but now
I
BX
think he
looking to
missed.
go on the
Oh,
back line,
missed.
but it might
Luna
be
missed.
too much. He actually gets the kill, but he trades his life away. It's a 2 for 2. He's been shut down.
Gets a 2 for 2. That's a good way to start it. They know, they were aware. Gen.G was aware.
I mean,
that
I think
BX
we're
was
happy
gonna
with the
come
2
from
for
the
2
back
there
line.
against level 50
Inuo
Luna.
prepared. He's on his sweet breeze, so if ever he tries to go in, he gets knocked up, and it happened. What a good way to start it.
Yeah, great start. And to be honest, I think that R8 are okay with this. Yes, obviously BX dying, not great, but Roichi.
Oh, nice catch.
Oh, but they find the pickoff. Xenon gets picked off yet again. The
Nice
Tyrant is going to
catch.
be going the way of Gen.G, so they've shifted this game a bit.
What a crazy Flash Imperial order there by Ray. What a great timing, and this is going to be scary, though, because right now, Xenon has been dying a lot in most of the fights that we have seen, because he's the easiest target, to be honest. He's just an easy target. It's easy to kill Anua, and Xenon, he's just not having the best day here.
Yeah, Xenon understanding that he was kind of like not set up for success in this one. He needs to play further back. Again, think of this as just like using the creation more as like a counter initiation and control. You got to think about your utility at the end of the day. You need to stay alive though, because right now you're really faltering.
Yeah, is really having such a hard time in this game, and they want to take down that mid lane tower, and you can see it.
Yeah, they want to, but look at where BX is going to be. He's kind of off the map. He will now show on the
Again?
top
Xenon
lane.
almost
It
getting
looks
caught
like
again.
Xenon taking a lot of damage. He will be saved by that leaping savior.
Are we going
but
for
the
Overlord now? Just rush it down?
already down.
Yeah,
No.
double Unruly Blade is just so hard to deal with.
Luna in the
especially if
flank
you're
again.
Xenon and you don't have any dashes. You won't be able
Luna's
to
starting
get
it, no
away.
dashing onto it.
Yeah, no real chance.
Oh.
It's like a sad life, right? You're so static, you're so immobile, but now this is going to be a big
this
one.
is
They
bad,
push
this is
back.
bad.
They're going
Blue
to go in
spot.
for this one. BX with that pull gets him on that one, but
Okay,
the
they
Ruin
get
is
to
going
the
to do
turret
some
in time.
damage, but no kills thus far.
Rock?
And it looks like Rock was just trying to go in. I don't know what he's doing. The wind slash, not enough. He's going to go down.
One for
And
one
Roichi
only.
finds the
Luna's
pick.
dashing in,
Abdo
Luna's
having
dashing in,
traded
Luna's
this
going
one.
hard.
BX is going. He's looking to clean up the
Oh, but he does go down.
He takes out 2 on his
Bro.
way out to the afterlife, but through it all, it looks like there's 3 members down. It's going to look to trade. Wawa's still up in front. Clue's going to be there as well. They've got a double kill from Wawa, and that kind of turned the fight.
2 for 3.
This Luna
and
is
now
locked
the
in,
bot
though.
lane is gonna get taken down. Yoichi is still
wait, is the game
alive here,
over?
so they might be able
Is this
to finally
game?
go for the finish here.
They're looking for the ending,
Wawa.
the finishing blow for
Beat
this
you.
one. And through
Okay.
it all, Wawa will now join. Mitjoge is looking to get killed. He now does have the untargetable on that one. That's the Umbral Moon, keeping him up with the Fever Barrage. Not enough.
Intense
and
game
he's
now.
going to be killed. And now Gen.G have
I
actually
can't deal with
swung
this
game
Luna
back.
at all.
They have to give respect to Wawa's name. He's very strong.
They have
at
no
this
point in
point
click
in the
CC,
game.
I
Unless
guess,
they're gonna
right?
get
It's
that
kind of a bit of a
replay again.
problem.
Look at that start, BX. But the Honey Sweet Breeze, you know what? Inua's been scary most of this fight. BX always backs off because he knows that Inua could get him on that Honey Sweet Breeze. But after that, the second win of this
Look
battle,
at him
look
go
at
like
that.
here, and he always even
used
makes it out.
Wawa
He
as
just
an
barely dies to the
elevator
turret
to
shot.
Get to the back line.
Yeah, but that tower
Next
shot
fight.
chased him down to the ends of the earth, right? It was like
Okay,
he was
Overlord
not able to kind
attempts,
of
and we get
took
it.
2 shots or whatever. And again, Luna very squishy. If he's taken any sort of damage and focused damage, he will die. But
If Luna
through it all,
dies right
they
here, could be
did the
game. Wait,
overload
what's
on this
Luna
one.
doing?
BX though might be in a
Oh, but
bad
he gets
spot.
out.
He dashes away a couple times.
Okay,
the
okay,
creation
okay.
block just slowing them down more than anything else. But Rock now
My
looking
ears
to go
engaging.
Abdo on the backline finds Clue. He wants
Clue
something
is
on this one,
alive,
but
1
not able to
HP.
get the pick. And now Abdo's in a bad spot.
Nice.
He's trying to run away. He's going to be killed. Inuo finds him out.
Oh,
Wawa?
Oh, they get the return. It's a 1-for-1 Clash Laner for Clash Laner, and that's going to be huge.
This game is going crazy right now.
The annihilation was scary. Luigi's looking for it.
Oh, Rock on the run. The Gale's Benediction. He's trying
this
to
could
outdeal
be
this, but too
2-1
much
right now.
damage from Roichi.
Okay.
Just
No,
way too much. Gets the
Clue.
pick. Clue now just trying to dodge this. He's going to go down as well, and double kill going the way of Roichi. Now they're looking to
think
push,
R8
but
is
with
going
these
for the finish
Vanguards,
here in mid
it
lane.
will pretty much stall.
3-for-1 in mid lane. I think they need to defend this. Ray needs to find a way to take all of his minions down.
Yes, somehow
Okay, they got the
need to
minions.
just hold to slow this game
Luna
down.
is
Killing
dead!
the minions.
No, Nuba.
Oh,
Wait,
but
Nuba is
Zenna,
dead.
What are you doing, my friend?
What
I think
was
he
that, by the way?
actually
Wait.
flashed forward. That seemed a bit of a misplay. Minions. Oh, yes, somehow they need to just hold to slow.
What is he doing?
All of his minions down.
Oh, what is he?
Somehow they need to just hold to slow this game display. And something, to be honest, I feel like I've done that in my own
What is that? I was like, Luna is going in because it looked like, I mean, why would Anua be there?
That's not a mistake that he should be doing right now. They are starting the Tyrant, but here comes the fray. Gen.G's going to be coming.
Alright, does get the
they're looking
Tyrant
to be coming,
still.
but I think it's too little too late at this point. BX picking up that Tyrant. But again, you're kind of seeing the nerves being tested at this point, right?
Oh my.
Sports, this is kind of uncharted territory. This is for top 2 to potentially get into this one, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure on this one. It's an elimination game. Xenon needs to calm down more than anything else.
Yeah, Gen.G still has it, or rather, R8 still has a chance to finish this. I mean, they're the ones who have the advantage with the amount of kills they have, but oh, dropkick.
He's getting a little serious, but Rock tanking this off. He's going to shrug that one off. No issues. The Ruin is going to connect on the 3, but again, Xenon's died so many times that he doesn't really have the damage, and they're kind of just shrug that one off.
Oh yeah, they still have a lot of time here. They're waiting for both of the objectives. Right now, I think Gen.G just needs to clear out this wave onto the mid lane because, or at least get some housekeeping onto the bot side because they need to clear that. Inuwa.
Oh, they find Inuwa. They get the pick off, and then Joe
I
is
feel
just
like
going to get
Gen.G's
this one.
winning
He's
this
in
game. I
front.
mean,
the umbrella outburst, the emergence on forward, Xenon being a little bit of aggressive, but the bottom lane, the crystal,
The characters
is
seem kinda
under
mid, not
siege
gonna
at
lie.
this point. Mijalic goes for the stampede. It's going to be the Umbral Moon. He's trying to just shrug that one off, but they find Clue. He gets picked off. The wind slash
Luna's
onto
smurfing
the
this
Fever
game.
Barrage. They've got
Yeah.
the pick off onto this one.
Wow,
and
that's a
Wawa's
2-1.
the last man standing.
I thought it would
Can
be
he hold?
3-0
That's
after
gonna
that
be
second
life
game,
number
but,
one. Roichi will
oh,
be
wait.
back up. Wawa trying to stay alive. Roichi just barely
It's
gets
not
picked
over.
off. His 2
Is it?
members down, and Wawa somehow holding. And
It's
they
not
don't have
over.
minions to
Oh my
continue.
god, it's not over.
Wawa is keeping this game alive. They're not yet over, and he might be
Wait.
able to defend this.
Oh, he's gonna find BX
untargeted
at this
bit.
point. The Umbral Moon on
going
this
for
one, but
Luna.
he's trying to
Wawa.
find this 1 versus 3. That is
that's
a
restriction.
losing cause. Yes, they got the life of BX on this one, but now this T3 under siege.
sure about this
Inuwa
one.
is up. Somehow he needs to hold. He needs to deal with these minions at this point, and it looks like 5 more seconds for Clue.
I swear this
BX
mid lane
doing
character is so
some
useless
straight
though,
up
no?
work, and now R8 Esports are clumping it down, and they're gonna strike back. They're gonna take game number 3.
What a game!
R8
What a
taking
game!
Game number 3 with BX. The star of the show here was able to carry
That was
the
a
team
crazy
on
game.
his back. Everybody did their part.
Yeah, what's the 2-1
and
now?
R8
Uh-oh.
would go to that game 4. Gen.G just lost sight of the victory there.
Yeah, just kind of, I mean, got a little out of hand. To be honest, Wawa fighting 1 versus 3, those are never good numbers, right? It's simple math in that sense. If you're outnumbered, you should really not
That
be
was
fighting.
definitely
If anything, you
something.
should be under the tower, just trying to protect things. Slow it down. Deal with the minion wave more than anything else. I think that he's going to be kind of shooting himself in the foot a little bit, like a little bit upset by his play on that one. I think that it's something that he's going to have to learn from.
Yeah, and one thing that's very smart that they did also on the last part of that fight was just denying Inuwa, killing Inuwa before
Looking
the
would take a
wave even
Pikachu,
comes
I know,
in,
right?
Which is a very smart touch there by the side of the R8 Esports, which is why they were able to finish it in the end. I mean, it was risky, but they had to do it in order for them to get that win. And now they're back in this game. At least now they have a second win. They still have a chance here because a while ago, 2 games in a row, getting lost right there. It's not good, but right now we're back in the series.
Back in the series again, just 1 game at a time. Yes, it's an elimination game, and we've kind of seen some of the players make some uncharacteristic mistakes, but going into this one, it was just enough, right, to get over that hump. And this has got to be a huge confidence boost for R8 Esports.
Yeah, the nerves are there. You can definitely see it from the players because
Hmm.
of the decision making that they have been doing on this game. But
I mean,
it was
there's less
okay.
characters
Honestly,
available,
it's
so-
not really that bad for them because this time around they could really still come back from this. It's still not over for R8 and Gen.G. They have to think about the next game because right now R8 is starting to get back in their form.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hear a fat lady singing at this point, right? I think that this is something that R8 Esports are definitely going to be able to bounce back from. What a great game by BX and Roichi. 7-3 and 7 by BX, literally doing so much damage on that back line. And why is Luna is scary, but
We can pick
also the
Luna, yeah,
Marco
I mean,
Polo. We were kind of questioning it
they
in the
can play it
beginning.
the same way,
I mean,
then,
he
yeah.
did have a little bit of a rough start, but he bounced back strong. 6-2 and 6 to finish that one off.
Oh, yeah, and Baba was pretty scary this game. He was dealing a lot of damage, and it was scary how he could just 1v1 pretty much everyone at that point in the game. But with what happened there, Ruichi and BX were just the two that making it sure that this game is not going to be over anytime soon. And that's a very smart thing to do because they had to do it. They had to carry the team at their backs. Xenon making mistakes was okay, but on the other hand, BX, I mean, man, that's why you banned the Luna against him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just letting him go off on that one. But look at
That
this.
Luna was
this
crazy,
gold
I gotta
grab,
say. I mean,
like
but
up and down, an emotional roller
I guess
coaster
Gen.G's
we
comp
were
was pretty
all
bad
put
into
on,
Luna. They
and
really didn't
through
have
it
much
all,
going on.
R80 Sports just able to go over that hump to close out at least one game against Gen.G Esports. Really a bounce back game. What a great game by R8.
Oh yeah, that is really true. I mean, R8 getting back right there. Right now, it all comes down to how they tackle the next games here for game number 4, for game number 5, but it is still a nice series that we're seeing here, Holler.
Yeah, for sure. A great bounce back game. It's like a must win, right? And again, you got to look at these as best of ones as R8. You're not out of the frying pan, so to speak. You have plenty more to go ahead of you. And so, again, we're going to see exactly how they can continue with this momentum.
Oh yeah, R8 very good with their draft so far, and right now Gen.G has been playing around from.
I feel like Gen.G is, yeah, I feel like Gen.G is not fully locked in when it comes to this. They're just, you know, playing sometimes random characters to have maybe better ones later on.
Here. MVP is still gonna go to BX, 7-3 and 7 and 32% with that damage.
Of course, MVP.
Yeah, he was just an absolute monster. Just like he's patient, letting the teams and the team fights kind of develop before he goes in. And we're gonna check out this highlight. Xenon dying. I mean, a bit of a low light for him in this series or in this game. He didn't really actually have the greatest impact, and he kind of got like prioritized quite a bit in this game.
Yeah, and look at that though. I mean, the scary part about all of this happening is how Gen.G has been keeping track of BX. But the problem if you keep track just on BX, Luigi is just gonna go and fire on you guys, which is kind of scary here. But look at how they try to cancel him out every time he tries to go in. But at least in the late game, he was able to survive most of the times that he's doing.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the thing where even BX, looking at this guy, he's trying to go in, and whenever he does, then you kind of see Roichi as that secondary initiator, just causing havoc. Abdo doing a great job here. Yes, he sacrifices his life, but it sets it up for BX to kind of make those plays on the back lines.
Wow. It was crazy. That what happened there in this highlight, it was crazy because when you look at it, it's not unreal whenever you see BX just go in and go out.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough in this case. And again, I think that I'm not so underwhelmed by Doom, just overall. If Rock can't even take it to the next level, then who can? Why is this hero being picked? Obviously, global ban is a big factor in this one, but the impact of the Dune is just really not been there for me.
Yeah, it's been really hard though. I mean, most of the Dunes that we see usually lose, right? Even yesterday, we haven't really seen a Dune shine. And that's why I'm really surprised that people still keep picking it just because of the amount of sustain that you could have. I think the Unruly Blade is good with Evolia. And I think the Menki is just a better pick overall if you think about it.
Yeah, bring up the
Menki.
Menki.
A lot more compared to that. But again, everybody...
Chris, would you cast all of Kings if they offered? I mean, yeah, but I don't think I have enough knowledge. I would have to study a lot. But I mean, yeah. Yep, we're back.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Now sweat and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, putting one. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts tonight.
Game number 4, we're gonna go in here, and it was a nice game number 3 here. R8 getting that second win and was able to come back against Gen.G. This time around, game 4 will be different, but let's see. I mean, we're still gonna be a Shoutcasters for today. My name is Stash, and I'm here with Holler. And Holler, what do you think about game 3?
A great game. I mean, this is a must-win game here. I mean, RH is being able to do it off of the back of BX on that Luna, and you're seeing just what was picked throughout Global Ban and Pick. We will not be seeing another BX Luna again, but man, that guy was on fire, understanding the opportunities to dash in, just being very patient. He's like a hunter, understanding when the foe is at its weakest.
Yeah, I love that what Gen.G is doing here. They're thinking about the future. What I like about that is that's what they're doing ever since. If you just look at game number 1 to number 3, except for game number 1 because they wanted to win them number 1, but 2 and 3 are not the best strat that Gen.G could pull off. Because you know that there's a lot more that they can pull up here. A lot of crazy things that Gen.G could pull up. And they're trying to burn out a lot of R8's pick, starting with the Luna and the Jig. And they already got that, so I hope R8 still has something in their magic hat.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, expect, like, look, it's a best of 5, not even a best of 7. I think that these teams are going to be prepared. They're going to be ready to go in terms of having that hero pool available. The only thing is having heroes that synergize well with one another. You have that draft, or you have a good strategy going into the game. That is going to be key. We know that Gen.G have proven they have some serious, pocket picks, pocket duo type of, strategies in mind, and they can spring them up at any moment. R8s haven't really been shown that as much. It seems to be more standardized on their side.
Yeah, but what I like about R8 is that if you look at them during game number 3, before they even go into the picks and bans, they were ready. They were happy. They were not really afraid of what's going to happen for the next game, and having that confidence is what you need as a professional player. You need to have that mental stability, if you think about it. Yeah, mental stability, is that the right term?
All right.
Yeah. And emotional stability to get there so that you don't get frustrated as the games go on.
Perfect.
And you
Time
know who
for the
doesn't
next
have
draft.
emotional stability?
All right,
All my
Gen.G, let's lock in.
teammates. It's
Pick
gonna be the
broken
worst.
characters only.
Those guys are toxic. Anyways, we're going into this one again. Must-win situation for R8 Esports again. Figuring out ways to just kind of deal with this one. And look, they're going deep, but at the same time, Gen.G doing a great job of banning out the Ogren to start things off. They haven't played that one just as of yet, but again, targeting BX.
Yeah, and BX has been playing a mean Ogren. Most of the time when he pulls it out, it's during game number 3, game number 4, and it's pretty scary whenever he does. And banning him again this time around is something that Gen.G just recognizes again, because they know they lost a while ago because of BX, and that's why they're trying to ban him out again.
Yeah, I mean, you just target him. It's one of those things where even on the R8 side, you need to target Rock quite a bit. But look it, I like the fact that Gen.G are gonna go with the Liu Bang. This has been the R8 special, but being able to just take that away, that strategy is
we have a minor.
Yeah, I mean, going for that Liu Bang first pick just really says a lot about what they want to do. But R8 are stopping them at their feet right now on the draft, picking up the Hanshin for themselves.
Wow, fireworks, right? Both of these heroes, I mean, you were going to be like, Gen.G was looking to do this because, again, it's been the combination of Liu Bang and Hanshin, and R8 have kind of specialized that, but they're going to be like, actually, we're going to take the Hanshin ourselves. We have ways to deal with it, but Gen.G going a different route and going with the Lam. Interesting.
Lam and even the Fang. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a Fang, but It's really interesting that they decided with this. I think the reason why they pick up the Fang is because they do
What?
think that R8 is gonna be. Wait, what?
Let me show you the power of ideas.
Okay. They're taking the playbook out of Gen.G themselves and
Huh?
going
Oh,
this.
man.
This is actually really great because they have so much mobility just to lock those guys down, especially Fang and the Lam.
I can't
If
follow.
they're
I don't
trying
know
to
what's
get away,
happening,
you
guys.
have
I don't
that
have enough
plus.
knowledge
Then
to
you
know
have
what's
Hanshin in
happening. I
mind,
can't tell
who
you.
have so much damage. I like the way
I can't
R8
tell
is
you what's
drafting right now.
happening.
Yeah, R8 is really thinking ahead here. Are they gonna be banning the Dacha out here for their side, or they're just gonna be letting this happen? That's gonna be the question though, because if they specialize on
What is
this
Gen.G doing
rank,
with this?
at least in KME, they also know how to counter it. So Gen.G should know how to deal with this.
Are we not
Yeah,
banning?
I would think so.
Wait,
I
did
mean,
they
they're
pick
gonna be
Dulia already? Or are we
prepared
not
on this,
banning? No,
but
not
I-
Dulia.
look,
What's
even the Foots can kind of be flexed. I mean, it's generally a clash laner, but we've seen Gen.G actually throw it in the farm. So it really comes back to how you want to play this one out. You have that flexibility, which is
Young
going to be
Frost?
great in the second phase of the draft here.
Oh man, that's very interesting. Even banning the Hano that we only have seen yesterday, because they know that Gen.G is
Long
looking for
bans.
a lot of wave clear here for their composition. They want to deny
Okay.
it as much as they could, and they don't really have a lot of options anymore. Maybe the sheet could actually come out from the side of Gen.G, but they already used it a while ago.
Guess
so
I can make
what
one
else do
soon.
they have?
I need to actually kind of look into this. The past
Is it-
drafts, they've already used the Shi,
Yeah,
Xiao Qiao, and the Ganamo. So they could go Yixing. They could go, I
Light
think.
is the breeze,
Actually, I don't.
swift as an arrow.
I think Gen.G still has the Godinmo in their pockets. Innowell can still pick that up.
Kongming?
But he's gonna go with this is
world is like a
insane.
game
Gen.G's
of
look looks like a solo queue team, right?
This side of Gen.G. You know what? I like this.
Think-
If the
okay.
idea is just to dive in and find a way to get to the back line, that's okay.
There's
That could
a
work out.
beast
But
within
picking
me.
up the concert U on the side of R8, this just means that Abdo would just want to take the lane against
Looks
the
like
Luba
a
and
ranked draft.
that's why he
Looks
picked
like
up
complete
the
solo
Beast,
queue.
because he's not gonna have a hard time
Okay.
against the Lubang.
Yeah, but you've got a lot of lockdown. I mean, you've got that tankiness that Foots is going to be a problem to kind of deal with. I mean, assuming that he gets the perfect one, even onto Fang,
Last pick
Lam,
now
or even
is
John
going to
Fei to a
be
certain degree.
Dong
But this
Huan.
Kong Min also, wow, Dong Huan. Oh my God, this draft is amazing.
This draft is the craziest draft that we've seen so
It
far.
is a
I think
crazy draft.
both
I mean,
of them are
what?
trying to take a page out of, each other's book.
This is a crazy
And
draft.
It's looking really great because right now the Dongwon works pretty well if you want to lock down the Kongming, you want to lock down the Lam and the Fang, and if you get a lockdown on them, that's one down. That's good. Dongwon is okay to die. He's okay to just give his life for the cause.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to kind of lock it down, but my gosh, Gen.G's lineup right now, talking fireworks. There's a lot of damage that can potentially just burst. R8 in kind, it's going to really come back to how, BX is able to farm on the Hanshin. We've seen time and time again, he's able to be up to the task. He's definitely very good on this one, but I think that all eyes are going to really be on Xenon. Is he able to make that impact in the early game?
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy here for both of our teams. As you said, Xenon will be the one making sure that the face of the game is gonna be fast. They need to be really fast here on the side of R8 because they need to find a way to get to that backline. Fang could be the prime target. Kongming could be a prime target here for their side. So they do have those options, and at least they have that investment on the Dongwon for the last one because they could always have that -1 on their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an amazing game just going into this. I love the draft, really digging deep at this point. I mean, getting to this point where it's, again, R8 Esports fighting for the tournament lives, and you're picking Don Juan, the Boots. I mean, you're just going all in on this one, and it was so much fun.
It's gonna be a fiesta, right?
It's really fun. I mean, using the boots and
I'm
not
excited.
having the Dacha on your team, just going onto the clash lane.
This
it
should be a very
works.
fun game.
Most of the time doesn't, but it works just because you're fighting
Oh,
against
man.
a Lubang, who doesn't really
Let's
look
go.
for kills. So that's why you're free to farm in your lane.
Yeah. And I mean, look, going into this one, look, I'm not a huge fan of Kanzo Yui. I think that she's not the best top tier farm
I am
laner, but you're kind of
excited.
limited in terms of what they have. And I like the fact that, again, the Kong Min will just potentially deal with it. It's like, yeah, you're immune to physical damage, but I've got magic damage galore, winning strategy to the face.
Yeah, but they are on the problem here with Gen.G is that they're on a time bomb. That is the problem with this type of composition because early to mid game you're going to be seeing the Fang, the Kongming, the Lam shine, but if they don't get a snowball, they're not going to be getting that damage in the late game.
Yep. And it looks like, again, another bit of a lane swap. A Rock on the Lam. Ray will be going with the Fang into the farm lane, changing things up. Just a little bit more of the mechanical heroes are going to be going the way of Rock. And we've seen time and time again, the man is able to get his farm.
Yeah, he's always going to find ways here, and
Okay.
that's what I want to see.
Lock in GEN.G, lock in, make it a 3-1 now. Let's not make us sweat over
as
here.
much kills as they can, but look at McJoge and what he's doing.
Yeah, he's just going
But a
into those
Kongming?
stairs, just
Mid lane,
like,
really?
he doesn't care. He was like, actually, I'm just going to hang out with the enemy team, just join their huddle, so to speak, and just be this nuisance. But again, Zenon needs that farm. He's going to be level 2 now.
Quiet.
Yeah, this is what they're going to be doing. Most of the game, we're just going to be waiting for both of our teams to find those kills. But I think Ray might look for a problem here.
Oh?
Yeah, they're going to jump onto Roichi. They have the knockback with that Forbidden Domain.
Yes, the fizz immunity.
Roichi will survive. Inua doing some serious work, and they're looking to just go for McJoge, the flash away.
But Lam in a competitive
And through
game,
it
I
all,
mean...
I think that it's going to be at the end of this.
Oh yeah, they were
I'm
able
curious.
to make things work for just a bit here for the team, but right now, I think Roichi is just gonna be happy with being the weak side lane because that's what you expect. Whenever you're playing a concert queue, you're just gonna be independent in the bot lane. You're just gonna be alone because you don't really need any protecting.
Yeah. I mean, 1 is the loneliest number, and I think Roichi's going to be fine with that. McJoge doesn't really need to stick around. I think that once he gets closer to, obviously, level 4, you're going to start to make gank attempts. But again, he just needs that farm for now.
Yeah, what I like about this is that Inoue is matching the pace of Zenon. He's clearing the wave really fast just so that Zenon would not be allowed to move around the map. That's why, this is why they pick up the Kongmin against the Maishira and the Wii most of the time, so that both of you, at least Inoue, could also move around the map.
There's going to be, again, I love the, this matchup, the Kongmin Mai. There's so much mobility. The burst potential is there. Everything on the edge, right? In terms of damage. You get caught out once, you're just dead because you're such a glass cannon.
Yeah, that's true. Anybody who gets the catch first is gonna be the one winning. But the problem is Zenon has a lot of crowd control, which is the difference. Inoue has damage, Zenon has damage and crowd control, which is harder to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, again, positioning is going to be key at this point. I think that, again,
Oh,
if we're
Mace
looking
Skin is
at those
crazy
two,
good.
yes, they're going to get their potential bursts.
But it's too bad I can't play this
of damage,
character.
but Brock and BX, both of these guys are going to be off the map, just farming like crazy. It's going to be a rat
Hey,
race
Lam,
to the
chill,
end.
buddy.
Yeah, it's looking like what they're doing here is very smart. Both sides, so BX and Rock.
mean Lady
are getting
Sun?
all
Yeah,
the
Lady Sun.
resources. They're
Not
going
Gun
even
Sun.
to the Clash lane. Because with what we're seeing here, Abdo doesn't really need anything much. He just needs to build tanky. He needs to use the Sage's Might whenever he's needed. But he doesn't really need a lot of resources. That's why he gives most of it to BX.
Yeah, it's smart.
Lady
smart.
Gun,
you're
I
more
mean, she
utility
does have
more
a
than
gun.
anything else. You have
Not
that kit
wrong.
where you're just generally, innately tanky. So you just need to kind of survive and just kind of lock things down. Again, BX and Roichi, Zenon, those are the guys that are going to be doing the damage. You need to understand your role in this team comp.
Oh yeah, this
Not wrong, is
compositions
it?
are crazy. You don't really see this often. And I love seeing this. I mean, McJoge has the level 4 now. He has the ult. It's gonna be scary. Clue needs to think about if he's gonna use that ult. Zenon dog.
Yeah, he's going to do a little bit of damage, but Inoue will get back to safety. He has that blink, and he will be fine. But now Rock is just kind of waiting in the wings, but he's looking to invade.
I really am scared on who is gonna be the first target of McJoge's Forsaken contract, because whoever is gonna be his first target is gonna feel bad.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, look, McJoge is now level 4. This is a potential lockdown. If he's able to flashing to get on top of someone, Clue probably not the best target, because he could potentially just unbridled outburst his way out of this one. But the Tyrant actually resetting. R8 Esports, ooh, a little bit of a like botched bag there.
Surprisingly, they went in for the reset because BX
No
didn't
kills yet,
really
4
want to
minutes.
commit there. He used his might a
So, like,
while
if
ago,
Vlam doesn't
when
snowball
he
a
didn't
game,
see
what does he
where
do?
Rock he was kind of afraid that he might be looking to steal.
Yeah, looking to steal at this point, but now Gen.G are going to look to start this one off, and R8 are like, hey, actually, we cannot go for it. And BX was not even in close to kind of
go
help
game
out. He's going to be
5?
pushing the top lane
Please
again. We were
no.
talking about the funneling of farm
I'm fine
to
with
him.
4 games.
Abdo is just happily giving it to BX.
Yeah, BX is at level 9 at this point. Rock still at level 8. It all comes down to who gets the snowball first in this game. That's why nobody's giving any kills, because whoever gets the first kill would start the engines on both sides.
Yeah, it's actually going to be huge, right? Just starting it off. Again, if BX and Rock, the first one to die will almost be a huge indicator of
Oh,
how
engage
this game
now?
will
First
go.
kill, maybe
But they
no.
actually have that
have...
lockdown. That's going to be the first one. They find Majoja. It looks
okay,
like they're gonna
nice.
trade targets.
And they can tank as well. Turret is down. There we go.
While taking the T1, that is a
Yeah, I mean, just run in there into the enemy team, I guess.
Good answer in that Forsaken contract. Once they use the Forsaken contract, nobody hit whoever
Big
the
stuff, big
target
stuff.
is. They got the stun on them just to stop them from doing anything else, and that was a good touch here for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, Majoja's just trying to just lock him down.
No, that's turret? Wait, do we get tier 2
It was
too?
used defensively, and that's
Oh
never
my,
a
okay,
winning
wait, just keep hitting it.
strategy, so to speak. But they actually find Inua.
But they didn't get it now, I
Speaking of
think.
winning strategy, looks like he's been picked off.
Oh, they did get it, okay.
Inua just fell down, and with that, they are looking to
Inua
get some towers on their side.
goes
They got
down the
T2 on
Wawa,
bot side,
Wawa.
but you're not gonna kill Wawa that easily.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, he's just too tanky. But again, needs to be careful. Those Kuchusens are starting to hit, but not able to do too much damage at this point. But R8 making some waves. They've been kind of pushing this mid wave out, and now GEN.G on the defensive.
Yeah, I love that they have this. I love that they have the Fang here on their side. So any time somebody goes in with a Sage's Smite, he could just use his ultimate.
I even see people play Fang as an AD carry. I thought Fang was mainly played as a jungler.
BPX dashing
Oh,
away.
Lam?
The umbrella-
Okay.
sorry, the Battlefield Command is going to be connecting.
Oh, but
onto
Lam
him,
also goes
now
down.
Zenon is going to join.
Uh-oh.
He's trying to go for
Nice
this.
pushback by
Rock and
Blue.
BX, both are down.
Okay,
They've got the
Zenon,
knockup, do they have
what?
the damage?
Goes
The
down.
Shinobi is going to be on point, but Zenon is going to be killed. It's a 2 for
Oh, this game will
1,
be
and
sweaty
it's an
again.
all-out retreat by R8.
What an ult there by Clue, just isolating all
Also
the
nice
members
pushback by
here of
Clue.
R8 so that Zenon could get killed securely here by the side of Gen.G.
Now Abdo looking to go in for this one. He does have the Sage's Might, locks him down, but he's able to just get the kill. He does. Inua
so
is a very
low, but-
squishy target,
Wait,
and they get
can
him,
we
but
get a
they
kill?
are low. They need to be careful.
Oh.
Ray dashing in, not able to get it. He actually flashed for that too.
Went for that flash, but Ruichi answers with his own just for them to be safe. And right now, R8 still not on an advantage here. 2k Goldie for the side of Gen.G, still not bad. R8 could still follow through.
Could still follow through at this point, but that was a good turn of events. They needed that, right? They were starting to fall behind, but getting that pickup was actually huge for them. Now they need to, again, stem the bleeding a little bit. They need to slow down the game. They just need to continue to farm.
Yeah, they just have to be careful here. Right now, R8 is needing time. I think Ruichi really needs some time here, and Abdo has been so good at getting those Sage's Might, so he is a big threat here for the team. Gen.G really needs to dash away every time they see him.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where
We better-
when you
feel like we have
work
better
around
team
that
fighting.
ult,
That's
the
because of
Sage's Might that was
Zhang
from Abdo, is like everyone needs to be on the same page of just being like, hey, we're going in, we need to be there, because he doesn't really have that damage, and you need like Zenon or whatever to kind of ensure
Engage,
that you
Slam going in
secure
again?
those kills. But they find
Oh,
him.
oh,
Zenon
they get
dashing
him.
away.
Nice.
He's going to be chased, and you cannot get away from the Rock Monster. He's going to chase you
The
down.
Rock
the dark
Monster?
impact, just covering the lines of retreat.
Who's the
But
Rock
through it all,
Monster?
they're not going to get anything out of
Lam?
this.
Wawa just went in for that flash for the secure and
Oh,
that
he just
stun.
means Rock
That's
then-
good.
oh.
Honestly, Gen.G has been doing just a bread and butter combo, and it's working out.
He just
for
means
them.
the name of the
Yeah, they're
player.
doing
I was
well.
like,
The
what
Umbrella
rock?
Hoppers connecting onto 2. They're going to go for this one. The Stampede, the Control, and they find the old
Oh.
man. Abdo's down for the count, but Clue will go under the tower. By that tower, Majoja flashes away. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, yeah,
What
does make sense.
Blue
I
has
thought
been
I did
so
see them
good
in
with
like a rock
unbridled
monster.
outbursts. He has been hitting those
Monster made of
max range
rocks, so I was like,
unbridled
what?
outbursts just so they don't get pushed, and that's very smart here. Clue has been so aggressive with his Zhangfei.
Can we fight this? Lam? Oh, he gets
I mean,
it.
it's converting into stuff, but the Tyrant being picked off, and they're going to go in with the Battlefield
but
Command.
Drew
But
gets
Rock
one.
gets picked off. He was trying to be super aggressive. Roichi's going to be traded as well.
Well, that's worth
so
it,
not
right?
the
1
worst
for
thing
1
in
and we
the
get the
world.
objective.
That's a good
Oh,
steal.
that is
Oh, no.
Oh, they have the
bad.
stop, and Zenon goes the Shinobi snipe out, gets the assassination. Now Inua on the run.
And he was
trying
also
to deal
dead,
with
right?
Majoja.
Yeah,
He
he's
has
also
the
dead.
dark impact. He dodges away, but he gets stunned up by the Overlord. They find him out, and even the neutrals getting in on the action.
They want some action.
Yo,
though.
Gen.G,
They're
chill.
looking for action. They've been standing there for
Deep
so
breathing,
long.
please.
That's why the Overlord wanted to dip in and get that knockout.
Chill, calm down.
And crazy game we've seen here.
Okay, no, kill them right now. Don't calm down. Kill them right here.
Oh, just unlucky at this stage. The Overlord says, hey, I want some action. Oh, Zenon just trying to dash away. Wawa just not enough. And now it's looking to be the 10-minute mark. The Shadow variants are going to be loading up and lock and loaded in their home, so to speak. But the bottom T2 goes down.
Just a bit of a mistake, and R8 was able to come back in that game, equalizing our gold lead. And now we're seeing the items here from both sides. It's looking like Ruichi is close on getting that Daybreaker, so this is going to be an important item breakpoint. Once he gets that, it's going to be the start here of Ruichi just dealing damage, just not taking the...
Now going in. Oh,
They're gonna go in for this one. Is to be locked
they
down.
just
They
died.
have the
Oh my
damage,
God,
and
they're
Roichi
diving.
and Joj both down for the count. And BX was just farming too little too late at this point, showing up at the wrong time, and now another Tyrant going the way of Gen.G.
nice.
That is just so fast. I didn't even see the battlefield command going on to Rock, and he
That's the
just went
Tyrant?
in, gets the damage.
The
But
Dark
Joj was
Tyrant.
just half HP after that ult.
Yeah, look, BX is just farming. He's the top in terms of the net worth. He's been kind of, you know, left alone or just finding farm across the map. He's been super aggressive. Gen.G looking to kind of
But can
just
BX
plug the hole,
1v9 or
find
what?
out where he is. Xenon
Nice
dashing away to safety, but 4 members as Gen.G cannot lock him down.
The
On the
recent
other
friend
hand,
looks
BX
much
is gonna
better.
recall
Doesn't matter
back.
what.
He has been so aggressive with this death from the lows because he knows
but
that Wawa is
they also
ready
stay very
whenever he
vulnerable
hits
to Mei.
somebody with that battlefield command. Right now, R8 just scrambling, looking for options, looking for chances to fight back. They're just denying R8 from getting that Overlord, which is why they're placing themselves at the top side of the map at R8, looking for something.
Looking for something, but I mean, at this point, it's just about defending. Roichi needs to stay alive. He's level 13, level 14 at this point.
It was
They do some damage
fine, we're
on the clue, just
fine.
trading, again, not the right target. But at the end of the day, it's about BX. Is he able to get that farm?
He's already level 15, and this is looking pretty scary because this is the time in where you're gonna be seeing BX. have a
Shit,
hard
he
time
can get
going
ultimated
all the way.
here.
Yo, Brawl Uppers, the lockdown.
Oh,
they
it's
have the
fine. We
battlefield
just more
command,
people
they're gonna
always.
stack this one, and Mid-Joes gets deleted. What a
Okay.
nice pick off. Gen.G, in a blink of an eye, get that kill.
You can see the discipline coming from Gen.G. Every time somebody gets hit by that Forsaken contract, they stop. They all stop from hitting so that they don't get any kills.
They found Abdo. He's not able to. He tried to recall back, but now he's being chased. He's gonna just look to take the top T2 before he joins the.
Where's the solo queue team?
Doesn't even
Blue,
take
I
that
feel like.
down.
Gen.G has a solo queue team looking comp.
Oh, the bottom T3 just looking to go. Wow, really can't deal with this, but they don't have the minions. Clue looking to cut off the angle of retreat. Inua and Clue on the run, but just not fast enough.
Jeez.
Xenon and BX, they've got their afterburners.
Yeah, they're just gonna be bagging away here. They have a
Yes,
lot of
dash
dashes
across
on
the
their
entire
side,
map.
but looking at it, Overlord's already being taken here. And BX is just looking for the prize. He's just looking for that sneaky push since a while ago. He's not even looking at getting kills here.
Yeah,
Not looking
Overlord.
at kills, just continuing to farm. He knows that, hey, we just got to get to that one point in the mid game where I can just like literally turn it on at the 15-minute marker. So that's what he's looking for, to kind of just close out this game, find that backline. It hasn't been easy because Wawa's been clutch with those battlefield commands.
Gen.G has had these disadvantage with a 5k gold lead right now. This is looking pretty scary. They're looking to push the T2 at the mid, but no answers here from the side of R8. So far, they have been taking over the map.
Yeah, taking over the map. I mean, look, when you have that Blade Storm just kind of zone them away, there's really no way for R8 to really take that fight and to kind of defend that T2. Mind you, it's just the T2 at the end of the day, not the T3. That's where you need to make your stand.
Which is why it's really hard here. I mean, you can literally see where BX is right now. No minions
He's
or anything.
pushing so hard. Get him, catch him, catch him, catch him, catch him, catch him. Okay.
Oh, the Forbidden Domain catches him out. BX
But he has so many
now
dashes.
on the run. It's going to be like Prison Break. All 4
God,
members,
what is-
all 5 members trying to chase him down.
Oh my
BX
God,
dashes
what?
a
He's
couple
alive.
times. The winning strategy.
What?
Even the
No.
turret does a couple shots onto him, but he regroups and he somehow survives.
He survives that. I mean, he has 3 dashes, so it's not impossible for BX to just survive that.
Oh, but he finds Rock. Oh, he looks like he's gonna turn.
Oh,
Look to turn the
finally.
battlefield command. What are you
Oh
doing?
my
You
God,
have
he's
so
down
little
finally.
life, but they do have the lockdown. The Forsaken contract onto this, but do they have the damage? The Dark
Nice.
Impact is gonna be used, but if Abdo's the kill
Nice.
as well as Mijoj, both down for the count. They have 3 members down, and now Gen.G looking to figure out how to close this game out.
3 kills, and they're looking for more here. Xenon and Ruichi, they have to defend this.
They have to figure out some way, but
It's
just deal
over?
with the
I think
Vanguard,
it's
just
over.
too tanky at this point.
All
Now,
right, grand
Gen.G
final
looking to close out
tickets
that game.
achieved.
That is the slowest
Gen.G
Vanguard
goes to the
making
grand
its way
final.
there. They
Yep,
find
yep,
Inua,
yep,
they do
yep.
get the pick off,
Just
but
like
they
this, it's
go for
over.
the face, and Gen.G,
Grand final.
congratulations as they get the second slot.
Now against
in the
Nongshim
grand
again, which they
finals.
couldn't beat yet,
Going
sadly.
to the grand finals, Gen.G, what an awesome performance for these guys because they were able to show R8 that they're still at
Okay,
the top here. And
grand
what
final,
a
guys.
great performance from them, just showing them how to do the assassin composition.
Oof, that is also a close game on the end.
For the side of Gen.G.
just able to kind of get there. But hey, from where R8 started to today, that is a completely different team. This team is completely leveled up. It's been very impressive, and even taking it to them. I mean, they had that amazing series against Scars, and then all of a sudden they're really taking it to Gen.G, which is not something that I had on my bingo board. Really showed up by R8. Congratulations, but unfortunately you're going to be third place here.
See, really good placement here from the side of R8. Honestly, it was a great performance overall in this whole tournament for the Major East. I love that seeing R8 grow the whole time. It was a great story, to be honest. But Gen.G, they were just at the top.
Don't you looking weak enough though? But I mean,
by the next season, I think R8 would be one of
so
the
far in
better
this
teams,
league,
one of the
Gen.G has
best
not
teams
won a
here
single
in the
time
Major
against Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean,
out of
look,
6
they
games
took
they
those
played.
losses like a champ. They
Or something,
learned,
right?
got that
So it's,
experience. Again, we saw them
maybe
level
rough.
up in real time. I want to see what they get, you know, where they get to when they actually have time off, and then see where they come in the next big series. Because again, this is a team that's not going away.
Yeah, honestly, R8 Esports, what a great performance. But Gen.G, they still
But
have
yesterday was
another
close,
fight
so-
to go for. Gen.G Esports will be fighting against Nongshim Red Force, a rematch from yesterday's upper bracket finals. And this is going to be it. I mean, Holler, I'm excited on how many games we're going to be having for this grand finals.
Yeah, knowing these two teams, it's definitely going to go to a game 5. I think that's going to be no doubt in my mind for this. But now, Nongshim have seen exactly what Gen.G have brought. Again, a little bit more on the standard side, but let's talk a little bit more about this series, the closeout. Ray, 4-1-7, Wawa, 4-0-9.
The third game was crazy though.
Not
That was
even
fun.
That great with his 2-2-10.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, Brock was
Grand
taking a lot of
final.
damage, but he had a lot of gold
Let's get it.
too.
Oh, we can get another
Just
skin away,
farming
guys.
out,
Skin.
just trying to get those skills.
On
but
of King's
Ray and
skin.
Wawa in
I'm gonna link the
end were
website
ones
again in a
getting the kill
second.
every time they
Up,
used the
up.
battlefield command and everything. It was hard
Create and
also for
start.
Joe
If you want to
do
win a
anything
On of
much in
King
this game.
skin,
Even Abdo, they're
you have to just go onto this
basically
website and
there
put
to
in a
hold
1
down people,
on the
but
buy ticket.
they weren't able to do anything much, and
On the
BX doesn't
website,
have a lot
put a
of
1
damage
into the buy tickets.
Yeah, it seemed a little
And you can win an
underwhelming,
epic
and it
skin
might
or
kinda
a kickoff
goes
skin.
back to the draft in a
Code.
way where it seems like this is not the top hero that they're looking for in an elimination game, and it seemed like there was a bit of a falter. The idea was there, but again, these heroes just really not top tier. But this gold graph completely in favor of Gen.G. Understanding there were some dips, there were some moments where R8 Esports were able to get back in, but again, just too much Gen.G at the end of the day.
Yeah,
So,
Gen.G just overwhelmed
put a ticket
them
in?
the end there.
Any
Very
skin?
smart
I don't know.
Gen.G
It's
to
like I just have the
keep picking
codes.
this
I don't know
trap
what the
and
codes
showing
do.
it to us first time. That is what's happening the whole time.
I guess it's just
They're
a random
showing
box
a
for a
lot of the
skin.
traps that we are just seeing for the first
Might be
time. and
RNG.
That takes a lot of guts for me. For them to
I mean,
do
did I
here
open?
in the
Did
lower
I
bracket
use the
finals.
code?
Yeah, what a great time to kind of just show up, especially going into this one. Because again, you needed that win.
What did you get?
wanted
Did you
to
get a
just
random
kind of
skin?
Speed through along, but
It's a
again,
chest?
a little
Okay.
bit of a different one. MVP.
Whoa.
Finally, we see Clue give some respect to support lives, right? Because this guy,
Yes.
well deserved, setting it off. Those umbrella uppers were on point. He was 1-1-8.
Oh man, he was getting like 2 or 3 people.
Just sign up on the
almost all of
website,
time, and
put a
it's
1 in,
always
and then you have a
max
chance
range,
to
and
win a
that's why,
skin.
Honestly, well
Oh,
deserved.
Honor of
I
Kings,
wasn't
of
expecting him
course.
to get the MVP, but he definitely deserves it for this game. You can see it on most of the highlights here. The way he starts this fight, he starts it with unbridled outburst, and you don't usually see that. Whenever somebody is aggressive with the Zhangfei, you know they're good.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, when you have the backup that is Wawa on this Liu Bang, who, mind you, is 13-1 in the KME, he is definitely a gem, guys. You guys got to pick him up, or you got to ban, or you got to expect him when he's there, because they've been such an aggressive team, understanding that
Here,
they
guys,
have
sign
that
up for the link.
save,
Just go
but
there.
again,
Go,
just
go,
this
go.
wombo combo of
Go, sign up.
squishiness and a whole bunch of damage from Gen.G. We're able to close it out, get that pick up right when they need it.
Sign up for the giveaway.
Look at the setups that they're doing here, especially when Rock was starting up the fights, but Clue, every time he uses those unbridled outbursts, nobody was able to move every time, or at least, even if it doesn't hit, it just pushes people back away slightly, because they had to think about it.
Yeah, and this fight right here, BX, he was at like half-life, tried to go for that one-on-one against Rock, and that is a losing battle, right? You just were not 100%. There was no reason to fight, and this is the last stand, trying to hold it out. Unfortunately, too much Gen.G at the end of the day. R8 really just were not able to bounce back in that game.
Gen.G was just so good this time around. It was great. Honestly, just seeing them.
Yami, enter the giveaway for a skin.
Picks that we don't usually see
Go.
them pick.
One of King's skin
The
chance.
K-Band draft that they wanted to go for in Game 4, they weren't able to do it. But doing standard, they also worked. Surprisingly for Gen.G. But again, they're fighting against
Put a one in
Nongshim. They only
into the
had
buy
a
ticket.
day of a break. So I hope it's enough for them to have something different in their
2 more
arsenal.
minutes.
Yeah, I think that moving forward, I think that Nongshim, we've kind of seen, like, I don't want to say that we've seen everything, but I think that we generally see how they like to play. They let Haku kind of take over these games. But again, we're going to have to find out. We have that series that's going to be coming up. The grand finals is upon us, and we'll be right back.
That's a long break. Well, I will be away. I mean, yeah. No, I don't want to set everything up right now. I'm sorry. Is that a map up? In a back advantage? Why doesn't it say there? Wait, how do you know? I'm asking. Oh, I don't know. I don't think so, but who knows? I do not know. I do not know. I don't think this loser bracket reset. That would be way too long in the best of 5. Imagine like 10 potential games, and that would be a bit too much. Right, that sounds a bit too much. So I don't think so. In the giveaway? Okay, let me rule the giveaway. Alright. Close giveaway and draw a winner.
In Heroes
Crap.
Gorge, the base is the spring of life.
So, do you want the last epic skin or kickoff skin code?
In the real world, every
Which one do you want?
forest and
Epic
plant
skin
is
or
the
kickoff
Earth's
skin?
spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life.
Epic or
If
kickoff
the
skin?
base
I don't
is
know what a kickoff
exhausted,
skin is, but
heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life
Kickoff skin.
loses their habitat.
or epic skin. Epic, okay, you get the last epic skin, alright. After this we have kickoff skins to give away. They could even better, like I have no idea. Gonna whisper you the code on Twitch.
Honor of Kings is working
There's
with
3
players
more.
worldwide
I have
to
3 more
support
codes, guys.
real-world environmental causes and
3
protect
more
our
codes.
planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
What if kickoff skins are better and you guys just been choosing the worst skins? That'd be funny. Just because of the sound epic.
Excuse me. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Ali skin? Is there gonna be a big Ali skin? I have to get that one then. It's the black hair girl in the new update splash screen. Let me check. Let me check. Timmy. 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 I don't see it. Love new skins. No, I got the skins to give away, of course. I got the codes to give away.
In Heroes Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat.
What is this? What is going on right now? What?
Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Good. Defend the honor together. Looking. Ooh, Violet Bloom Aaron. I like. I like. Ooh, what is that? Yo. Alright guys, you have enough time to grab your snackies for the final grand final? For the final grand finale of the finals of the entire league. That's going to be the final of the final playoffs of the grand final games. Yeah. Also, I have to mute for a second. Also, I have to listen to something. All right.
In Heroes Gorge, the base is the spring of life.
Okay.
In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat.
No. No. That's so sad, man.
Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Over. Did you guys watch the Prime show about this? It was interesting. No. I mean, with paint spit, maybe. Depends on how much HP people have.
In Heroes Gorge, the base is the spring of life.
5 more minutes until the grand final.
In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
I'll be back.
In Heroes Gorge, the base
In
is the
Heroes
spring of life.
Gorge. It's the spring of life.
In the real world,
In the real
every
world,
forest and
everything is a
plant is the
disaster.
Earth's
Everything
spring of
goes,
life.
burns down,
The base
humans
nourishes
destroy.
the gorge, just as Earth's
And the heroes are
ecosystems
dying.
sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life
Did I say it
loses
correctly?
their habitat.
Everything is dead. I'm dead. We are dead. Everything. Ground. Free. Your share.
Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all
And is it,
efforts in the
on
event will
Wednesday or
contribute to
Thursday?
real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Wednesday or Thursday, I'm not quite sure. I was confused because it's like shiny state, so like I don't know. Are we going to be playing it all day when it comes out? So
Hello and welcome to the
You did not
grand
miss it, I think.
finals of the KME, and we are here with the final two teams. It is of course going to be Gen.G Esports. We just saw them
Of
beat
course
out
it's going to be Gen.G Esports.
to
Who
lock their
else?
place into this grand
Ah,
finals.
exactly.
They're going to be going up against the big dog that is Nongshim Red Force. My name is Holler, and with me is Dash. Your thoughts on this grand finals, Dash?
This is basically like a rematch of what happened in the upper bracket finals, but at least now they had a day. They had a, is it a day? Yeah, it's a like 12 hours of a break for Gen.G in order for them to fight against this team again. This is like not a lot of time for them to plan on what they can do, but it was close yesterday. Yesterday's game was close, so it's possible for Gen.G to win this.
Yeah, and actually in that last series, just to kind of keep the viewers up in the know, so to speak, they actually struggled a little bit. They were actually behind 1-2 going up against Gen.G. They had a chance to close out that series, but Nongshim too strong in the end, and they were able to kind of just overcome them, and they got to the point. They got to rest up, and so to speak, and they got to watch Gen.G kind of, you know, I mean, they kind of dominated R8 Esports. Yes, it was a 3-1 series, but they're going to go into this one. But let's check out the intro video for the first challenger of this grand finals.
Boo! No, I'm just kidding. I don't think I have to root that hard. Anyways, boo! I'm
Nongshim Red
kidding.
Force, the greatest red, and they're going to be made up of Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye, and this is the team that has been on top throughout. Yes, there have been some times where they kind of stumbled a bit, but they're still the top dogs, and I would say, dare I say, the team to beat in this series here.
Yeah, this team has been
Wow, that's-
really,
wow.
really strong,
The team
but
that has won everything so
in the
far is the
playoffs,
team
they
to
have been
beat?
struggling. They have been losing a bit of their games even before this,
Guys.
the start of this, the final game of the survival week. They lost against Scars, and that could have shaken up their confidence, so I hope they would be able to pull through here. But they're fighting against a team that is on the rise.
team
too,
that won
which is
everything,
Gen.G, and let's
is the
take a look at
favorite.
them first.
Ah, that's let's go! Jin. Let's go, we're my planet. Fight for it.
Gen.G Esports, this team, the Game Changers, we've seen them win a while ago against R8 Esports. That's why they're here in the grand finals. Very well deserved for Wawa, Ray, Inuwa, Rock, and Flu.
Wawa.
These guys
Wawa,
must have been
Wawa.
tired from that
Why,
past
why?
series, but again,
Like
it
a
all
Wawa,
comes down
Wawa.
to this endurance in how you're going to be playing against the best Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and if you're worried about their stamina, they probably should have won in that winner bracket final at the end of the day. Obviously, easier said than done, especially going up against a titan like Nongshim Red
apparently
Force.
Gen-
But they're
Gen-
here now.
Gen.G
This is the
threw
revenge
yesterday the
that
final
they
game,
wanted
so-
to do. I mean, obviously they got put down. They had
So,
to
yeah.
get back up.
Apparently
so to speak.
Gen.G
We've
flew
seen this
yesterday in the
team
final game.
learn quite a bit. They've gotten way more experience, starting to hit their stride, and they've really stepped up in the KME here.
Ooh, let's take a look at the head-to-head.
So-
116 kills to 75. You don't usually see Haku getting a lot of the up kills in his game, but he always is the win condition on most of their games, which is the scary part about this, because they are just breezing through a lot of games. And compared to the other teams, they have like less games, and that's a reason why they have less total kills.
Yeah, for sure. And that's been the biggest indicator. So the stats are a little deceiving because you see some of them kind of, you know, inflated in that sense because they've played so many other games. Nongshin have done such a good job. I mean, it's tough to like get a whole bunch of kills when the games are ending in like 12 minutes. It's tough, right? But that said, this is a team that's been, you know, very impressive, even from season 3. Yes, they lost to Nova Esports. They were the runner-up in that one, but they're here now. They want to bounce back. They've came back with a lot more experience. This is a very strong team.
Yeah, I want to know what they've learned from the past few games, the past few series that happened, because they have lost on the recent ones that we have seen. They have lost games because before this, the ranking week, survival week, they're not losing games. They're not even giving an inch to the other teams, but so far, the other teams have evolved. And I hope that Nongshin Red Force with that game against Gen.G yesterday,
I mean, draft.
I wish that would have been the wake-up call for them in this series.
We are
I mean, they're going to definitely need that. I mean, Coach
the
YK
draft.
is probably talked to them, ensure that these guys are going to be ready. This
I
is
didn't
a
look at our
team that
drafts
we've seen,
earlier,
even
so
in
let's
season
see if
3,
we change anything
every
now.
single series went the distance. I'm talking like 3 ultimate battles in a row. This is a team that is well-versed. They have a very deep hero pool. But again, when the playoffs come, and this is the knockout stage, Gen.G has come out swinging, and, you know, Nongshim has been clipped.
Yeah, and again, with this, let's see how they are going to
Okay, Nongshin is still one most game, so like, let's calm down. Let's not overhype Gen.G here. I mean, the underdog, right? Get underdog bonus.
Very caveman drafts.
Sure,
Those were the
sure.
ones who that won them the game, and that is a good start. Banning the Lubang is the start for that.
And that's been the hero of the KME. So if you happen to be from the KMW, this is the time to be scouting. That is the hero that's been like 13-1. It has just been an absolute terror throughout. But again, most teams have kind of really been able to deal with that. They've been able to kind of, you know, pick around it and have that great strategy.
Yeah.
Ogren
banning it
comes
is also a
out.
good start.
Classic.
Banning the boots is also a good start here for the side of Nongshin. They don't want to deal with that, and they're going to go with a classic. It's a D-Range together with a Sakir. That's going to be their first pick almost all of the time. Game 1, they're going to be picking that too.
Yeah, nice little combination here. I mean, look, you're going to be going up against Gen.G, and this is where they kind of like to throw some curveballs. Yes, in the last series, you saw a very standard Gen.G, right? They went with the Ogren, they went with a typical, like, an Arlie type as a farm laner, right? You had that typical composition, but they actually have, you know, in their back pockets, like a Hanshin style, let Ogren just be in the farm lane, and so they can kind of throw that on you at a moment's notice.
This is their game 1 of draft against R8. These were the first 3 picks of Gen.G.
You gotta fight for it.
Ogren, Mayin, Yixing. They're looking at this formula, and they're looking at it like it's a trap. I think Nongshin Red Force recognizes that, because during that time, it's also the time in where the other team banned the Lubang, banned the
why are you crying?
because Gen.G could pull that out too on these last 2 picks.
Because
And I mean, going into this one, this is the brilliance of these types of drafts.
Are you okay,
These
Yami?
coaches understand what is at stake. You want to pretend like you're going a certain way. You've shown your hand in a previous series, and Nongshim have definitely been, you know, in tune with that. They've been okay in terms of their bans, but rightly so.
No
this
comments
is a moment
will
where
be made.
Gen.G could go completely curveball, or they can go straight edge and just go like a typical
These are some very
standard
strong
draft.
characters,
Yeah,
okay?
they can go with a standard. They're banning the Lung.
Both teams are serious business right here. I mean, this is huge. You have to win, or you gotta be playing tomorrow again, right?
Banning the Lung, that's
And the
very
other
smart. They're
side,
just
the
taking out a bit of that
East
damage
group
from this
have some
composition a while
scary
ago.
teams too.
So they need to think about what Gen.G is
So-
going to do next here.
You would either
I mean,
face
this is
the old
interesting
Vitality
band.
or
Where does
OG,
Nongshim
right? So
believe that Gen.G are gonna go. And again,
actually, you
I
would
love
fade both of the old Vitality teams.
flexibility of Gen.G's
That's the funny
draft,
bait.
where it can go either way,
Yeah, right.
right? They can completely go, you know, like a Hanshin pace.
Who are you
style.
supporting?
They kind of just like pick up the pace.
Who
because
am
they
I
haven't even-
supporting?
they have Mayin as well.
That's a great
as well
question.
as Yixing, both meta picks. This is a strong lineup thus far.
that's a great
Yeah,
question.
they're
Who
looking
am I
for something.
supporting, guys? Who are we
Gen.G
thinking?
still
Who are we
has a way of
supporting?
going that Leon Poe. I think R8 is the team that really loves going with that Yixing together with the Leon Poe, just so they have those lockdowns.
Might
and
be,
easy
might
setups
be the
from their
team
side.
that
A
I'm
lot
wearing the
AoE
jersey
ground
of.
controls, though, which is really good against this. But we haven't
Could
talked
be,
about
could
Lady
be,
Jeune.
could
I think
be, could be.
She's such a good pick against an Ogren. Just stops him on his
Gen.G.
tracks whenever then, and I think that's beautiful about this. What's beautiful about this is that
Gen.G
Nongshin Red Force is trying to
I think the other team
what
was like-
R8 did when they were going
can't
with this
see
draft
it.
against Gen.G.
It's
That
the
was a
start of my
Charlotte game
title.
too.
Yeah, yeah. It's always
Do I
one
not have my
way to
title?
kind of deal with this, right? And again, I think
I do have it in my title.
Charlotte, not the strongest of Clash laners. Let it go.
Yeah, the
right?
other
And
side
then
has,
see
like,
exactly, this is going to show your hand in
two
terms of
old
Gen.G,
vitality
where
teams.
they're going to end up. Do they want to go with the the high flying Han Shin?
That's
Pei
also very
style?
scary.
Let them get it out of the way. This is a long series. This is a best of 5.
Going with the lady soon and Gen.G, then what else are they gonna go for?
Oh, I
here
support the
for
winning
support?
team.
I think they need a bit of a support. Oh, they went in with a Yuan. Just change up the
From the
loom.
stars,
It's basically
one
the
learns
same
about the
composition.
world.
Yes, Lady Soon is just easier to kill, but the
beyond,
amount of damage that
love will
she's
never
gonna
end.
deal is just better. But the survivability is not there.
Yeah, I mean, it just happened to be that Loon was banned. So Nongshim were kind of ahead on that one. They kind of just scouted that one out. But they're going to go with the Agudo. Love this pick, right? And this is what Nongshim like to do. They use the Agudo to counter the Ogryn play. Yes, he might be going with Path of Passing. He might be kind of slow sieging. But when you have
gotta
that wild
fight
growth,
for
it's
it.
so difficult to just break into.
Yeah, and also, this is a standard composition. Having the D-Rangier together with Secure Agudo, this is just siege, bulldozing a lot of those towers. That is what
You're
they
also
wanna
watching
go
Cape,
here.
yeah.
And
Wow.
what is good about this is that Gen.G just was able to break
VM
this code
VM is
on one of
hot
their games yesterday. And I hope
for
they
Honor of
have
Kings
the formula
Watcher.
right here.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, this is looking to be a great game. Both of these teams setting themselves up for success. I like the fact that they were going in heavy-handed. Game 1 is going to be in a great grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Let's see what is going to work here for both of our teams. It's time
Why would I
for
watch that
Nongshim
straight?
Red Force to redeem themselves from the game.
Straight.
from
Why would
yesterday.
anyone watch that?
I think the biggest
Do you
thing
even know
is
what that is about
Nongshim,
today?
They kind of started a little slow in that last series, going up against Gen.G.
Are you
I think
serious?
that this is one where they kind of want to dictate the pace. To be honest, obviously you're thinking 3-0 from the start, but
Do you even know
obviously
that what is
Gen.G will
going on
not
today
allow
there?
that. But this is a game, again, start fast. Put the pressure on Gen.G early.
I don't know.
This
Yeah,
is
I can
something
tell
that
you
they weren't able to do in the
don't
last one.
Yeah.
I
Grand
can
Finals
tell.
is starting, everyone. This is Gen.G Esports versus Nongshim Red
I
Force.
can
If
tell you
just
don't
tuned
know.
in, here's the picks that they have for Game 1. This will be an interesting
Today is
startup
teams that are not
for
even top
both
12
of
in
our
Europe.
teams. Let's see who is going to be taking that first
Playing
blood
today.
for
The
KWC.
league tournament is next week.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be starting underway.
Today is every team that
we
didn't
know
make
the
top
drafts,
12,
we know
which
the
is
players on
not
each.
top- yeah.
Who are you giving the edge to, Dash?
All right, let's go. Grand
Honestly,
final.
for now,
Gen.G
I
against
really love the
Nongshire.
composition from Nongshim Red Force. I think this is a favorite.
Nongshim,
right
I
here
mean.
of Kin, just because of that Agudo. But again, before that, everybody, this thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with the support of PWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yeah,
Top
and that's
start,
going to be a
okay.
great one. Of course, the winner of this series gets to go, and there happens to be a 3 million USD prize pool on that one, which is going to be crazy. But of course, all of these players are playing on the Realme 14 series. This is the 5G phone built for
Inua,
performance,
Inua,
made
Inua,
for
Inua,
gaming,
no,
smooth,
no,
cool,
no,
and
no, no,
reliable,
no,
just the way
he's
esports
alive, he's
demands,
alive,
ready to
it's
level
fine,
up.
he's
Get yours
alive.
now and feel the difference.
Pops the passive, and I thought Ina was going to be dying there. Was able to get the flash out of the way.
Wawa,
Right now, they're
Wawa,
still going for that
Wawa,
fight.
no.
Starting off pretty well.
Ah.
Wawa, oh no, he gets the kill with the sprites.
All the sprites, they just home in missiles at this point, right? They just locked him down. They chased Wawa
There's
around,
blood
and this is a great
for-
start for Nongshim.
What a
Nongshim.
great start for Nongshim, especially when they started that. They were so aggressive. Wawa was around it. Kung Knight was looking for that kill against Inoue, and they were really chasing him down.
Yeah, and being able to start strong. I
Yeah,
mean,
Sakir
this really
seems
helps
kinda
out
broke,
Kung
not gonna
Nine,
lie,
which,
but Gen.G
you know,
doesn't even play the
Charlotte
character.
Matchup, I'm definitely giving the edge to Mayan, but losing or giving up first blood at this point might be a bit of a change.
Sakir
in
seems
the
so key to me,
swings of
but I don't know.
things in the top lane.
Yeah, you don't really want that to happen whenever you get the first blood, especially for the Charlotte versus Mayin matchup, because Charlotte usually is going to be losing that lane, but because of that level of
Change
damage,
games? Oh, I didn't change
that gives
games.
them a bit of an edge.
Yeah, and look at
I'm just watching Honor of Kings today. I didn't change games.
Farm it freely, and Rock being very aggressive, understanding how Haku likes to play. This guy is off the map generally, and just consistently farming. Nongshim do such a great job of ensuring that he gets that farm, but Rock being aggressive, and he needs to be in this series.
And they were looking for that. I mean, that's what happened during yesterday. You can see that Nongshim Red Force recognizes how they lost from yesterday's games, because when they were playing Agudo, they were just letting the other team, Gen.G, just take the reins, just take the level advantage.
How about this lady
against them.
soon?
And that's not how you fight against a team like Gen.G who depends on their jungler. They got the
Knockup's
knock up on
crazy.
one now, so Ray is just going to be backing off a bit.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, Inuwa is just making an appearance in the bottom lane, putting pressure in, especially since Illusion is there. It seems like Gen.G and, I mean, both of these teams are really prioritizing this bottom lane. Gotta get as much farm as possible.
Ooh, Imperial Order got the hit on one.
Okay,
and
thing
then
is like
Sorrow
here
is gonna get used
looks so
really
insanely
bad for
annoying.
Blue, but right now, they're just backing off, playing it safe.
Yeah, playing it safe here. But Haku, I mean, this is when you have 3 members in the bottom lane, there's going to be openings elsewhere. Haku was trying to take the mid farm as well as those boars, but Inuwa and Rock
is
are
hard
there
farming,
to
though.
quickly gobble them up in time.
Yeah, right now,
Just
it's
the
looking
1k
like,
gold difference,
pretty
right?
good here for the side, for both of our sides. A 1k gold lead. It's really big at this point in the game, but it's still okay. Not really the biggest that you can't be dealing with it, but right now, it's looking like Illusion knows the assignment here, just giving the space. Both of them, Inuwa and Illusion, are just staying in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the Rock and Haku show. I mean, those guys are going to get farmed. They're going to go into their own jungle, go back to the mid lane when it's there, take that and
Bro,
move
the
on
mid
with their
laners are
lives.
so...
Right now, it's
Oh, nice engage!
The world
The
is
world- my
by
bot!
2 people, though, needs to flash
Hits,
away,
yes,
but
one,
basically
two.
dying here first, and the
Nice.
next one is going to get executed again. And Rock starts off with a double
Holy,
kill.
there we
A
go.
great ambush by
But there's
Rock.
laning
His
3 against 3
positioning
bot
and
lane, while the
getting
junglers just
back
farm
line.
everything in
Notion
mid lane.
had Zero idea they were going to get ambushed like that.
Sometimes being a mid laner and on off things is so weird. Like, you're just another support, right?
Bottom T1. Gen.G making good moves.
I mean,
across
kinda
the
is. It's just mid lane is kinda another support most of the time.
Liberties from Inuwa just set up the world is my board perfectly.
And Tyrant as
that
well.
is honestly
Okay.
so good, especially when we see plays like this from.
That's the only thing I didn't really like about mid
love
lane.
seeing it because
'Cause I feel like it
they
was very hard to
always set up
carry
the
on.
fights for the team.
And Inuwa's great on this hero.
Was he just
right?
another
He's just an absolute all-star. Setting
support,
it up.
not really main
I mean, that's
carry.
gonna be huge, but it looks like they're gonna put a little pressure on the bottom lane.
Yeah, will be power. Not hitting. That's good. That's enough to stop them from going for more.
Look at Illusion.
Mid laners
stuck
throw
in
more
the
than
bottom
roamers,
lane,
yeah.
Right? They just do not want to get him any sort of farm. I mean, he's all about that utility, the control. It is all about Haku making sure that he's able to keep pace with Rock. He actually has the edge in terms of levels against Rock right now.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Just give both of these junglers their time. Just let them free farm.
Kinda
The
sad
Tyrant
though,
has been
man. I feel
taken
like
by
mid laners
Gen.G,
always
but
should
so
be
far,
like
Haku is
should be a
still
carry
getting
role, but
a lot of gold from their side. Though,
maybe
Blue
not.
might be in danger. Oh, he's off A, so it's not good. Wild Growth already bot side is gonna get pushed for sure.
I mean, he's spotting himself out. Actually, you kind of deter him from actually pushing forward, but even taking a team fight, and that opens things up. Haku was able to push because, again,
no
nobody
wards,
really
yeah.
wants to defend that
Hard to
bottom
gain
T1.
vision.
Yep, taking liberties. Force mobilization gets the knock up on one person. The Rock has the world is my board. He's gonna be moving forward here.
Ogren is going in.
Because that Thermal is gonna get used just to move forward.
Oh,
They're gonna be
nice.
having it. Siri gets hit by the grenade, and they are getting 1 kill from that.
Yeah, that board was perfect. I mean, it's set up for it. Nongshim are like, okay, we're okay if we stick together, but man, that damage
Kill and
coming in
turret.
from right, perfect time.
Great answer too, because they were able to push down the tower in the mid lane.
And now we have a
this is
gold lead, not
more
much. I mean, it's
important
pretty
than
much
the side lane
even
push,
game, but
especially in the early game. And if you want to
What
steal
should also
a
be
lot of
going down right here.
taking that mid lane tower down is such a good investment.
And look at how the tables have turned.
Nice.
We've seen this grand finals just shift on its head very quickly. Nongshim were up 1k. They got that early first blood, and now Gen.G making moves across the
Ogren
map, taking
is
those
getting
early
fed.
T1 towers, and now they're in
Ogren
the
is
lead.
getting fed, guys. Look at the look at how much. Yeah, right. I wouldn't want to be playing mid lane in competitive though. The mid laners have as much gold as the supports. It's so sad. And then just seeing his first item, support item, which produces healing,
Yeah,
right?
I think that, I mean, whenever I see Ride
Like
the Wind,
Lady Gen has
especially
as
from
much gold
Faye,
as
I always feel
Sakia.
like he's passing gas. He's
Almost
just like
like-
because he's like so super fast. But that's just me. And that said, Gen.G making some great moves because again, you're forcing a rotation by Nongshim.
I don't know if I would want to play mid lane in competitive. Not sure.
Nobody's gonna be able to stop this. This is
If I
just
would
gonna
be
be
competing.
their side of the map.
Oh, nice engagement again. Mine is going a bit too deep though, gets knocked up and dead.
But they got the turnaround on Wawa, and he had to use that flat rock. It's gonna be next year. They're gonna try to go for that push, but the tower in the top side got taken down.
And so this is where you gotta kind of, I mean, yeah, I know you're bloodthirsty. Wawa needs to be a little bit careful with going in, right? He's much faster than everybody else. Nobody's able to kind of go in with you. And he was in the back line, nice little stun. But again, you need the rest of the team to really just kind of compound on that initiation.
That is true, and that is what I'm expecting here for their side. They have to be really careful on how they start these fights, especially for Wawa.
I mean, I don't know how much this hero that Haku's playing can do. I have no idea. I've never seen this
really just stick to their
hero
guns,
much being
just
played.
sustain out of that healing.
So I don't know how much
from
that
Faye,
does,
and
or he
they can
does.
just go again.
Yeah. Again, it's about patience, right? It's
Not really sure.
understanding when you need to go in. I think that they need to be a little bit more careful.
What character?
Look, It's pretty much
Agudo,
neck and
yeah.
neck. Net worth
Is
is
Agudo?
almost irrelevant at this point. But again, this is the guy to watch.
Double knockup, Clue. Has the unending sorrow, so it's still okay. They have the ultimate right now. Haku has been caught on it, but Rock won't be able to get
Haku's
close to
dead.
him. He needs to back up. That's not
Yeah,
done, but he
nice.
has the
Oh,
blood rage.
Ogren
Won't
is
be
gonna
able to
get huge
there.
here. Double
Still
KO
in
gets
theory.
3 maybe?
Also falls down. That's
Chase?
a double kill for their side.
Yeah, Rock laughs at your blood rage. You got nothing when you're
Nice.
getting executed by the Rock machine. This guy's chasing after you. Now Kyung9 on the run.
Oh, Rock, gonna go for the chase.
Gotta be
Kyung9,
careful.
very scared to fight against. He doesn't have the ultimate right now, though. He's just chasing down any target
And
he
executed.
can, but he won't get any of them.
Unstoppable.
I mean, Inoue using that passive to stay alive, that could have been much closer. Kyung9 was going for the suicide mission, looking to trade, getting something out of this, but again, the passive greatly used by Inoue there, saving his life, ensuring that, again, they have a 6-2 lead.
Love that Gen.G is just fighting.
Yeah, Lady
back
Gen
here.
still
I
is much
love that
good as,
they're having
Sakia.
advantage in this game. Rock at the
Both have
5-0
anti-healing
right now.
item, both
Already
are going
has his
for
blood
probably,
rage. And Eye of the Phoenix at this point in the
man.
game. He's so ahead against Haku.
Yeah, I mean, he's so ahead, but he's got 5 kills, right? He's 5-0-1 Rock,
Yeah.
that is. He's got a huge edge. Again, this Tyrant looks to be uncontested at this point, and now they're going to go.
Ford not gonna hit, so that's good. I mean, he's just gonna be stealing this Azure buff just because of it. And now they have advantage already. Gen.G just needs to find a way to make use of this advantage that they have across the map, because Nongshim Red Force hasn't been fighting back.
I mean, now is kind of not the time for Nongshim. They're definitely behind. Gen.G are starting to feel it. They have that a huge advantage. Rock is starting to get hit that critical mass where he's just so scary. Nobody wants to deal with him, and plus Nongshim don't really have any answers.
Yeah, they're looking for it, hey? Looking for that damage against them, though, but they're not going to be hitting all those shots.
Oh,
And
what
no
a
one
stun.
gets to taking liberties, and the world is my board. He sacrificed himself for the company. They're taking a lot of fights here under the tower. A bit too aggressive on the side of Gen.G, and they lost that battle against them.
Yeah, a little too aggressive, just sticking around. I mean, Rock was, again, feeling it, but, man, you got to know when your limits
That was a
are. You
huge
cannot
knock-in
be
though,
diving
but
top. They're looking to get fake.
they just baited
Okay,
themselves.
Baba, gonna go for the chase. Gonna look for more, but I think it's still good. They're still very, very safe right now.
They can attack
they're looking
Tyrant
for
if they
the
want
push in
to.
the mid lane, and as I was saying,
And
they're
they will.
losing, and they traverse that gold gap with just one battle.
And our game is
I mean,
completely
it's
tight
a
again.
huge battle. I mean, getting the 3 kills and then turning it around. I mean, taking that mid T1 as well as this Tyrant. Nongshim right now. This is why you cannot give them anything. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
A bit too aggressive there for Inoue.
I was
I
just
think
saying,
that
every
was a
caster
mistake
says
there.
this
He got
always.
the
In any
taking
game
the
ever
resistance
watched,
of
everyone's
people,
like,
got the knockup
if you
with the
give
world
them
is
an
my
inch,
board.
they take a mile.
But
It's like
they're
one of
under
the most
tower,
overused
so
things I've ever
it's
heard, I
still a
swear,
big
man.
risk.
Yeah, I mean, look, whenever I see these type of fights, the
I hear
tower
this in
is like
every-
an extra player. They're like having
Yeah.
6-on-5.
I look
on
at
the
this
tower. It was
engage,
a
but,
nice
I
work with
mean,
my board. I mean,
Rock
they
was just
set it
way
up,
too deep
but
right
they were
here.
just
Way
way
too
too
deep.
aggressive. Rock
Into
was
the
taking
tower.
tower shots, and all they needed to do was just back off. Then they were able to
Wow.
just kind of turn this and route them on
If
the
you
way
give them an
as
inch,
they
they
were
would
trying
take
to
a mile.
retreat.
He actually didn't see that though. That Ocean of Tears.
The amount of
from
times I've heard this
Illusion was
sentence
crazy. That
in
was the reason
esports.
why they weren't able to move forward.
It's
there in that
crazy.
fight. But again, with this, look at what Nongshim is doing. They're playing the map. They're not losing their cool. Even if we try to take this fight, we find something else across the map, and that top side is getting pushed by the minions.
And there's a reason why Nongshim have looked at this Agudo as the Ogren, counter, right? Because of the zones that he wants to go in, it limits quite a bit in terms of how the hero can move around. He wants to be free-flowing, using that path to passing to kind of just get to where he wants, but it's kind of been limited.
Yeah, the extra stats from that wild growth so good though. Faye caught in the trap though. He needs to move forward. Gets a knock
it's
up on
looking
2
fine.
people.
Can we
The
get
Abaddon
Faye? No, he's
Crystal
looking.
is a little
Oh,
bit
engaged
back
right
by
side.
The drop kick was able to get the
Nice.
kill on the
That's
back
2.
line. Haku and Siri are both
That's
down. but
3
Cloud9 is still
executed.
looking for scraps, but he won't be able to find anything at that point. Nongshim Red Force is
Looking for the end, maybe?
and it's looking like they want to finish this at the bot lane.
Is this
You
endable?
blink, Because at the end of the day, just
Ray!
like that, the
Oh
game
my
turns
God.
on its head. They
What,
find
Ray?
illusion on this one, and
I
they're
don't know about that
continuing
one,
on.
though.
Gen.G looking to close this game out.
But he got the
They've
kill.
been
Is
chased, 10
that enough
seconds
to
on
win now?
Siri. Minions
Like,
are
he
gonna
can't
be
recoil.
moving forward here, but Ray has been dead. So 5 seconds at the block.
I didn't know Lady Sun can do this much damage. That's game. That's first game.
Gen.G is looking to get that game one, taking a bit of the tower hits just
1-0.
for them to finish the game, and game 1.
Just
goes to
like
Gen.G.
that.
What a
First
great
game
by
to
Just
Gen.G.
being able to close that one out. Nongshim were finding ways to get back into
Alright,
this game.
time to
but
do the next
Gen.G
giveaway.
still closes the door on that one. That team fight in
Let me
the
open
end
up the next
was good
giveaway
enough
lobby.
to just end the game in a heartbeat. Very calm, cool, collected. Very well played by Gen.G here.
I know the reason why they were laughing at
Uh,
Ray. Ray
bop,
didn't have to
bop,
die there. His
bop.
Lady Sun took like 2 tower shots in the end. That could have lost them the game if they weren't able to finish it. It's a good thing that they had 15 seconds.
What
of
if I
Siri.
do this? Does it
So
work
that's
like this
okay.
now?
Yeah. I mean, in the end, it was all calculated. This is team
That's true.
Why doesn't this
Right,
work, by the
Kind
way?
of throw some in the end, but really,
Why doesn't it work?
Yeah, part of the plan, understanding how
I
they
swear
need
these
to just
don't
close the
work. I don't know
game
why
out.
they don't
Very well
work.
played by
Or whatever,
Gen.G.
man. I
Just
linked the
turning that
page
last
again.
team fight around,
If
and
you
I
want
do
to
wanna
win a
see the
skin,
highlights to see
go
it
on this
again, because,
website.
again, it was surgical in the way they just took down Nongshim.
And
Yeah,
put a one
look
on
at
CrisHeroes.
how
You
they
didn't give
started
terms
that
to
fight,
us,
though.
but
They
I don't know
started
how.
that
It doesn't
fight with
say
Baba in
anywhere.
the back line, looking at Siri and Haku.
You put
He
in a
got
one and you buy the
drop kick on
tickets.
2 people, and that's very good, especially at that point in the game. The drop kick deals like half
And
your
the one
HP,
ticket is free,
which
of
is very
course.
scary for Siri specifically.
Yeah, and I mean,
Click on
just
this
really
website
well
right
played.
here,
This is again,
and
I
put a
think
one
that we're
into
gonna
the
look at
buy
the
ticket
draft
slot,
and just see whenever
and
you
buy
see
the
an Ogren,
tickets.
you're kind of like, dare I say, it's a gimme because again, like
It's in Stream
in
Elements
Nongshim,
dashboard,
yes, you have the counter and a
apparently. I don't know.
Gudo, but if you're not 100% on, things like that are going to happen.
really-
And
I
Rock
don't
is
see it
going to take
anywhere.
over. He's very scary on this Ogren.
And what I've been seeing though, that
Yeah, buy
every
2
time the
tickets?
Nongshim
Nope.
Red Force is pulling out the Agudo recently, they haven't won. And I don't know if it's still a good counter against the Ogren because they always have this problem of just sticking together. And other teams know how to deal with that. The death ball hasn't been working pretty well in the Major East, so I hope it's gonna be something that Nongshim Red Force takes to heart.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
look,
6
it's just
people
one
in. We
game.
will
At the
do a
end of the
few
day,
more, maybe?
you don't. I mean, they don't really pick the Agudo just with, as any other hero, right? It seems to be one of their like pocket picks to kind of deal with the Ogren. They tried. It didn't
I mean,
really
should there
work
even be
out.
2
Again, this is
winners?
a
Maybe
long
I should
series.
only have
They've
everyone
lost
win
games
one time,
before. I
right?
expect them to go to a
Right?
5th game. They will bounce back.
Yeah, it is possible that this is gonna go long. Just
Aye,
because
there
of
should not be
how-
double winner,
how it
right?
happened yesterday. It's still possible that it's gonna work again. Yesterday they lost against Gen.G with an Agudo on game 1. So Agudo might be the problem here.
Yeah, I mean, didn't have the greatest of start. I mean, look, Rock got going. I mean, he's just once he got that farm, he was actually very close. They were tied with Haku, but when those kills started snowballing,
Yeah, I think we
it
should
was
have
the
multi-
Rock show.
sorry.
I mean, he was
Sorry,
8-1
Dada.
and 2 for a reason.
If you guys already
He was
won
that
one, you're
late
not going to
boss.
win a second one.
Yeah, it
Just
was
saying.
really hard though. I mean,
That's
especially
kinda unfair then.
facing against an Ogren. Yes,
Kinda
it's
unfair.
not the this
I'm ruling in a
level
minute.
of Ogren right now. It's not the same as
Last
he
chance to
was
take part of the
before. He was
giveaway.
stronger before. Right
Yeah,
now,
sorry guys, no
he's a
double
bit
winners.
toned down, but he's still strong once he gets going, as he said. And
No
Inua
double
has
winners.
been getting those sets that are so good. It's actually crazy.
My
Because,
bad.
look, when Rock is chasing after
It's
you,
a
on
who
the
won
Ogren,
already.
it's just
Grab
like
one.
an all-out retreat, or everybody's trying to focus fire on him. They group up again.
Wait,
Inua,
what was that?
Yixing, it's a perfect complement to the Ogren. Setting up the
Something up
boards.
now?
Where are they going to go? Ogren is going to chase you down.
Yeah, and I always love how these
Anyways, close giveaway,
like that, right?
and we draw a
Ishin
winner.
to the Ogren. This is always the combo. because
Ashley
most of the time whenever you're
64378.
fighting against an Ogren, Ishing is also a good counter.
Are
just
you
so
here?
You can cage him on
Yes.
his own play so that he won't be able to.
I will DM you a
to go
code.
to the back line, which is what they did. But look at the grab here. It's just Gen.G was able to take over, but Nongshim, that one point that they were able to find that almost
Whisper
got them the
and send.
the
You have
advantage
the
there, but
code
again,
sent to
Gen.G
your
still
Twitch.
swung
This
back.
Whisper.
Yeah, I mean, swung back hard, right? They were
Yeah.
losing.
We
in
have
the
2 more,
network
guys, 2
department,
more.
But just winning a team fight, that's what matters. Being
2
on
more
the
skins
same
in a bit.
page, being coordinated to do that, and of course, it's on the back of MVP Rock here. 8-1 and 2, 18% of the damage. Not the most. Inua definitely did more, but he took a lot of damage, and his presence was definitely felt.
Yeah, Rock taking the MVP again. This is a story that you want to see again from Gen.G. And look at those sets coming from Inua. This is what he wants. He always starts off with the taking liberties first. Then he drops the world is my board so that whoever got hit with the taking liberties,
The word is
is not gonna
my
be moving.
board.
Yeah, and it's perfect, right? I mean, because sometimes you set up the board, they can just walk away. But if you've got taking liberties, you know where they're going to drop. So you have a little bit of time to set up that board. And Inua's been like a maestro on that, just setting it up. Look at those boards. Oh, perfectly done here.
Oh man, it's so good. It's just so good to see here from their side, the Ishing.
What,
And
rare
even
skin
the
code?
Ogren
There
right
we go.
here, what they wanted to do was just go for that, go for the combo.
We have 2 more
full
kick
tempo,
off
get the
skins
conductor
codes.
souls. This was the fight that we were talking about a while ago. Nongshim got the gold back there.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to completely bounce back. Ray just diving between towers. He's completely out of position. He's got to be
I
a little
can't
bit
tell you
careful.
what I
But
literally don't
man,
know.
if series death timer was a little bit, like less time, that could have been a disaster at the end.
that was why they were laughing in the end there, because they thought that they couldn't end it because Ray just died.
I googled it, but doesn't really tell me.
At least they were able to win.
I googled kick-off skin on of kings, but
Gen.G taking game 1 again.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really.
I hope they go the distance this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how these things played out, right? Going into this one, of course, we were expecting a fifth game. We have a long way to go, but of course, let's take a little bit of a break before we go into game 2 here.
Yeah, Ogren is a bit broken, yes. Tiny bit.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keeps...
My name is Pentakill?
Welcome back to the grand finals of the KME Nongshim Red Force going up against Gen.G. Gen.G striking the first dash. Your thoughts of that first game?
Ooh, Gen.G just really going back to what happened yesterday. They were the one to strike first, and they were the one to set the pace in this whole series, so I hope they would be able to keep it up, because right now it's looking like they do have a very wide hero pool on their side, just because of what we've seen from the fight against R8 Esports. They can do pretty much anything. But will that work against Nongshim Red Force? That's the question, because game 2, that is when they started having problems for Gen.G yesterday.
Yeah. I think that Gen.G right now needs to really go into the draft. This is must win for game 2, right? They do not want to be in a hole 0-2 at this point. Going up against Gen.G, who can just really spring up a crazy draft against you. You got to be super careful in that sense as well. You want to keep them honest as much as possible. Nongshim here going to start off this game 2 on the blue side.
Oh yeah, they're going to be starting this right now, and this is very smart here for the side of the Gen.G Esports to get the first game, because I mean, you need to get anything you can against Nongshim Red Force, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be like a heavyweight fight, right? These guys are going to go toe-to-toe. They're going to continue to trade shots. At the end of the day, it's about the resilience to go in. Obviously, Gen.G must be feeling ecstatic winning that game 1. They did that in that last game against Nongshim in that last series. Same idea, right? But going into this one, game 2, you got to be serious. I would think that you would do something crazy to kind of catch Nongshim off guard here.
Yeah, they have to put on a surprise here against them again. This is like a Gen.G classic, right? They want to surprise the enemy team as much as they can, because they want to go and get those advantage as much as they can with what they have.
Yeah, but it looks like the draft is going to be
Draft is ready, let's go.
Nongshim, of course, being on the blue side, they're going to be picking first. They have first bans as well. I think that you want to kind of target Rock as much as possible, and it looks like they're going to ban out the Marco
Let's get it done. Away.
Okay, they're just going to be banning out the Marco Polo here. And with what they have right now here for Gen.G, they're going to be losing options. I think Nongshim Red Force was watching on the sides, when R8 Esports versus Gen.G was happening,
Wait,
they were
really?
eating their potato
They were
chips
watching
while
Gen.G play
this was
before this?
happening,
No,
and
that
they're
would be
taking a look at,
cheating,
oh,
I would
game
say.
two, they picked this up, so let's
That'd
ban
be
that.
cheating.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, that's
They're
something
not
that
allowed to
Gen.G
watch
is doing a
Gen.G
good
before they
job
play
on, right?
against
The
them.
Ogren, definitely, they do not want to let Haku get this hero. I think that you kind of limit that. It almost seems it's like a
K-pop
free game.
quote
because
reached
he's
my
just so good
timeline.
on that
Wait, what's
Ogren. He is
tweet?
undefeated in the KME with the Ogren. I believe he's
What tweet?
7-0 after yesterday.
What was that? That is crazy. Every time he
I
gets a
watched
pick of
Kadriel
that
earlier
Ogre,
today,
I'm
and
kinda
he,
scared every time because
he started
Noxian
listening
really
to
knows how
Espa now.
play around that. Diadea is gonna get picked up here. It
Kadriel
was,
has discovered
picked up
Espa.
yesterday also against Gen.G, but they weren't able to win that. That was the time they also picked up Libra and Jet on their side. So Gen.G, what will they answer with?
Yeah, and I mean, look, the idea is the type where it doesn't show your cards. It doesn't like, you know,
What
if you
tweets
pick like a
that
Dolia, you know that hey, we're gonna be going heavy alts, you know, maybe like an Elaine, that type. But the idea is kind of like very
Diadea.
flexible. They want to see exactly where the first two picks
Gen.G
are gonna
with the
go.
Dharma
If they're
Ali
gonna go
potentially,
strong with the
okay.
Dharma and the Arlie. Gen.G just want to
Okay.
go.
I must remain true
Yeah,
to
this
who
is
I am.
exactly what they want.
Wait,
here.
he
Going
is?
for the standard
I don't know.
Wawa. This
One
Dharma
day.
together with this Arlie. I mean, we don't usually see them play around with this with their composition, but I love seeing it whenever Gen.G
I
goes
didn't
for it.
know.
But the Chano gets picked up by Nongshin.
Okay, well, Siri is one of the best Chanos, at least in the KME, so I'm not too worried about that. And I think that they're going to kind of just want to just get that nice little matchup going up against Arlie. You have mobility, you definitely have your damage. And I mean, the Wolves are kind of annoying to deal with, so
Your guys'
Gen.G
shit.
actually need to respond to that.
Yeah, they have to be careful
Sure,
about it. They
if
need
we
somebody
can
to
make it
wait
so.
here
Chano?
on their side, but Gen.G already picked up the I Ching, so
Chano?
oh, they go with the Leon Po. I think this is a
Oh.
two-pronged attack that they're going for. Leon Po together with the Dharma, very destructive.
Leon
Lots of engage on Gen.G already.
Times, 14-9, 60% win rates, very strong roamer. It has had a lot of play, and especially with Clue, he's been able to be at the
Leon
right
Po.
time, at the right place, especially if you see like FaZe, Diadea jumping on you, you got outs.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be really scary here for them because they want to get to the back line. They need to find the rate of timing that they want to go for just for them
Yeah,
to
I don't
get
like that
onto
crap
that
either.
channel
I
and
hate
the
how much
idea
English they're
because
putting into
very
K-pop songs now. It doesn't make
dodgy.
any sense. I hate it too.
On the side of Dongshin.
Yeah. I mean,
hate it.
They're going to have a little bit of squishiness. The mobility is going to be there, but it's also a bit of a weakness as well. If Gen.G are able to kind of lock you down, if, you know, whatchamacallit, Wawa is able to kind of find that perfect angle for that flash truth, you're going to have a tough time.
I love that they still respect the Luna here from Nongshin because yesterday
Then
they
Luna,
got
yeah,
destroyed by
we couldn't
Luna.
play against Luna
But remember,
earlier.
yesterday, Luna was not the problem. It was the Shoyu from Siri. That was the problem from Nongshin the Red 4. So they have to be scared more on Siri rather than that Luna. But they're just making sure. They're just making sure that there's less options here for Haku.
And there's a reason why, I mean, these are the top two teams, right? Like, yeah, you can attack a player, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to kind of pick up that slack.
I mean, yeah,
you might
you
not
can,
have
of
the
course.
best hero that you want, but they're still going to have ways to kind of deal with this squad, right? Siri is going to be a ample substitute for Haku if he's on having a bit of an off game.
It's the same, like,
think Siri,
I wish Eurovision
especially
Song
with this
Contest,
channel,
right?
will be doing a lot of work for the team. So I'm still
See,
kind of
like,
scared
countries
of what
would have to
Gen.G
sing in
is
their
gonna
own
be bringing
language.
here. With the Leon Po, they
Like,
can
at some
still
point, Eurovision
do
Song Contest is just also
anything. They can
95%
still
songs in
go
English. It's like,
with any combo that they want to go
is
for
so
here
lame.
with the team, but the
It'd be
mid
so
lane,
much more fun
what
if
options that they have? They still have
you had
a
to sing
lot
in your
of
own
shout-outs.
language.
They want to go for more damage or even the
you know?
oh, this was game 1 yesterday. The Heino.
Yeah.
Heino?
So, I mean, look, Heino has kind of fallen off a bit because it seems like the compositions tend to be a
okay.
little bit more bursty. So he has a harder time getting off those perfect fate rewinds. If you're looking for
Okay.
a long sustaining fight and you don't see a whole lot of damage from Nongshin, this is a great target, a great hero to be picking
Cold
here.
and
I mean, if you're looking at the Nongshin side, still a bit of a mixed bag
Interesting.
here. I think they can go either way. They're definitely going to have to address this
Yeah, what,
Heino
he is,
problem
are we in
with some burst
2024
now.
again, or what?
The question is that going to be enough though? I mean, yesterday they addressed the Heino problem with
We said that Angela is unplayable.
So I'm not sure if Angela is going to to be the best. They're still going to go with
Did I
Angela.
just-
Did they not learn their lesson from yesterday?
They might have learned it because they're gonna change things up. I mean, if you get a Chaos Cinder off, I mean, the potential Pei and Chano, the
Really?
burst damage that they have, and then
Did I
Mai
just
for,
summon
like,
it? I
initiation
said,
and
too
control,
bad that
could be
Angela
a
is
good
unplayable
time.
and they
So,
insta-lock
again,
it in.
If it ain't broke,
Are you
it wasn't the worst composition. Yes, Angela did struggle with its, very static movement.
Okay.
But Gen.G going with the fade. How are they gonna play this one out? Wow.
Wait, Fade? It's the first time they use Spade.
Spade?
This
Is that a new character?
Another first time against Nongshim? Are they sure about this? Rock gonna be using this Spade, at least on stream. It wasn't played yet by Gen.G, but again, this Spade is gonna be very interesting. There's a lot of squishy targets. No, they're all squishy targets, so this Spade could shine in this game.
Yeah, Fade has been what? Picked 9 times. He's 6-3, 66% win rate. Has been definitely shown up, but it's a perfect last.
But they trialed this character already?
You have to trust Rock to do his thing. He plays
What is
every
yeah, I don't know
single
what
hero in this
Nongshim
game, right?
on this.
And just
but I mean, again, I don't know. I don't know anything anyway,
a
so.
difficult hero to play, and I think Rock will
like
be
I know.
more than up to the task on this one.
Yeah, they have to be careful in how they approach this. So, I mean, what I love about the pay, especially if Haku is the one using it together with the Yin, they are gonna be the duo here for their side because they will be bullying this jungler. This Fade is not gonna have the best day because the Yin is just gonna be bullying him in the early game and the pay too. So it's gonna be hard for him to do much here in the early game. So Gen.G needs to protect.
He jumps on top of terrain?
Rock during the early game.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really gonna. I mean, the first 5-10 minutes, if Gen.G are completely blown out of the water and they just lose their jungle, they're just gonna suffer at this point, right? But again, if they're able to mitigate the damage,
He jumps on terrain. Okay, kind of cool.
Haku, I think that Gen.G are really gonna be able to strike back because this is a potential lineup that can do some serious mid to late game damage.
Yeah, the Nongshim Red Force has a lot of burst.
All
on their side,
right.
and that's what I like about this. They have a lot of damage.
I believe in
on their
the Chinese
composition. They're
jungler
not gonna be
anyways.
lacking on that
Let's go.
damage, but who's going to be mitigating all those pressures coming in from Gen.G? There's nobody, but right now Haku is already starting off with that, and Rock going to go and dash into Haku just to stop them from getting anything. And Wawa together with him there is also a good try, or rather a good start off for them.
And you're seeing these two teams, they're just starting to become really familiar with one another. They've played each other so many times from the ranking week to Survivor week. They know Haku is looking to be aggressive on that pay. They were waiting in the brush and they're like, okay, we know he's coming, just wait a matter of time and we'll brush him off.
They actually was.
This is the Angela skin though.
But now Wawa gonna get jumped on by 2 people. Illusion was also there,
What
so
is
he
the
had
Angela
to flash
skin?
away.
Bro, what is
Look, I
that?
think that in this one, Kyung9 should not have been the initiator. I mean, he should have been right on top of Illusion. They
like
should
some
have moved
signature skin
together,
for him?
and then Wawa's reaction time of seeing both would have been much at the same time, but the chances of hitting that Chaos Cinder would have been much greater. Potential first
like some
blood,
signature skin for him.
it would have changed the odds.
Wants to be a
Ray just trying to go for that
unique,
bullying, but Kyung9 is still going to be taking that spike tail. So still a good start for their side here. Gen.G
wants to be
are
unique.
just trying to find a way to pressure Nongshim Red Force, but so far they're the ones still getting the advantage here.
Looking to go in for this one.
Yeah, might be able to jump in. Ray just gonna be backing off, goes back to his parasol, and Haku. This is what you expect. Get the advantage in the early game, and you might want to check your sides every time because Haku
could it be a
there
tank?
lurking.
I know. I don't know how you play him now.
He could potentially go in at a moment's notice, right? He wants to be aggressive. This
See
is
his
the
items
Nongshim
soon.
time. I feel like they're on a bit of a timer. They need to force the initiative a bit.
Yeah, right now it's just Faye trying to bait out a bit of farewell here.
Oh,
Wawa
nice
coming,
engage,
goes in.
Haku.
Truth match is
Ooh,
gonna
let's
be
get
there,
away.
but he's not gonna use it just yet. Wawa is waiting for the holidays before he
Unreal
uses Truth
skins? There are gonna be
Match,
some
but now
real
he's gonna get
skins?
jumped on.
Oh.
He doesn't have any flash anymore, which is why the first blood comes in.
Oh, Kyung9, just the way
Unreal
he just like
skins, okay.
navigated through his spells, ensuring that he's going in and out, like hit like a butterfly, or like move like a butterfly.
I mean, the
sting
dragon
like a
skin
bee.
of
He was just
Angela
kinda
is
moving around at
so
the
good.
perfect time, understanding where Wawa was going to potentially look to go away from. He got caught out at that moment.
Yeah, that was a great play here. I think,
You see the newer
they
gameplay
missed
earlier?
the
I did,
opportunity
yeah.
there because they
Where he
didn't
dove into
use
the
the
enemy
truth
base and
matchup
died,
for
you mean?
Wawa,
In that one?
And he had to back off, use the truth matchup defensively. Could have been a kill there for Haku.
Yeah, could have been a potential one, but I mean, you'll be happy with that one. Look, they've already got a
I saw that, yeah.
1.2k net worth lead. This is a great start for Nongshim. This is the way they want to do it. Now they need to snowball off of this.
Ooh, the Chaos Cinder's perfect timing with the Blazing Brilliance, goes in for the dash and block. Is gonna be surviving that.
Yeah, a lot of damage. I mean, at the end of the day, Haku was really not going to commit on that. He didn't want to kind of like lose this lead that he's kind of built. He will continue to farm, but again, more pressure. If Rock is getting a little bit low, he's going to play a little bit more scared.
Yeah, one thing that we expect on this composition that Gen.G built is that they're not going to be winning the early game. They're going to be losing most of the early game because Illusion is just going to be finding those kills with the Blazing Brilliance. Innova is just going to try to wave clear. So they are really not built for this early game battles.
Yeah, I know.
And, I mean, Gen.G know that. They're going to play a
Haino.
little bit more defensively,
pronounce him, I
slow
guess.
the pace of the game down.
Yep.
Just, again,
I
protect
played
the
him so much
towers,
too, actually.
wave clear more than anything else. Obviously,
But I mean, he was
check
so
every
broken when I
brush.
played
you
him.
have to assume that they're going to be in every single one.
Yeah, especially Haku. He's just going to be farming uber fast against the other team just because of how they are just going to be taking this most of the space around the map. It's going to be hard to deal with Haku, and this objective is going to be starting. But Gen.G starting to position themselves close to it.
Oh?
Kyung9 going to be the target though. They got the sun a while ago.
Oh, the
Rocket
countdown
comes in.
gauge is
Haku
huge
or
though, and
Kyung9
Wawa
ran
is
and
gone.
fight
Wait,
is
no,
through,
Wawa's
and both
fine.
of them are
Ray's
low
here.
HP already at this point.
But
Goes in,
Haku is
Wawa falls
destroying.
down again, and Ray is going to be the next
Wow.
one. He went in, tried to save his mate, but he's also going to be dying.
Yeah, what a play by Kyung9. And they want to get more. I mean, they're doing a lot of damage on the Clue at this point.
Yeah, Nongshim Breath Force really just knows how to play with Haku, especially with this advantage in the early
Artuna
game. They
board
can't
lead.
even deal damage against him.
Yeah, but look at it. I mean, going back to that fight, though, Kyung9 just delaying Wawa and Rock just enough for Haku to get there. The perfect timing stuns. Again, Haku is
That
like
hero
that
looks so
perfect
broken,
guy
by the way.
at the right moment, showing up when he needs to.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Kyung9 also holding the fort there was just so good. He was just dealing damage, got both of them like 1/4 HP, and he's already fine with it because he could just let Haku do his work, get the gold for himself, and that's what you want. You want to give Haku as much advantage as you can.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he already had a 2-level advantage. Rock just leveled up. So again, a little bit of a gap in that instance.
the
But when you're
shapeshifter.
getting so many kills like Haku and pretty much getting fed, he's been able to be aggressive. But this Tyrant fight, if it shifts or it gets picked up by Gen.G, that'll definitely help them out.
Yeah, right now it's going to be the Tyrant. I think Gen.G needs to find a kill here just to lessen the gap that they have right now. Because right now, Nongshim Breath Force is just dealing a lot of damage against them. While saying that, Blazing Fury is half HP on Clue.
Yeah, look, the enemy jungle, Gen.G's that is, has largely been taken away by Haku. They have a 3k net worth, like 2.6. It just dropped because the Tyrant was just picked up. But Gen.G right now need to find ways to get some farm on this map.
How do we get back into this game? I mean,
from Haku a while ago, even Clue is not.
oh, late game is crazy, right? Like late game, we're just gonna scale without losing too much.
Haku is building very tanky if he can just strike the items, because look at his HP. He has so much HP, so he's definitely building tanky.
Yeah, he's building tank. I mean, look at the rest of the lineup. Everyone else is very squishy. They need to be careful here.
Fate Rewind gets used already. With the leader stance, gets some damage a bit. And what I like about this Haino pick, he might be able to take down all those wolves every time the leader stance pops out. Yep, Kyung9 goes in, gets a knockup.
no,
Rock is gonna be
Rocket
next, gonna be the target here.
Not yet, no,
Haku
wait.
just
Oh!
jumping on him. They got the kill on one under the back line with Tremor's back.
Wait, this could be Wawa! Huge ultimate.
Dealing a lot of damage against Haku. He's gonna go for the chase down. He has more speed.
3 kills.
He's not gonna be
Nice.
losing those scepters.
There it
on
is,
his
there's the
hands, and
comeback.
That is a 3-for-1.
Wawa
pretty
hit a
fast
huge
right there.
ultimate.
Oh, Haku just got tunnel
Nice.
vision. He was trying to pick off Rock. Rock was just using his maneuverability to get to safety. And the rest of the squads from Gen.G were able to find out Siri, Faye, and Kyung9. Able
I
to
do think
close
that
the
Gen.G is
door
better
on
team
them.
fighting,
If
but-
Haku is going in, he needs to ensure who is the
It's not-
target.
this
They
can't
need to be
fall too
making
far behind.
calls of, this hero needs to die. Everybody's within range. Focus it down.
So
They weren't
Angela
able
is
to
so
do it, and
useful.
they paid with their lives.
Slow.
Yeah, that is
Like
true.
in
I mean,
higher
that
higher
I thought
competitive
it's not gonna
games,
happen.
I don't know,
thought
man.
Haku is just gonna get the kill there. but
Angela just
Gen.G,
seems the
they
better
really
opponents
knew
get,
how
the
to
worse Angela
answer,
just
and
seems.
That's exactly what they needed. They needed something against
So
them,
difficult to
any
get value out of.
advantage that they can take, and Gen.G was able to bridge that gap just with that one.
I
fight.
noticed playing the game myself.
We're
Like the
gonna check
higher I
this replay.
climbed, I feel like the
look,
worse
it looked
Angela's got.
potentially good. They started strong. Kyung9 was there. They thought they had Rock 9, but look at how he just pulls Haku away. All
Look
that
at this.
damage is now
But
mitigated.
right
all
here,
that control from Gen.G, and they're taking them all down.
Dama ult.
And Haku was just running for his life at that point.
Yeah, and Wawa delaying that Truth Mantra, just using just punching everybody first, then Truth Mantra after, was a really good setup there for them. Just for him to just make sure that he's gonna get the kill on the other two. Wawa gonna go in,
No,
Truth
that's-
Mantra goes in, throws him to his
clean.
team, and that's a kill. Very easy one.
Yeah, Kyung9 was just like, I'm just walking around, taking a walk in the park, and he just gets blown up.
Fate Rewind gonna get used, has a lot more HP, flashes away. Haku gonna be next. Leader stance has been popped already. That's a lot of damage from anyone. That's very scary.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be on. They're going to be fine. That is, I mean, they weren't able to get the pick off. Nice fate rewind by Anua, and of course, Clue keeping him alive. But again, look at, we're seeing what Ray is doing, pushing in the top lane. They take the top T1, and now the tides have shifted.
Ninja could have literally been anything else, right? Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Have completely
I don't see
shifted
why
in favor of Gen.G now.
Angela countered
I'm really
someone
loving
here,
this
or
Zeno pick now. I think Siri is not gonna have the best day. Anything that he puts out there, any wolves, he's not gonna get.
I mean, I guess to counter wave clear faster. I mean, she has one of the best wave clears, right?
I mean, like the scepters do so much. Like they deal with it.
It's
they
just
have
for
that
wave
AoE
clear, right?
damage, they have that control. And again,
But like, yeah, I mean,
you were talking about the fact that like the
She just has
Angela
good wave
pick
clear.
has been a little underwhelming for Nongshim in their past series, and we're kind of seeing it again. We're not able to see those Chaos Cinder pickoffs that we potentially wanted from this Angela here.
We're kind of expecting that to happen. Fate Rewind is gonna get used, but his HP is just gonna get drained as fast. And now Haku, Ray has been able to see him though, but
The only reason I think is again wave clear, because it's the best, has one of the best wave
He
clears.
has to be careful once he moves forward.
But,
Goes
yeah, I
in,
don't
gets
know.
damage and illusion. Kyung Knight goes in with a drop kick, but they're not gonna get the kill on anything.
But if anything, that space created, Siri will take the bottom T1 for free, uncontested on this one. But now they need to look to just kind of invade, put some pressure on. One cute thing though in that last fight, Kyung Knight actually pulls Rock off of the ledge and says, "Get over here." But Rock was just doing so much damage. Kyung Knight's like, "Okay, sorry, my bad."
Oh, and from what we're seeing here, I think Nongshim Red Force is recognizing that
I don't
they
think anyone
might
plays
falter
Dr.
onto the
Brian.
late game here against the other team. Baba can chase down. Haku also here, get some damage in. Will he be able to push them away? Here comes Clue, gonna go for that help, but his sustain is just so much they can't even kill him.
I mean, they're just so tanky at this point. And if the fight was to continue, Rock, look at this guy. He's prancing around on those ledges, looking for the right time to strike.
Yeah, could just go back. Ray is just going to use that parasol. And that's what we're saying. Yeah, I think Rock is going to be very scary on this next fight. I think the Tyrant is when the next big battle is going to happen.
Yeah, and Haku level 14 has a slight edge over Rock, but at what point
So best
is
team in Honor of
Rock gonna just
Kings?
turn
Yeah, all the
around?
Chinese
Because again,
teams
Nongshim
are
works,
the
but
best teams in Honor of
Rock
Kings.
wants to go for that Jade step, but right now he's just...
I wonder
being pushed
which
away from
place
his
of
ledge.
Chinese team would
And
lose
the
against the
Tyrant
best
can't even
non-Chinese
start it,
team.
but right now, they're
Like, I
already
wonder how
starting
far
out.
you have to go
Haku
down in the ladder
area. They need to be
until
careful if everything
until like
starts.
which
Haku
Chinese team would
is
lose against
one
the
of
best non-Chinese team.
fighters in the major
I wonder.
league so far. Right now he's gonna go. He's gonna try. He has some space. Wawa goes in, might be able to push him back. Goes for the truth, pushes him away, and gets the kill with the Jade Mark.
Nice
And they're gonna
knock-up.
go for more. Go to the back
Yes!
line. They're gonna get some kills, and they are looking for more. Siri gets
Right, 2
one.
for 2 though.
Gets away with
Wait.
2. It's still
No?
a 3v3.
Oh,
or
looking
rather,
bad now.
2v3 at this point. Wawa needs to back
Wawa
away. Siri's
run.
still pretty much
Oh,
alive.
what's that?
And
Wait,
with
see?
this hold on to Wawa, they are gonna get the kill on him for sure. And this is gonna be a 4 for 2.
Yeah, and look, I thought that Siri was kind of a little out of position. He was kind of consistently farming, and then Haku dying early. But man, they turned that game, that fight around, able to get the right control, getting a 4 for 2. That was gravy by Nongshim.
Oh man, Nongshim just looking for the right targets. They thought that Haku was the carry, but they forgot about Siri. Siri was the one dealing so much damage that fight.
Yeah, and look, you were talking about the fact that, like, hey, Haku doesn't have the best games all the time, and you're kind of seeing that. I mean, this is it's still above average as a jungler, but it's not a typical Haku game where he just completely controls the pace of the game. This is one where Siri really stepping up. He's got 9K to his name, highest across the map.
Yeah, this is the reason why you always have to be careful about Siri, because in the early game, he's not going to be flashy. He's not going to be dying, but he's also not going to be getting a lot of kills. But once he gets going, he's going to be performing pretty well here for the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually like what you want in a farm laner, right? Yeah, the old reliable guy. He's got to get his farm. He's just give him time. He's going to do a bunch of damage, and he's been capable of carrying games, which is the biggest thing.
Yeah, Siri's not going to be letting that tower survive. And Gen.G is just going to be playing this mid lane because they don't want the mid lane to get taken down anytime soon. And they're just defending this against the other team. And Ray already at 1/4 HP at this point, so they are just going to be backing off here.
It seems so impossible with some. Okay, we're engaging.
Jade Mark dashes
And Rock
in
is
with a
dead,
Tremor
and
Smash, gets a
okay.
knock up on 2, but 2 people already dead. And Gen.G needs to back off.
feel like
and Nongshim
we're not
Red
winning this
Force
game.
just keeping them at bay.
I don't like the way the fight started on that one. Clue
I feel like
Clue
we're
and
not
Rock
winning
should
this
not be
game.
the two that go in. I think that you're looking for like Wawa to set up the play, Inua to bait some of the guys, let them group up and then come in with like an amazing truth Tremor Smash. You need to kind of understand what you're trying to do here.
Ooh, TG.
That engage was so fast. I mean, what the heck, I guess. I mean, they don't really have to, though. Heino can just wait here, but yeah.
Everyone is just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and this is the counterplay. This is what they were looking to do. They knew that Nongshim were able to burst you down. It's going to be quick, it's going to be early, but again, Heino with that Fate Rewind, basically able to kind of just counter that play.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Just Fate Rewind, take some time. Don't let Nongshim Red Force finish this game so fast. It's a really smart pick right here for Gen.G, but Nongshim Red Force, they're looking pretty good. This game, they have a 6k gold lead. They have 6 towers down on the other side. And Gen.G has been really scrappy with how they start this fight.
Yeah, but again, Nongshim on a timer. They need to be careful. Gen.G being able to just
When a timer's a 7k, I mean, they're going to seem weak. It's all
slowing the game down. They want to be ending the game. They want to be putting pressure on. If that top T3 was gone, that would have been huge.
They want to
for
be
them in
ending the
terms of
game,
push.
yeah.
Now
I mean,
Nongshim
that
have
would
to
always
play
be
a bit
nice,
more
no?
standard. They don't have any
Winning is fun.
Yeah, as long as the game has not ended, Inoue is getting scarier and scarier. Remember, whenever they try to go and get close against them, Inoue is just going to be hitting hard. And more scepters equals better damage for him for sure. So that's why they're looking for that most of the time. They're not going to... they're just going to let that fall down because T3 is much more important for them.
Yeah, it's going to be key at this point. I think that's the thing, is that you kind of want to chip away at all of the T3s.
See, the massive Dama engage. There's still a chance, but
Does he want to heal this up for minimal damage, or what's he looking to do? Because again, just go slowly but surely.
Yeah, if there's looking to slow it down, take down the Shadow Vanguard. I think this is a good step here for Gen.G. They just need to chill it out, wait for the timing before they go in. They need Nongshim to start the fight for them so that Wawa could get a good through.
I mean, Gen.G at the end of the day, they're just slow the game down by taking those Vanguards down so they don't have that push. The T3's taking structural damage, obviously.
I mean, T3s are still up.
You don't want to be out of your base until those have been vanquished,
it's so
which they look
venomous,
like they're doing now.
Oh yeah, they're already starting with that right now. For the start of the fight here, Gen.G is kind of looking to find a battle here, find a win for their side, because right now, Nongshim Red Force get a Tyrant. They're slowing the game down, they're taking their time, and I think this is okay for Nongshim.
Yeah, it's okay for now. I think that at some point, again, this team, this composition is going to fall off, and that's my worry, is that, again, a timer here. Gen.G, if they're able to hold this game till the 20-minute mark, I don't think Nongshim have a chance.
Yeah, they're taking
really,
their
don't
time
have a
here.
chance then?
Right
Okay,
now,
I mean,
Gen.G is looking for that timer. They are waiting for Haku to make a mistake here if ever he tries to move forward, because Siri and Illusion are just going to be waiting for any engages here from Gen.G. Both of them are waiting for engages.
Yeah, and Gen.G doing such a good job because their wave clear is very good, right? They're able to deal
Rock
with
seems
it.
so
The
useless
T3s
with
are
this
hardly
character.
at stake.
Leader Sand's gonna be used again.
And Dama's dead.
He wasn't able to use anything on that fight.
Getting swamped in on every single lane. They have no chance.
Rewind a while ago, so we don't have anything right now.
And you just go out of position once and they make you pay.
This fake character seems so useless.
It definitely has its burst. This is a very strong moment for Nongshim, but they weren't able to take the bottom T3, so at least there's a small reprieve for Gen.G here.
Yeah, they have some time to breathe. Inoue, not really a lot of HP at this point. They are going to be starting to push that T3. Won't be able to revive that.
And all
this
three
is good. They're
T3s just pushed down. Wow.
Taking apart Gen.G space.
Yeah, very smart. Working around the Fate Rewind, just kind of like chipping away at it. You don't need to kind of burst it down. We saw what Inoue had done in terms of that rebuild and kind of just slowing the game down. Nongshim were like, okay, we've learned from that. We're going to go a little bit slow. Slow siege across all three. Now the base is wide open.
Yeah, taking a bit of that lesson, and it's looking pretty good here for their side. Nongshim already starting on this Overlord, and Rock
I mean, it's just gotta
backing
fight
up.
or GG, right?
Get close because Illusion, whenever he's in the fight, he's just gonna be using the Chaos Cinders and Blazing Brilliance, and you're pretty much dead every time.
Yeah, I mean, if he catches you out, and look, this Angela pick, we did have some questions about it, but Illusion's positioning has been far superior. Hasn't died a single time, but it looks like, you know, if you're looking at the Gen.G side, Rock has not been able to find, to draw a bead on Illusion.
Yeah, that's true. I think they need to find that backline. And remember, even Rock was building tanky this game. He has the Blood Rage, he has the He has the long line Guardian, so he's not really going to be dealing as much. So with what we're seeing here, they're just keeping them at bay. Nongshim Red Force, this is going to be their last battle. Goes in, Tremor Smash going to get used. They have the flash.
Oh, big
area.
knock up.
Gets knocked up onto the backline with a Fate Rewind. I think they have a lot of damage coming through, but one falls down. Ray falls down, and Clue's going to be next. They're going to be going for more. They're chasing down a lot of damage coming from anyone. One more kill for their side. 3 people are down,
okay.
but Zeri survives in the end. But Rock, look at this, chasing him down. Wants to go for more. Haku gets away
base
from the
defended for now. It's still not over.
Still a win for Gen.G.
Yeah, actually, Nongshim
It's not
just
over.
way too grouped. It was perfect for Rock to do his damage. He was just an absolute
That was a massive
monster in
engage
terms
by
of that
Clue, though.
carnage, just setting it up. And again, Clue going in with that Tremor Smash, really with
That's
a nice
right.
little knock-off. That control is perfect. That's what they need. They have a lot of guys that can do damage. It's about that catch. They haven't been able to do it, but they made Nongshim pay in that last team fight.
They made Nongshim think about it. They made Nongshim uncomfortable with what they want to do here. And I like that. Gen.G, they should be trying to do a lot more of those things. I think 2 or 3 more of those, they have a possibility of turning this around.
No, I mean, I tell you, this is like a lineup, Nongshim that is, that will fall off. They're on a timer. If they're not able to close out this game soon, I mean, with all the T3s
But they've been on a timer for like the last 7 minutes. They're still doing well. Oh, but Siri is completely griefed. Just I mean, good. Yes, that's what we like to see. I'm like, bro, he's inting. That's so bad, but like, that's good for us, right?
Yeah, pretty much alive. But the
Keep
biggest
inting,
thing,
bro.
40 seconds for that Tempest Dragon.
Nice.
Siri dying there. Huge,
Like, why am I upset?
Huge
That's
issue
good.
for Nongshim at this point. And again, this is the turning point. We're talking about around 20 or
Okay,
so
30
minutes.
seconds until Tempest.
It's looking to be that way. And Gen.G starting to hit like a truck. They're able to sustain
Is it
the
lagging?
assault from Nongshim, survive, and get the
Anything
pick
lagging,
off.
guys?
This is a very squishy lineup by Nongshim.
It's just YouTube
And
guy
look at how
lagging.
they prioritize this. They always find a way to prioritize Siri. And if
Right here?
Siri is down and if Illusion won't get a good Blazing Brilliance, everything is going to fall down here. And we've seen it. That start from
I'm here.
Wawa was so good.
Yeah, and at this point, Nongshim might be thinking, hey, we can't really take a straight-up fight. Let the Tempest
Are
Dragon
we just sending the
happen.
Tempest
This is where
Dragon? I
Kung
mean-
Nine is at his finest. He's looking to split push more than anything else to kind of create some space. You have a potential game ender
We're sending
in that
it.
bottom lane.
We're sending it. We're sending it. We're sending it. I mean, we're gonna have to, no?
Right now, they're gonna back away. Tempest Dragon is
Are we making the flip? How low is the HP? I can't see the HP of it.
They're kind of struggling
How low
on
is
how
it?
They will face this. Haku can't even get close, and they're already at half HP onto that Tempest Dragon.
I can't see the
And they're
HP.
trying to get-
Oh my
Faye
god,
is
still
gonna
have
be here.
HP.
Who's gonna try to start this? Goes
The
in with
engage is
Tremor
happening.
Smash,
Rock
goes
is
to
flying
backline,
in.
Gets the kill on Siri. Siri falls down, and
Siri's
Gen.G
dead
still
again.
pretty much alive. Haku gets the Sage's Sanctuary. Ray is
Rock
alive.
has
He's gonna go for
resurrection.
that 1v1. He gets the damage. He was able to back away. Gets the kill on Haku.
Oh, my ear's gonna try to end, maybe.
He's looking.
Oh, my ear is low, my ear is low.
Or maybe try to do so.
Oh, Rock.
Faye is still alive. Rock is gonna go in, gets the damage,
Okay.
gets the kill on him, and that's 3 down on the side of
3-0.
And Gen.G, look at this. Rock is gonna
My
kill
in.
him for sure.
Get him.
And that's the last one on the chopping block, and he's dead with that.
I don't know what this
aura.
character does,
He
but
used
I-
that flash and moved away.
What a
I can't really tell what he does,
well-played,
to be honest.
like, team fight right there, right? Gen.G, like, they knew the Tempest Dragon was at half, but they were like, oh, they're going in, abort that, let's go for the team fight and turn this around. We have the far superior damage.
He has no damage
control,
to the
and Nongshim, again, you're so squishy
Tempest
at
Dragon
this
takes
point
0
that if
damage.
you get caught out, you get deleted. Siri got killed first, and that just opened up the door. You lost so much damage at that moment, and they can't really take that fight 4 versus 5. Kung9 tried to get cute, tried to push it out, but again, Gen.G, very smart, understanding the
Time to end the
state
game,
of
right?
the game and being able to close that one down.
Illusion looking for that kill, but nobody passed through and where he
Do it
is
up.
right now, and this is such a big advantage with the Tempest Dragon. We said it a while ago, 2 or 3 more fights, and one happened already. One more fight could actually end this game, and it's gonna be a win for Gen.G.
Surely.
And look
This
at
is
how
game
Gen.G
over,
are
right?
playing.
Surely.
Fixing all the lanes, looking to push it in sync. They
Surely.
have again, they have the Tempest.
I mean, maybe
Vanguards,
not. I
they
mean,
will
Angela
all
can
push
defend,
together.
yeah, but-
This is going to be a tough defend here by Nongshim because again, they need to slow the game down. They need a window of opportunity to get back in.
Yeah, they're gonna be starting. Clue has been such an essential.
Just be aggressive now again. Just send it.
He's been great with his Tremor Smashes a while ago, and now he's looking to go for more. And right now, it's gonna be a struggle for them, and this is gonna be good. Right now, they're trying to move forward, and they're trying to slow
being
the game
down
down.
3 to 3 turns is
Gen.G
just
that is gonna go for it
so annoying,
right
though.
now, and they're gonna go for the Tempest. Clue trying to start.
Yeah, I mean, they're slow sieging at this point. They're going to just look for
I know
their
damage.
options, but they've been thwarted in that sense. They've taken the mid T3.
Okay, there we go.
Looking to take the top.
Or T3 downs.
Right now, looking to heal for that one last fight.
Blazing Brilliance, that's good.
Oh, engage happening with the main base. What are behind us
They're
dead?
losing a lot of their members, so wasn't able to get the Fate Rewind. So
Backside
this is
rock.
bad. They're losing a lot of their members. 5 members of Nongshim are still alive, and they can finish this game. They need Wawa and Clue alive for this.
But the Tempest Vanguards, those are going to be pushing. They have to get through that. Obviously, they'll just pick up Clue on their way out.
Huh?
But this is going to be heavy lifting. They take the bottom Tempest Vanguard, looking to close this out, but Nongshim finding it out. Again, Gen.G, super aggressive. That positioning was not great on that last Crystal fight.
Yeah, 18
guys.
seconds for Inuwa. But the minions are so far
But are we
away.
respawning in
still have
time?
one more
Wait.
fight here.
Oh no, this.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. I mean, 12 more seconds. Inuwa and Ray both back up.
There's a big minion.
Dama, you gotta kill this. Dama, you gotta kill this. Dama, you gotta kill this. Dama, you gotta kill
He
this.
needs to push this. Haku already starts it. Leader stats is gonna be there. Pushes back the minion.
Rhino's up now.
Inuwa could stay alive here. Might be able to
Ali's
get
up.
the Sanctuary is gonna be there with the Destiny. Was able to buy some
the
time.
neck.
Right now they're gonna use the Fate Rewind.
It's
They're gonna be
healing.
backing
Oh
away.
my
Use the
god, kill
minions
them.
as cover
No.
for themselves. And Nongshim Red Force still wins it in the end.
Wow, what a back and forth game. I mean, the super elite minions were marching down your lane.
Man.
That is
What?
a Gen.G, but
Game down. Is it
they've been Nongshim right now looking to heal.
I know, just grief, right?
3 looking to take the top, you know, Nongshim
What is he? Why is he in this position?
right now.
Yeah, and he just got one shot. So he resurrects and he gets the kill and sneak.
The Sanctuary is going to be down onto the back line, though they're looking for it, but they're losing.
That one last fight.
Blazing Brilliance, that's good. The Sanctuary is going to be down onto the back line, though they're looking for it, but they're losing a lot of their
Fight.
Blazing Brilliance, that's good. Sage's Sanctuary is going to be down onto the back line, though they're looking for
Ali also just got one shot.
Blazing Brilliance, that's good. Sage's Sanctuary is going to be down onto the back line, though they're looking for it, but they're
I just
losing a
got
lot of
one
their members,
shot.
so wasn't able to get the Fate Rewind, so this is bad! They're losing a lot of their members. The reason
Oh,
why they
boy.
started that, because it's
Oh,
was
boy, oh,
because
boy, oh,
they
boy.
used the Blazing Brilliance pretty early for illusion, and they thought that was it. They thought that was it. This is gonna be our time.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a decent amount of damage. In the end, the illusion did like quite a bit, right? I think that the value of the Angela was definitely there. They had a great moment in that last team fight, especially. So going into this one, again, very messy, very scrappy fight towards the end, but the target prioritization by Gen.G not on point. Losing Inuwa, that is unacceptable at that stage of the game.
That's the only
Yeah, that
problem
was
we have there.
I don't
thought
know.
That
That should have been a win, I feel like.
That, but in the end, I mean, Nongshim Red
That
Force
should have been a
still
win.
has, a bit of that
I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, Nongshim also kind of threw it right at the same time, so.
And we've seen Siri. Siri has been an illusion.
Seemed like a battle of who throws harder, honestly.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, Illusion and Haku definitely did their part on this one. I think Haku, you know, look, he had second highest net worth, close to, just had a really good game of setting themselves up. They did a ton of damage, but again, Illusion, even with his, you know, utility and his burst, he definitely did quite a bit. I mean, if you're looking at net worth, he was actually just a little bit above Faye.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, oh man, this is just so close. I thought this was a game that they could have won. It was so close here for both of our sides, and we're seeing Inuwa doing a lot of work here just to clear out the way, find a way to clear out, to push out a lot of the minions. But it was so late in the game that even the most item advantages that Nongshim had didn't really matter at that point. You said it. Once we go to the late game, they're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, it was because of the fact that actually Gen.G overstepped their advantage, right? In the end, and we'll see it in the highlights. Again, they had a huge swing going in their favor, and just losing that team fight in the end, that is almost unacceptable. You have a way to close out this game, get yourself up 2-0, and you kind of botch
What
the
a
lead in
throw,
the end.
man.
really
Come
felt
on,
that. In
Gen.G.
the end
Come
there,
on. What
really
is that,
felt
guys?
So bad, I thought that could have been
That
their
could have
win.
been
I
it.
thought that could have been their game.
If Gen.G
In
wins
the
that, I
end,
feel like
Haku is the reason
Nongshim
why
would also be
this
super
game was
tilted.
so hard for the other team.
I mean, he had a great start to the game. I mean, like the presence, like in the end pay, like the damage that was going, and we'll see it here. Look at the Kung9 just setting it up for Haku
best of 5.
to just clean up at this point. They did such a good job of ensuring that they had that early lead. Put a lot of pressure on the Gen.G early.
That is true. Just put the pressure, make sure that Haku is going to get that advantage in the early game, then build tanky so that Nongshim has some form of tank in their side, and that's really a smart way to go about it. And look at Siri's positioning in most of his fights. Look at him. He's not letting anybody touch him.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great early start. Obviously, towards the end, he got caught out a couple times, and that's the problem with just this lineup in general, right? They were able to do a decent amount, and this is the tipping point where things were going back and forth, and, you know, Gen.G able to get back in because they were to get Illusion Kyung 9, and then it was pretty much cleanup because they had such a huge numbers advantage.
This was so good. I mean, when they started with a 3-4-1 there and getting the Tempest Dragons for themselves, this starts of the fight. Look at this. They're always finding ways to get onto Siri, and when Siri falls down, the whole composition just shatters. And it was so good to see because they are fighting back.
Yeah. I mean, just the way Gen.G, when they take the green light to go, and this is the last fight, right? They're going in for this one, but look at how scattered it is. The fact that Inua got picked off with Ray, that was a huge travesty. Now Rock in a no man's land. No way he's gonna fight this 1 versus 5. And in the end, it was very close. Look, they were trying to heal this one with that favorite wine, like the crystal go back and forth. It's like, am I taking damage or am I healing? I don't really know. But in the end, Nongshim were able to close that one out. What a great game.
Yeah, it was
getting new She-Skin this month?
Really
I gotta lock in then.
Against Gen.G, but what again?
I might have to lock in.
Game that we're about to see. Game 3 is gonna be coming up, everybody. We're
Might have to lock in.
But before that, see you guys in just a bit.
Of course I do, every single day. I mean, of course. Playing on a secret Smurf account, you guys don't even know. So I can play in peace. This was the 0-5 Princess Frost I just had last game. That's me. That's me, caught. Caught. Can you mute this? Nope, not muting anything.
Nongshim find a way to claw back into that game to somehow pull out the W on that one. That one was a close one, Dash.
What a roller coaster that was. That game 2, honestly, man, that could have been game 5 of this whole series. It was so long, and the back and forth from both of these teams, this is definitely a grand finals to look at.
Yeah, I mean, look, we knew that these two teams were going to fight to the bitter end, and we just saw how close that one was. It could have gone any way in the end, but again, let's talk about the global ban and pick. These are the heroes that were picked in game 1s and 2, and of course, going into this one, game 3, who do you think has an edge in just heroes that are available to them, especially with the meta ones?
If you think about it, I think Nongshim always has.
It's only game 2, yep.
I think against most teams, Nongshim always has advantage because they're built on this game 7s. They're not even built for the game 5s. They're built for game 7s. So that's why I think they have a lot more in their belt compared to the other teams. But Gen.G, just because of the interesting things that they're pulling out, they could have an edge there somehow. But I think Nongshim Red Force already has an idea on what they want to do.
Yeah, I think that going into this one, I mean, it's going to be key, right? And I like the fact that you're highlighting the Nongshim's strength of just having this large hero pool. They're definitely going to be prepared going for the late game. They want to go to the best of 5. They want to test the teams and also test themselves to see exactly how they stand up against all of these other great teams.
Yeah, and they know how to deal with most of the teams though, and that's what I like about a team like Nongshim Red Force. But Gen.G, they really almost had it. Oh man, this game.
They should have had it. They played the last fight so badly, sadly, right? I mean,
back against their bullies because
the last fight was just so.
A lot of time. And seeing Gen.G getting that close, so good to see.
It was really good to see. I mean, it's a lot of fun. We're seeing this team level up.
They have
right in front of our eyes,
nice.
right? And the fact that they're going in, it doesn't matter which of these teams. Like, I mean, obviously it helps.
Last
if you
push.
win out, you win the KME. You're going to go on to
They played a bit more
KWC.
patiently. They
The
definitely win.
Second place team also.
What's the winning reward money?
Right? You're going to be going up against the KM.
I don't know if this has
right? They
big
got no
prize
chance
money,
going
but
up
you
against
qualify for a
either of these
$3
teams
million
going into it.
tournament if you win right now.
Oh man!
But I think this also has, this has 10,000, yeah, 10,000 for the first.
To say here. But again,
And you
that's true. This is
qualify
the
for the
reason
World
why
Cup, which is
each side
3 million
the best
in
side,
total.
because we have teams competing pretty well against each other, and we still don't know who's going to be winning. The Scars versus R8 yesterday. I thought it's going to be going to Scars, but R8 was able to win. And this time, Gen.G getting some wins against Nongshim Red Force. It doesn't really mean that Nongshim already has this in the bag. It could be any teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going into this one, it's 1-1, right? You got to think of this as like a best of 3, not get ahead of yourselves, right? You haven't won anything just yet. Obviously, that was a win that kind of Nongshim snuck out from them, from Gen.G, that is.
So important in that last game.
They were definitely winning. They had chances of losing that one. It was very close. It was very 50-50. But being able to pull that one out, a 1-1 series is way different than being down 0-2.
Oh, Baisha Inui is gonna get picked here for Gen.G. Inoue has played this one and was able to actually make it effective for a bit. But right now, this is gonna be different. When it was against Nongshim Red Force during Survival Week, they weren't able to win with the Baisha Inui.
Not today, buddy.
This time,
So watch my
Red
YouTube
Force
videos.
trying something different, going with the Byron and Lung for the first picks.
Starting it off a little bit, you know, they want to secure that they've got something for Siri as well as Byron for, you know, Kyung9 in that top lane to kind of set themselves up. Gen.G going with the D-Renche, great farm laner to kind of go with that utility, matching up with the Zhang. I like where Gen.G's lineup is already.
Yeah, Gen.G just going for that, getting that Imperial Order would just help them actually get that damage easily against most of the members, and having the Baisha Inui, they have like double work on that lessening resistances of everybody.
Yeah, a lot of potential at this point, but it looks like they're going to go with the Yuan. You know, this kind of sets you up for, like, where do you want to go? This is a very flexible hero and can play some mind games going into the second phase of this draft.
Oh, man, I still am trying to breathe right now just because of that last game. It was crazy, and now we're already on game 3. That last game was crazy, and I can't even think about what's going to happen here in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely cinema in that one. And just like the way that game played out, you were thinking that, like, okay, they're going to lose this game. No, they came back. They had options of getting that opportunity, but just that one final push, just Gen.G's a little out of position.
I feel like any game between these two teams is a pretty absolute cinema though, so yeah,
and they burned it out, and being able to claw that
but
one
Gen.G has finally win a series again. They have not won a series against Nongshim, so
Nongshim Red Force now has the
and should be net 0 again right here.
3. But remember, yesterday, just going on that trend, Gen.G was the one who won game 3. Looking at what they have picked right now, it's looking like
this Formula 1 today.
The case, just because they have the Baisha Inui, they have the D-Renche, they have the Zhang, but they're gonna go with the classic composition.
That's 3.
This could actually work out pretty well for them.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking to be very balanced going in. I'm not giving anyone a straight up
the secret
edge.
weapons?
Obviously,
No, just
I like
pick
the
good heroes, man.
Potential, but now
Just
pick
good heroes.
A great counter to what you see from
Don't need secret weapons.
If they happen to get on top of you, you got that
Just
tremor
pick
smash
good
to
heroes.
just shake things up.
I just hope that this Yuhu 1 is not gonna go to Haku. I pretty much prefer Illusion being the one using this rather than Haku.
That's all, man.
Most of the time that he's using this, it's usually not good. Just because he's not, I do think of him as somebody who could set the place, and U1 is not going to be that for Haku.
Oh, wow. Look at Gen.G's draft to kind of round out. I mean, you got the Menki, Ray, Elaine, Wawa. The guy's an absolute beast on it. He's going to be hunting down Lung, Siri, throughout the entire game. He's got to be super careful with his positioning, staying alive. Nongshim going with the tried and true Haku Dune. Again, I don't like the hero. I like Haku when he's on Dune, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's a last pick. It always, I am a little worried going in because I just feel like the win rate on this hero has really... Oh! They pump fake it. They're gonna the Luna. No, they do it in me.
What?
Guys, just stop, Nongshim.
That's 2 fakes in a row. Okay, we got baited. We're very sorry. But again, Lamb getting picture for the composition. I do think that the Lamb needs a lot of setup, and having a Lian Po in the Byron underside is actually a good spot to have for the team. I was looking at the composition and they were lacking damage, and going for that Dune would be a recipe for disaster because they won't have any damage except for that Lung. And Lung comes in waves. His damage comes in like 3 seconds, so it takes so long for him to rev up to go for the next target.
Yeah, what a crazy draft. I mean, the potential of this Haku Lam could just do some serious work. I mean, you have a lot of frontliners. How are you going to get through the Byron, Yuan, the Lian Po to get to the Lung and the Lam, which are on the backline? They will pick what fights they go in on, and getting onto the backlines of this Gen.G lineup, which is, generally speaking, aside from the Menki and the Zhang Fei, are kind of on the squishier side.
That is true. This is gonna be pretty hard here for them. They had the Bai Shiranui, the GEN.G, and the Elaine on their side. At least one of the things that I love about this is having the Elaine to get to the backlines. That's gonna be the most important thing. But the problem here is you're fighting against a Yuan and Lung. So they have escape tools, so they have it easy.
Well, okay, easy is relative in this case. Nothing is easy in this grand finals. Both of these teams really want it, and they are going to make you pay with everything at this point. We've seen the drafts. We know in going into this one, who has the edge dash in this pivotal game 3?
Just with the picks here from Nongshim Red Force, the only problem that I have with Gen.G is that Inuwa doesn't really have a viable target except for the 2 in the backline. But remember, an Ending Sorrow, Infinite Fastness, that's hard to deal with. So I'm giving it to Nongshim for now.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that.
All right.
I think that it's going to be tough. I mean, Inuo was a great first pick, but it looks like Nongshim have that draft to kind of counter the advantages that she brings to the gorge.
Hey, Lam.
And being able to just sustain things. Having those tanky frontliners is going to be super tough to deal with.
Yeah, I think if Haku goes for that tanky build also in that flag,
happy to see a Menki.
Pretty much no target for Inuwa if that happens. So it's a lot of challenges that they have to deal with, but I love Gen.G's composition because this is very much Gen.G. They're trying to shake things up by being aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, one thing to take note of,
Wow,
Ray is
wow,
actually
wow.
going to be playing the GEN.G. Rock is going to be the Menki on this one.
I mean, Gen.G has no range though.
That now, whenever you
Except for Ray, I mean,
looking for those carries and Ray, or at least the move.
Very all in, very all in.
Base heroes, it's always gonna be Rock. Because look it's dream roaming. You have more movement, right? So Ray.
Of course they have Ray, but like I feel like he's gonna get.
Yeah.
He's just gonna die.
Makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, makes sense. But I mean, look, if we're gonna talk about like just how to get
Wait,
to
there's
that
jump
back
hits
line,
now?
it's really gonna come back to Rock on that dream roam, Wawa with that Death at Sunset, finding the back line. If they're able to pick off, you know, again the Lam and the Siri, Lung,
Yeah, they're playing on the
gonna
old
have a
patch,
good
guys.
time, but finding that is gonna be key in terms of this
They're probably
vision
not
game.
playing on the
Just to
live
have
patch,
that
right?
Rewind again from that RA game. I love the performance of Glue on this Zhang Fei, especially that RA game. It was scary. That's why I'm kind of scared of what he can do here.
Are they, like,
Siri
base
is
jump
pushing
hits now, or
back
what?
2 people here just so he could go back to his
Yeah, then
team.
that's no way. I think they're pretty
Nothing
much
else is
playing the
gonna
old
happen.
patch, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, Clue, if he's able to hit that umbrella outburst and save his backliners, he's going to have a great time. And that's
that-
what you want to do. And Clue has been known for it.
That sounds
He's
nice,
definitely
though.
gonna
Is that
help
good?
out.
He's gonna go for it. Right now, it's Gen.G. Not really.
You can jump to your lane immediately until 4 minutes. Whoa, that sounds kinda insane.
We're gonna be seeing the first fights. Haku is still trying to farm his hearts out before they go in for something.
Yeah. Continue to farm. Again, Nongshim's MO is to just get Haku going. He's pretty much the carry on their team. So they understand their win conditions, and they will be very aggressive in trying to secure
jungle
that
out
as
of
much as
fog,
possible.
Yeah, that is true. Right now, Gen.G just looking for advantages around the map, or maybe just slowing the game down for a bit, because we're not seeing Inuwa here in the bot lane. Looking at it, they want to give advantage to Kyung9 in the top side. Or rather,
That's what I like about Honor of Kings is where they always try to have new mechanics for every single season, right? And then for like Unite, it's just zero.
It's not good for a Byron. He wants to get that.
Honor of Kings every single season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
some new mechanics that make the game a bit different, which is amazing. That's how it should be.
Kyung9 and Wawa both very experienced.
But the Unite has been the same for 2.5 years without a change.
Rotate is going to kind of give them that edge. They definitely need that going into this one. But again, Haku just farming across the map, Rock doing what he can in terms of his own side, just trying to take it away. You want to go neck and neck with Haku.
Right now, Haku is just going to be trying to take some resources here onto the mid lane, because you know what, Illusion doesn't really need a lot of resources for him to get going. He's just going to be healing anyway, get that mournful tempo whenever he moves forward, and he can even build tanky, so he doesn't really need as much.
I think he's the guy. I mean, you just want him to sustain. You want him to be that forward scout, so to speak.
I like jump pads. I mean,
bag, so to speak.
not having to run back to your lane is always more fun, right? So it also makes poking kind of worthless and winning your lane kind of worthless, though. Maybe.
You have to do the damage. You have those other
I always recall jump back instantly again without losing a trade.
Or 2 seconds rather for that Tyrant. Tyrant's gonna be here. So once they start this, it's looking
first
like
fight
already has an idea. Teleport's gonna be coming in. Will a cancel come out? No. This is gonna be a 5v4 fight, so this is not gonna be good for them. Right now, I think
Gen.G's
is not preparing to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because they actually made the rotation. Kyung9 actually teleported there, but they're like, actually, we're not going to take the fight. And Kyung9's like, dude, what the heck? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I made this trip down here, and you're not going to do anything about it?
That's true. And Clue is just here, just trying to defend it. Also, his presence a while ago.
Nice engage shot and targetable.
Or sees the ending sorrow.
Invincible, by the way.
They don't have that for 40 seconds.
Yeah, but he traded with Dream Realm. I think they'll be happily trading that alt for alt. But now Gen.G looking to be aggressive. They don't want to, you know, give anything for free to Haku here.
Bling.
Has an idea on where Haku is. Kyung9 is going to go in, pushes him back away. That's good. Wawa is just trying to get a beeline where they are, just pushing them back
Haku
away.
maybe?
They have the
No.
ultimate right here from Clue. Haku needs
Just
to
using
be
rip
very
buff.
careful
Nice.
if he tries to contest this. And this is going to be the start. Gen.G being aggressive, taking camps.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G being very smart. You have to take away buffs from Haku. It slows him down. But again, that space created for the bottom lane. Siri was able to chip out the bottom T1. Did a decent amount of damage. Obviously, they didn't take it down, but still, that's a good start for Nongshim at this point.
Yeah, Nongshim still really good. Level 9 is very equal to where Rock is. No kills into the game. We're still 5 minutes into the game,
know
and
first
no
blood.
kills has happened. And while I'm saying
But
that, I
please
think
not against
Inuwa
Gen.G.
will be the first, but he was still able to back off.
I mean, it's a different style of game, right? Where, you know, you see Rock on the Menki, Haku, Lam, just kind of, they need to farm. They need to kind of get to that late game, that mid-game, so to speak. And
but does Lam have to farm? Like, I don't understand. I thought Lam was like an early game
and not having that, this is why you see a bit more scrappy fights.
Maybe not.
Backs off, first ramps in. Not be able to get anything here. Haku was just waiting. He was waiting for the whole team. They don't know that the whole team was there. It could have been a 5v5 fight.
Bling.
Yeah, and look, Gen.G, this is what they're trying to do. This is how they're trying to attack Haku.
Hey, what? A early game snowball character, Lam.
We look to invade the enemy jungle just to take away his buffs.
I mean, he seems like a solo queue character anyways, but yeah.
We were talking about Lam, right? Because we want Lam to get that snowball. If he doesn't get the snowball, he really falls off pretty easily in the late game, so that's why Haku needs to get this once he gets to the level 12, maybe after we go to that 8-minute 30-second mark and where the next Tyrant is going to come in.
Look at this, they're grouping up Clue and Rock, just stealthily there, but they find the top lane.
And Lane has ultimate on too long, but he also has ult, right? Gets knocked back. Is he going to the dragon? There's the dragon. Wawa, run, Wawa!
So running away, goes in with another infinite fast.
The rest of the team, that was easy winnable. I mean, okay, we get mid-turret. I guess that's worth it more.
Like, he trades his life away for this mid T1, but giving first blood to Siri, not great. Siri had to commit the infinite fast.
Mid-turret for first blood is okay, I think.
Especially since it's off cooldown. He actually went aggressive, turned it around onto Wawa.
Haku doesn't really have any mana here, and Siri, without the infinite fastness, Gen.G would be pretty confident in taking this tower because they have nowhere to go here after this. But they have to be careful.
Yeah, okay, no, that's all good. Mid into top turret, nice. It took them quite a while to kill Wawa.
Life for Haku, right? No buffs, no blue buff to kind of sustain him. And he had to actually do the walk of shame now as he recalled back to the base. And now he's back in the jungle. They need to do a better job of securing the buffs for Haku, give themselves a chance, because again, he's falling. I mean, he's a slight underdog in terms of the rock farm.
Yeah, that's true. I think right now it's gonna be a struggle here in how they start this again. I mean, Gen.G, even with that kill coming onto Siri, it's still okay. They're still at an okay spot here because there's still a 1k gold advantage for Gen.G. They're pretty much the 1-in advantage. 3 towers are down already.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest turn of events at this point, right? Gen.G using that advantage and using that map control to be aggressive. And they're looking to just posture, push them back because, again, they want to steal away all of the buffs from Haku.
This Minky just seems so unkillable right now. He just doesn't care
A lot of the members here. And Gen.G
about anything at all.
already have dibs on that Tyrant, but they're also moving towards where
Longship's damage seems so awkward.
Look at what they're doing. They're looking at Haku, tracking him, then find a way to just annoy him on his jungle.
Yeah, and I like the fact how he had Lam actually just push the Crimson Golem away because Clue has that smite, something that he's like very underrated on. If he got that steal, that would have been so frustrating for Haku.
That's actually what they're looking for here right now. Onto the top side, Gen.G looking to go for it. Haku goes in, flash away from Ray. Was able
Haku
to
gets
get
one. Oh, to back line, yeah.
Haku's still killing them. 2 people are down already, and everybody is still alive for the side of Nongshim Red Force. The 3 tanks are still alive. They don't have any damage. Haku backs off, and look at the damage on the Clue. He's going to be the next on the chopping block, and Haku gets it. Gets a 3 for
Lamopio, what?
Yeah, what a great team fight. Just like in an instant, turning that around. The Tremor Smash was good. The Umbrella Outburst was used in return, but it's just like the
They have no range to play with either, because I feel like Rage is going to die at the fight.
Squishier side made it easy pickings for Haku.
Instantly.
Yeah, that was good pickings for them. And now
Not sure what happened to Mei. Also, just
what
insta
they
died.
want to do here onto the mid lane, Faye, is just the Tremor Smash onto the back lane was just so good because they weren't able to react. Inoue and Ray just instantly just died there.
Yeah, instantly. Just setting it up. I mean, Gen.G thought
Yes,
they were the
most ranked
aggressor,
games.
but
I know
it
that he was a
one of the
ranked,
things where they had too many
like he was
blind
insane in
spots.
ranked.
They
That's
got
what I
caught
know.
from
What I
all different
remember.
angles, and it was an all-out retreat, just trying to stay alive. They
I
had
know.
no answers. And Haku, when they're grouped up, that's gravy. That's the perfect time to go in, do so much damage on everyone.
Oh yeah, that's why it's quite a struggle here for the team. Right now, Nongshim is looking to go for the fight just so they can take the tower and maybe take this Tyrant on their side. Look at the backline though.
Oh, Mei?
Space. Inoue goes in. Infinite
That's okay,
Fastness is
force
gonna be
Long's
used, but
ultimate,
they're
that's
gonna be
good.
stunned here. 2 people have been stunned. Infinite
these
Fastness
double
go forward.
untarget builds
They
are
use
so
that
disgusting.
They don't have any more escape souls. Haku goes in, rampage on this guy. He's on the backline though, but there's no answers coming in from the side of Gen.G. Rock tries to go back, tries to help out his teammates, but he doesn't have any damage anymore because Inoue is dead.
Oh, they had an opportunity, the chance onto Siri. I mean, if the Dream Roll was hitting and they comboed it, they timed it well, they would have had a much better chance. Siri gets away with the hairs on his chinny chin chin.
Oh, yep. Goes in with the Unbridled Outburst. Was able to hit Haku onto the backline. The bait comes in. Kyung9 also goes. Tries to go for that Storm Strike, and they get that knock-up. Rock gets stunned, but nothing is going to follow through here. One more death onto Nongshim, or rather, Gen.G.
Yeah, this is a moment where
Team's a bit unwinnable right now.
Inoue was down for the count, and they were like, we still have some of our arts. We can potentially make a steal here, but just too risky. Ray pays with their lives.
Yep, right now goes in with the Tremor Smash, goes on to Rock, tries to push him back away. Still advantage onto the side of Nongshim.
It's okay.
Rock won't be able to go anywhere.
Yeah, no chance at this point. And this is when one kill, one death leads up to another death, and they're getting caught out one by one. This is not a good situation. You want to stop the bleeding. You need to ensure that you stay alive. When one member's down, you can't be taking any
so
fight.
fast,
you cannot be
yeah.
out of position like that.
Yeah, they shouldn't be losing
That one
these
team fight.
battles, and that is the problem here. Whenever they're losing some of these battles, they're losing
I took one bad team fight, and game just feels completely over.
Here from their side, but right now, Nongshim, they are just taking over the map. 2 battles have been won already.
Yeah, I think this is
they're
kinda over.
slowly taking over.
I mean, you're taking it over on the back of Haku. The guy is 500. He has the highest net worth, 9.5. Like, you don't see
Not
him,
gonna
but
lie,
when the
this
team fight
seems
happens,
kinda
he joins
Jova.
in and he starts cleaning house.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, Haku is at the back again, looking for Inuwa and Ray. He sees them, gets a vision on them. Mournful Tempo, if this actually hits, could be really crazy. They go again. Inuwa's gonna be the target. Dead from below is gonna be there. Good thing he has the ult to just back off the fight there.
Yeah, I mean, look, Haku, every single time he's going for Inuwa. That burst, if he goes down, that's a huge window of opportunity for Nongshim to kind of continue that steamroll. So Inuwa needs to play safer. Yes, he's at risk. He wants to be doing his damage, but he has to play super safe.
It's smart how he plays that death from below, right? He always uses it at the right time and always confuses Inuwa whenever he gets hit. Every time he gets hit, half HP. So it's really scary to deal with.
Tough. And I mean, look, Gen.G have to do a better job of kind of protecting him. They need to ensure that he doesn't get jumped on. Easier said than done, especially since Haku has that speed.
Backline though, look at where Kyung9 is. They're gonna be taking that Overlord just because of this position. Right here from Kyung9. Might be able to get it. Faye is also in the area. Stormstrike comes in with a suppression right there, but they were not able to get the kill.
This is a tough game for Inuwa, right? Almost everyone and their moms right now have been just focusing him. He's had a rough go at things. You know, every single time he's just getting ambushed.
Can we get a kill?
Main push again, 6
Homo
towers
Ride?
down. It's almost the same as what happened a while ago, but it's a different script right now. I think Gen.G would have a lot more problems in this game compared to the other one because Nongshim Red Force still has the firepower compared to what happened during that last game.
Wait. This is a different script. I didn't get this script. I didn't see this one. What's gonna happen? You have it?
Oh, you have?
Oh,
I have it.
Okay. All right. I didn't read the script on it. I didn't get it. Oh, okay. Must have been an issue with my email or something. But
You can't kill the carries because both of them are untargetable.
But again, they're spamming here.
The rest are all unkillable too.
But they're not gonna follow
I don't
through.
know.
Yeah, not going to follow through. But the Vanguards will be making
I don't
an
know,
appearance.
man.
The Shadow Vanguard, look, they took the bottom T3. I think Nongshim are going to be happy with that. And now they just kind of back
ult
off.
forced
I mean,
by
if
Long.
Vastus was used
Genau,
by
we have a
Siri
window to
here,
fight.
but again,
Just look for
regroup,
something. I don't know.
go
Wait, we have
slowly
to city
again.
push every lane.
Yeah,
Oh
force the
man.
infinite fastness, just pushing back
Ah,
away.
yeah.
10 seconds on the clock. Tyrant again is going to be there, but the T3 on the bot lane already has been taken down, so his
Ah,
natural
yeah.
pressure, I think this is already good here for Nongshim.
This is a great opportunity. I mean, they're up 6K. The Shadow Tyrant is here, which is kind of not the best thing, but it's very
Gotta
good for
fight.
Gen.G.
Just gotta fight.
Already advantage. Kyung9 has a lot of HP, has the shield a while ago.
Mei ult is already gone.
Goes in forward.
Game poor engaging. Lam flanking again, and Ray is just alive? No, he's dead. He can't play the game.
They don't have any more damage. They don't have the
Not one time I've seen GEN.G actually do something in any of these games.
Yeah, but look at Illusion and Haku on the lower end, but Gen.G are on the run, especially since they're down a member. But this is going to be an open Shadow Tyrant, going to be picked off. And look at Kyung9 just being threatening. There's really no way that they proceed on this one. Kyung9 is just exerting like that alpha male exuberance that he's got there.
Oh man, it's because Ray is not here. He's not afraid because nobody's going to deal damage against him. He knows that. He recognizes that. That's why he just doesn't care, except for Inuwa that might be dealing that damage with the Kacho sense. But as long as that doesn't hit, it's still okay. It's pretty much safe.
That's looking to go, but in the mid lane, Rock just trying to defend.
Okay.
Could this be a chance?
They do have the Tremor Smash. They used Wall Ball to go in front just for them to clear up the way. That's good. They sacrificed Rock for them to clear up the way.
Yeah, I don't like that fight there by Rock. I mean, it's one thing to be like, it was just outside of their own turret range. You want them to commit to
Move on to game 4,
right? You're
yeah.
behind. You need whatever support you can get, and that tower would definitely have helped.
I
You
agree,
want them to come to
honestly,
you.
just,
Now they have an opening, and this is going
let's
to be
think about
again,
next game
just
already.
a bigger gap that Gen.G need to fill.
This one ain't happening anymore.
Again, not the fight that they want to take, but because of that tower filling up that gap here with their side right onto the backline, the Waba goes in, another death by Sunset, but on the backline, the Ray gonna be the target. They have to right out first.
You got a kill though, at least.
That's a shutdown onto their side.
Wait.
Gonna be the next target here. Get some healing with a
Oh, shutdown on Lam.
But he is still alive.
Winnable,
It's a 2v3,
guys, winnable.
a fight that they can
Never
take here for
surrender.
Gen.G.
I mean, it's scary because of the fact that Ray is starting to do some damage. Rock is back up,
Yeah.
so they do have even numbers.
Is it
at this
winnable?
point. Nongshim
Wait, I
don't
mean,
need
maybe
to
it's
push
winnable
this
now.
one. They can just kind of back off, look to regroup, get Haku and
is it
Kyung9
winnable?
back up. But that was
Wait.
a very scattered fight, a very chaotic one. Haku didn't seem like he was on the same page. He was being very aggressive, and he paid with his first death of this game.
They can't even do it. I mean, what's hard about this is that they can't even go for that Overlord because all of their lanes are pushing. This is the problem when you have your team.
Item-wise, they're not far behind.
Even if you get something, the other team is okay with dying just because they
And
know
Ray is
that
strong
their lanes
now.
are pushing.
Yeah. I mean, look, Gen.G might have been able to push that, especially with Haku down for the count, but he's back up in an instant. He knows where the fight's going to be, which is, of course, the Overlord here. It looks like that is going to be the next big fight.
Just flip it.
He saw Haku. I think he recognizes that Haku is in the area, but he's trying to risk it. Haku might be able to go for the steal, but they still get
Support
it.
got
They
it.
have right now, Inoue tries to go for that back.
Fight is happening. Ray has to stay alive. Where's Ray? Ray's dead.
For the team, so they have to back away, but they move
Every
forward
time
because
Ray
they
dies
might
in every
have
single
three
fight
people alive.
first.
Inoue
Yeah.
might fall down here. Never mind. He was
And then they have no
back
damage. If
away
Ray's dead, the
already,
damage is
and
gone.
Rock is going to be next. 4 people are going to be down, and that's not good. They take the Shadow Vanguard, but at what cost? It's Inoue, only the one alive here. And they have to really have it right now. Inoue tries to go for that back.
can't get over the scenario, right?
Ray's also down.
Where's he?
Still get
There's
it. They
Ray.
have the
Yeah.
ultimate right now.
Can he like kite
But he's trying
upward?
to risk
He
it.
should kite up.
Haku
I
might
don't
be able
know.
to go for the steal, but they still get it. They have the ultimate
chance.
right now. Inoue tries to go for
No
that
chance.
backline. Siri's going to be his target. But Ray
I mean, it was a very risky play.
Yeah, I mean,
Gen.G
it's
were
rough.
trying to do something to get themselves back in that game by going for that Overlord. A little risky, especially since all the lanes were pushing. It was a dangerous one. And again, if we're looking at some of the fights,
I think I was trying to go for this one.
You know, extended in a way. They were kind of out of position at moments. It's just not the greatest of fights that they chose to jump into, Gen.G.
honestly, it was really hard here for Gen.G just because of the fact that their composition really struggled on getting that early kills. And what Nongshim really wanted that game is just to slow it down, get this to the late game, get this to at least a mid game, so that Haku could start trying to get to their backlines. And once it came down to it, the game was like 7-0 at one point. No kills for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah,
was that Canadian
I mean,
team?
It was the Haku machine, and this is what they were trying to limit. This is so tough because, again, like Haku, it's like, how do you slow this guy down? Because Nongshim, I mean, they funnel everything to him. It's not that he has to just fight between, you know, jungle camps and invade the enemy jungle. He's getting everything across the map. Nongshim understanding their own win conditions of just, hey, how do we win? We let Haku get all the farm.
Oh yeah, that was honestly one of the problems here for them, because if Haku gets the farm, they are just gonna be soaring right there for the side of Nongshim. It's always the case whenever Haku gets the farm, especially when he's playing a lot of heroes like this is what's gonna happen, and it's always gonna be a struggle, like an uphill battle here for Gen.G.
Tough battle, but again, like, look, when they have the lead, Nongshim is like one of the best teams with it. They know how to control the map. They're able to just kind of push them back, and look at how many times they've died. They had 2 deaths to their name, Haku and Kyung9. Shame on you for dying once each.
Oh yeah, that is really true. I mean, man, it was a very hard game for Gen.G. They weren't able to get any kills, and remember, whenever you're picking up a Maisha and Louis, you want to get that early game. Give the advantage to most of your teammates, because you're really going to be falling off and are going to be struggling in the late game.
Yeah, bit of a struggle, and it looks like, I mean, if you're going back to the draft, they were like, okay, we're gonna first pick this Mai, and like Nongshim had the perfect counter to it. And if you're seeing, I mean, yeah, Inoue had 93,000 damage, but he was focused so many times. And when you're low and you really can't go into any sort of fight, because again, if somebody breathes on you, you die. You really can't take any fight, and that was the real struggle by Gen.G. They weren't able to take any sort of fight.
Honor of Kings.
Yeah, they were not even looking for those fights, and I was looking for them to try and engage against the other team because they were very squishy. But the problem there is they're dealing with the infinite fastness, they were dealing with the unending sorrow. They're not able to take the kill. But
hey guys,
look
yeah.
at this graph after
Come on now, we need to win the next 2 games, or
getting those kills. That is when they started to get.
It will be rough.
It was scary. I mean, it's one of those things where when you see the assassin and you don't know where he is, he could be anywhere and he's just happily farming. He's just going to be there. But when the team fight happens, he's so fast and he's able to jump on top of you and kill the back line. You're just going to really struggle. You have no way to control him because you don't know where he is.
Yeah, that is really true. It was quite a struggle here. But again, with what we've seen here, MVP is definitely going to be Haku. 914 with 19% of the damage dealt. And such a great performance here for this guy.
I mean, 9-1-4, that's the biggest one, right? That's just super scary. And we're going to see, like, the highlight reel. This is where Gen.G were doing all right. I mean, they had a nice unbridled outburst, kind of start things off. But again, Siri just able to get away, and this is why his Loom is, like, top tier. Like, he baits you out. You think, I'm just a squishy farm laner. But he's able to get out so many times, and he's able to survive. That's the biggest thing. Haku here being aggressive, taking out the back lines, and moving on with his life.
And it has been such a good play here for Haku. This is where it started. The game started to tip in the favor of Nongshim Red Force once they were able to get those kills here. But in the end here, it was just Gen.G just struggling to get any kills. Look at that. The Unending Sorrow, Infinite Vastness, they're even using it at the same time. But Wawa can't even find a kill in the back line.
Like this fight, oh man, Rock going in with that Dream Roam. You're in no man's land. You're too far from the coverage of your own tower. Going into this, your guys are all the way in the base. There was no reason to take that fight. This is one of those things where it's like, if you're gonna hold, you gotta understand how to defend at that point. And Rock just got a little impatient, thought he had a great Dream Roam, and he kind of set up his team for disaster.
And after that, they staggered. They didn't have the right timing every time. And this try for that Shadow Vanguard was actually good. But they realized it. Nongshim realizes that they don't need to take it. Even if it loses, let's just take all of them so that we could push.
Yeah. I mean, understanding, again, the win condition, just knowing that it's like, hey, losing Overlord, especially at that stage of the game, not the end of the world. I mean, it seemed like Gen.G were kind of like all in on the Overlord. Yeah, they got it, but now everyone gets called out. Everyone's in a bad spot. Everyone dies. And you see exactly Nongshim just closing the game out shortly after.
Yeah, that is true. And I love this performance coming in from their side, though, especially for Nongshim Red Force coming back. Game 3, I remember yesterday they lost on Game 3. And I thought it's going to happen again, but they learned from their mistakes.
Yeah, and this is how Nongshim just strike back. Like, this is a really well-coached, resilient team, kind of hitting their peak at this point. They're up 2-1. They have an opportunity to close out the series in this grand finals. They're up 2-1 against Gen.G. But let's find out what happens in Game 4 after the break.
Yes, it is, yes. It's a MOBA. It's a MOBA. I wanted to get some.
We the kings, it's an honor show.
It's honor show.
And we are back. Of course, we're at
match
point.
Guess who's back?
Able to close out the series against Gen.G, potentially in this game 4. They're up 2-1 in this best of 5. Dash, how does Gen.G Esports bounce back?
Oh man, Gen.G Esports look really that they're having a hard time in this game, though. It was really hard for them to do anything, and they were like, they didn't know what to go for. They didn't know if they want to fight. They didn't know if they should take this battle, especially those questionable decisions that they did here. But remember, it's still anybody's game. Game 4 could be something that Gen.G could win. But right now, they lost a lot of picks here on this game.
Yeah, and it looks like Gen.G have kind of gone way more standard in terms of their draft, right? They're trying to go toe-to-toe with Nongshim and just trying to outdraft them, potentially get themselves in that situation of just like a standard fight. We didn't really see the crazy drafts by Gen.G at this point, but man, with this game 4, everything on the line at this moment for this championship, are you looking to go with a somewhat non-conventional draft? Dash.
I think they have been stopped a lot here by Nongshim Red Force. The Boots ban, the Lubang ban. They always do it. They stop them at their tracks every time whenever they're gonna try something different, or rather not even different at this point, because it's Gen.G's those are Gen.G's heroes at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken it out, but it looks like they've kind of done a great job of just like limiting the play of Gen.G's all-stars, right? Like you even in that last game where Wawa with like the death at sunsets, they weren't, they weren't really on points.
Sorry to
there
speed
were
at
some
some
moments
food,
that were kind of,
I am hungry.
not the greatest. And at the same time, when you see Rock on the Menki, you're kind of thinking, are you using this guy's skills to the maximum here by playing someone who's a very tanky, Menki, which probably Ray should have been on?
Oh yeah, that is really true. And for now, what can they do here for Gen.G? I think the Hanshin could actually come out this game. If Nongshim bans the Lubang again, it might not be possible. Okay, I think Nongshim is forcing them out of that composition. The Lubang Hanshin could come out this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the foods as well as the Marco Polo, both of these we know Gen.G likes to draft around, right? They have 2 setup templates.
Don't
but
know Marco
Gen.G
Polo,
going
man.
after Haku with this Ogryn band, very selective, very targeted going into this one. But it looks like they're going to go, Nongshim are going to look to close out the series very strong. This huge one. Dharma set things up.
Dharma
really
first
don't
pick.
want to see it. I think this Dharma is not going to, or rather this Ogryn is not going to come out this game. And so far with this Dharma, Kyung9 has been great. And as I'm saying, Lubang is going to be coming out, and Gen.G would just pick them both this time. They need something to win this game for.
Yeah, they needed a little bit of a fireworks in this sense, a little bit of a spark in that sense of just ensuring that they have this. Look, both of these heroes, absolute monsters in the KME. If you happen to be tuning in from the KM West or wherever, this has been a dynamic duo. Every time Hanshin goes in, you have the battlefield command on top, but Liu Bang is like 13-1, Hanshin is like 8-1. I mean, they have so much potential in this case.
They have a lot of chances here to actually turn things up and maybe win this time around. I'm kind of expecting a lot of things from them, but the Loong is also going to get picked by Gen.G. It's going to be going for Ray for sure, and Rock is going to be the one playing the Hanshin here.
Wow, look at this draft. Everything just going all at it. Even the Shoyu by Siri, he's shown that he's a maestro on this hero. His positioning is going to be great, but can he get away from Hanshin? This Rock is so mobile, and the fact that he's going to get on top of you, it's going to be super exciting to watch.
Oh man, you know what? I'm pretty scared about what they could do here, especially on Siri. I mean, it's good, but the problem here is how you're going to be dealing with the Hanshin onto the mid game, because that mid game is going to be the problem. But I love this combo, the Ishing to the Dharma. This is a classic that everybody has been doing, and this could work for Nongshim. I think this might be their ender.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I don't know how I feel like you need to kind of go all in on this control. You got to stop Rock in some fashion. It won't be easy, and you definitely need that control. Nongshim right now, obviously trying to prioritize Haku's draft towards the last pick, or as closest to as possible, to kind of catch Gen.G off guard. But right now, with some of the protection that they've done in terms of these bans, with the Liang protecting the Hanshin, as well as the Jing, very smart by Gen.G here.
Yeah, very smart pickups here for
very
Gen.G.
smart, yeah.
At least now they're taking down a lot of those possibilities to stop them from doing anything they want.
Looks like it, yeah.
But they went in with a Diadea. I think against with the Lubang combo with the Diadea could actually work out, because this is the next option that they could go for if ever the Hanshin is not going to go in. So really still good for Gen.G.
Yeah,
are we going to see?
Actually, it's going to be very strong. I mean, it combos so well in the farm lane with Loong as well. You have that sustain, you have that damage, and that control, right? Which is the biggest thing, because again, you don't know what Nongshim are going to bring, but it just protects Hanshin just a little bit more, and I think it has way more flexibility. Don't get me wrong, I think Clue is very good on the moats, but I think that you're going to see more value on the DLD, especially with this composition.
Oh yeah, Nolia? What are they going to be bringing?
Yeah, too much single target damage, I think, right on Gen.G.
Last pick for Haku. Are they gonna go with the dude?
Nisa.
My God, okay.
Oh, they went in. What? With the Neza? Oh man.
Okay, so this is new by Nongshim, right? We haven't seen this on the Neza Haku, but There's when you're looking for catch, Neza is probably one of the better ones. It will be a homing missile, so to speak, onto the Hanshin to figure out how do they get on top of this one. But it's going to be super close because again, Neza goes in. Where's the follow-up? You know, she's so far ahead in terms of like, in terms of placement. It's going to be tough to kind of lock him down.
Yeah, the question here is how is Neza going to be dealing with the
Angela? Oh no.
The other dashes is going to be the problem. But one thing that's good about this Neza pick is that there's not really anybody who could really stop him from doing what he wants. So Gen.G might have that problem on their hands, but I love that they picked Inuwa's Angela here just so they would have that extra damage on their side. And
Angela,
actually, it's a pretty good start. I mean, look, it actually kind of protects the Hanshin as well, which is, again, this is a 4 protect 1. You need to ensure that Rock just gets that farm and is able to do those kills. Anytime he gets jumped
now,
on,
right?
Potentially with the Truth or the Skyfall,
Dama doesn't even work.
You have that Chaos Cinder. You need to ensure that he stays alive. So the positioning needs to be key, and Inuwa needs to be just like, not arm's reach, but like about, 3 paces away so that he can get that Chaos Cinder off to its maximum.
Yeah. They have to be really careful in how they approach this though, because right now, with the Neza, yes, you're gonna be losing on that damage department because it's gonna be building tanky. But what I like about that is that he could really deal with the amount of healing that your team has, which is really good for that.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting, right? Going into this one. Look, I mean, if I'm looking at just drafts alone and seeing what Gen.G has done, they've been amazing with this Hanshin Lubang, right? The data is there, and it's difficult for me to say that Gen.G are not the favorites going into this game, but it's going to be interesting to see how Haku plays on this Neza with something that we have not seen in the KME thus far.
That's true, and this is the time. Right now, Nongshim Red Force already has the things that they need here for this composition, the Dharma, the Ishing, the Shoyu. I think Siri is looking to finish this game with the Shoyu on that last pick, but Gen.G, they're not gonna let that happen. This last pick is gonna be the Hanshin.
I mean, Dharma requires team coordination, right? Like,
for it this whole series.
It's all about that engage.
They saved it for the perfect moment, right? When your back is on the wall, potentially getting eliminated here, and you need your best foot forward. I think that you leverage off of Rock's Hanshin play. This is the time.
Yeah, it's the time for them to turn things around and maybe turn things back in their favor. Right now, it's going to be all on how they're going to be dealing with this. Gen.G will have the advantage in the early game here based on how Inoue is going to be playing, because they need Siri to really get up.
Yeah,
Angela.
I mean, look, I think that he's going to get his farm. He'll just, he's going to be solo farming, right? This means Faye can kind of, roam around a little bit more, maybe harass Rock a bit to make things a little bit more uncomfortable. But at the same time, Haku, this Neza needs to get going. Can you keep pace with a Rock Hanshin in terms of farm?
Did they get it, right? No.
Rock has been really crazy with this Hanshin, and it's really scary for me, for how they're
the Giants taking all mid.
Right now,
okay, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine.
Back away with that, and this early game Haku would just want to get
he's fine.
First, get to level 4, get that Skyfall, and just bully whoever you want around the map.
Yeah. At the same time, Nongshim, again, just funneling farming to Haku, right? It's the MO of this team. Very not new. If you happen to be watching a lot of the Nongshim games, they know that this guy is the win condition. But again, if you're thinking about late game, do you want, like, your Haku to be fully, like, has all of the net worth on your team?
That's true. I think it's not hot.
But no one ever bids for the sniper ability, right? Kind of like a bit weird.
Because if he gets accelerated, gets that Daybreaker as fast as he could, it's all good for the team there.
Do you compare what Inteleon does with a snipe shot? This is like kind of a joke.
Over, the hump, so to speak. I think that Siri has proven time and time again that he's an absolute beast on the Shoyu. I think that that's not going to be
supporting Gen.G.
But I'm talking more of like the early game, because once Rock gets going and he's kind of like able to get so much farm, his presence is definitely going to be felt throughout the map.
That is true. That is the scary part about this. I mean, with what we've seen here from them, I really like how Nongshim has been dealing with this, because right now,
is easier,
said, Haku should not be the carry here for this game, because from what I'm seeing here, he is just there to just mitigate the damage, get some tank on that game.
I know.
And he has been doing that a lot of times, right? Most of his picks are usually tanks except for that last game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, generally speaking, that's been his like play style, is just like tankier guys that just kind of outlast you and able to just kind of chase you down like
Oh,
an
he's hitting the
Augurin
shots though,
type.
but I do know that.
But Gen.G have not been forthcoming in terms of the draft and not letting, you know, Haku
But he's
play
hitting.
on the Augurin where he's been 7-0 in this league.
Yeah, they don't really like to see that, and that's a good thing. At least they recognize that in their side, that they don't want to deal with it, and it would look good for them. And Gen.G being allowed to play this Hanjin Nubang, they're probably jumping in joy and could be a potential game 5 if ever they play their cards right.
Yeah, actually going into the draft, they like pounced on that. That was like an insta pick. They were like, "Oh, Lubang Hanjin, go, 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 go! Like we're done. We got it." They were so
I mean,
ecstatic.
you don't play Shuji for the snipe, right? It's just normal AD carry or not.
Like
Like,
with what we've seen from them, I think they're gonna be
you don't pick it for
performing
the
well
snipe
here,
anyways,
so
right?
I'm expecting a lot of great performances, especially for this first fight that we're gonna be seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the first one's going to be explosive, right? Setting themselves up, it's going to be about the 4-minute mark when the big fight will probably happen. The Tyrant is spawning in about 7 seconds, so that's going to be key here. But Haku wants to clear the wave right before that fight happens. Do they get some sort of pick to potentially make this fight a much easier one?
Actually, question right now, teleport's already happening. The stun was there. I think Kyung9 got canceled.
That's objective,
so
but
Wawa could still
Rock is not
go
here,
for
guys.
that fight. So if ever they prefer to start this could go good for Gen.G.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where you not only did you cancel it, but Wawa could jump into the fight
canceled
with
it.
his battlefield command. So that could be a numbers advantage. That could be huge. Gen.G have been very good in terms of just like heeding the calls of when these team fights are going.
Oh, yeah, they're waiting. Rock already starting. They have the Skyfall onto Haku, so he can use that anytime, but they're not gonna
Nice.
go for it. This is just gonna be free.
Nice.
For Rock.
Yeah, Haku, his positioning was so far out. To go in Skyfall, it's like a suicide mission. It's very risky, especially since the opening. I mean, if we're looking at the fact that they're on the blue side, it is tougher for them to get on out of this one, right? So again, they played it safe. Nongshim not realizing that, hey, we can just out-farm them in the end.
Yeah, you can see, look at this, Gen.G already looking for this kill onto the bot lane though. Destined Encounter is gonna get used, but that was just a bait, just to push them back away for a bit so that Inoue has free reign on these brushes that they have here. They have the World is My board. Nobody's gonna get hit, so it's still very, very safe.
Oh, for shame. Missing the board. If he locks in one guy, they get an insta-kill because they were under in the tower range. That would have been a
nice
guilty
pick.
kill.
Oh, Dole gets away.
Kill for Faye,
Oh,
but he was
those.
able to jump out of the way, get that healing in, and he's still safe. That's good. No kills just yet.
Oh, that's a good board.
Yep, and then board is gonna get used with Illusion. Oh man, that's a Celestial Melody from Faye just to get that board again, but the fight in the mid lane, very, very hard though. Rock got scared,
okay.
that's why he probably called for that battlefield command.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was very close. It was a precarious situation, but in the bottom lane, one thing to take note of, to jump out of the board, Inoue actually used this flash. That's a common spell down, potential opportunity to get the jump onto him.
No, it's just a classic MOBA game. This is like what MOBAs
Right
are.
now, Gen.G level 11 on this, but Haku is not
Three
really
lanes,
lagging
minions,
around because he's still very close,
turrets.
and I like that he's doing this.
It's
He's
like
just getting
what a MOBA is.
closer onto what our Rock wants to go for, and he's farming.
Yeah, I mean, just like
he's
DK.
farming as much as what Rock is doing.
Yeah, Rock head down in the
Unite is
sand.
a
It's just farm
sub-genre.
as much as
Unite has
possible. To your
nothing to
heart's
do with the
content.
classic MOBA,
You
really.
are the win condition for Gen.G.
Like its
Get
own
yourself
complete
back in the
version of
series
it.
with this win. And a moment's notice, if you get jumped, you got Wawa. Just call for help.
So it's
and
not a
you'll be
mix at all.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, anyways, on the bot side, they're looking to push this, and everybody's just pushed back already. So this is just for free.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is
No
the classic
answer.
MOBA. This is how... But this has nothing to do with League of
Gen.G
Legends,
and
guys. This is how
Nongshim.
MOBAs
Again,
are.
Very KG. These
This
are
is-
two
this
teams
is
that are
the-
very well versed. They understand where they
Since
can
like 15
potentially be
years,
going
this
in.
is how MOBAs are like. There's nothing to do with League of Legends. League of Legends also copied.
It's
a genre, guys. It's a game genre.
Right here onto their side.
Yeah, and so this is why Angela sometimes
It's the
with
classic
struggle,
MOBA
man.
layout.
You get out of position for just a minute,
Which
you're
has-
gonna be killed at this point.
which had
Inoue really had no
so many
chance to
games
get
in the
out.
past.
And again, because the flash was on cooldown.
Oh, Battlefield
But yeah.
Command gonna go in. They want a first blood of their
League
own,
of
and
Legends
that's the
didn't
kill that
invent
they're
this
looking
genre,
for.
by the way. I don't know.
Skyfall comes in. He's fighting against four
League did
people,
not
but
invent
he's
this
staying
genre.
tanky, so it's okay. What was that damage? That crit coming in from Siri was pretty scary.
Yeah, it was scary, but just barely gets away. Man, Rock's so mobile, so difficult to pin down. And this is the problem. It's like you get him low, but Rock is just super smart with his positioning, getting himself to safety and surviving yet again.
Wasn't this supposed to be like mobile league, but then Riot didn't want to have it, so they made their own?
What he can do here.
I think that's actually the history of this game, so yeah, I mean,
one more objective,
like,
and that's probably
wanted to make a mobile league, and then Riot didn't want to, and then they just made their own ones, and now it's the biggest. It's actually bigger in China than League.
Skyball comes in
So
half HP already.
they missed out, I guess. They missed out.
He's gonna continue. What was that? Better farewell is gonna get used there, and looking at that, the Celestial Melody was used for him.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're
gonna go in onto the backline. World is my board is gonna get used. 4 people are gonna get caught, but it doesn't matter because they are the ones who.
But this entire genre comes from a Warcraft mod.
Turned into a complete.
There was a mod made by players. This game genre.
Siri was so low they really couldn't fight. He had
Actually,
no business being on that front
Warcraft 3 in general made a lot of games happen.
Gen.G making some.
But they're all
moves in
made
this
by like
game.
people. They were not like game devs or anything.
Back in this game, and this is one of their best picks already. That's why they're trying to strike back. Right now, on to game 4, and Haku at the top, just gonna try and pressure
Warcraft
out
3 made a lot of game genres happen. Also, like Auto Chess was also a Warcraft mod.
It's a bit of a struggle, even with Skyfall. You think you have it, but it's more of like you gotta get Kyung9 to. Oh, Skyfall!
Ooh, he's flying in.
Skyfall backs off, true matchup, not gonna hit anybody. That's good. Forces the flash away from Kyung9.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, Haku going in for that Skyfall. It was telegraphed, right?
But it wasn't Blizzard. It was community guys. It was not Blizzard invented
You're gonna be
mobiles.
stunned, and that's kind of how they're playing around this. Don't get me wrong. I think Inua's doing
It was a mod
fine
in Warcraft
job
3.
thus
Mods
far,
made
but
by
being able
players.
to find that stun is gonna be key.
They're doing a really great job
Or
here,
not?
just pushing them away, just making sure that they have to think about what they are going to be doing next. And I like that. Honestly, what they're doing here is very smart here for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, very smart.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Again,
true.
They're in the lead. They have about a 2K net worth lead, and they're going to consistently just kind of push them back. Use that map control, which is going to be super key going into these fights. A quick tech pause at the moment.
Yeah, I think there has been a bit of a problem here for them, so they're just going to be going for that tech pause for a bit. I think it's on the side of Nongshim, but it's all good. Gen.G still has this in the bag, and I'm liking that they're building their confidence back here for the team.
Yeah, well, okay, it's not officially in the bag. Like, you know, they have the bag open. They're about to put it in the bag. It hasn't completely made that journey as of yet.
Yep.
It's still in their hands. Potentially, it could fumble and drop out of the bag at this point.
Yeah, it's still very scary. I mean, Nongshim could still turn this back, and looking at what they're doing today, it's like they really know what they want to do here. They want to get to the backline with a Skyfall, get the Celestial Melody, get back on the backline again, because with the composition that they drafted on the side of Gen.G, there's not really anything stopping the Neza from just going through your backline.
Yeah. I mean, look, while it technically can get jumped there, I think again it was Chaos Cinder, the idea with the the bitter farewell, just like you have a bit of control. You just got to ensure that when the chaos and the team fight starts, you're always ready to go. You got to be Johnny on the spot, protecting the back line, ensuring that again you don't let Ray have to waste his infinite vastness early.
Oh yeah, that's true. Honestly, I'm just pretty scared of what they can bring here, and I love that Nongshim Red Force has been doing God's work at what they're doing. Pulling out the Neza, first time that we're seeing it. It's looking really good for them, at least right now. Game's almost really close still at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's neck and neck. I mean, like, they're not out of the fire just yet. Nongshim, it seems like they have a decent, chance in this one. I think it's still Gen.G's game to lose. I think that they'll rock Hanshin. I mean, they haven't been able to pin him down just as of yet, but at the same time, we haven't seen Hanshin, because he hasn't had a farm, to really get those kills as of yet, too.
Yeah, he's been just farming the whole time, though, which is a good thing in its own way. And now we're going to go back to the game, and we still have that lead from the side of Gen.G, and I love that they're the ones setting the face up just because of the towers that they got already.
And an edge still going the way of Gen.G, and now the Shadow Tyrants.
Only
Gen.G
3 kills
with that
in
map
10
control
minutes.
will push them back, make things a little bit uncomfortable for Nongshim here.
A bit scary though. Blue almost got caught. Brothers my board is gonna be there, but they're a bit too late.
Nice.
Missed
But
that
Ray
a
is stuck,
bit.
Ray is
Here
stuck,
comes
Ray
the
ults,
Skyfall,
okay.
goes into the backline. They're looking for it. They're looking for the kill, but the first kill is gonna happen already on the Clue. It was left alone onto the backline, but at least they were able to get what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the Tyrant is going to be picked up by Gen.G. They ensure that they got this one. But going into this one, they did get the pick off on a Clue, and they did take the blue buff, which is a huge one. Mind you, Haku is starting to become a little bit on the fearless side, going into the heart of the enemy team, distracting them. And it's like a shooting star. Everybody's like, whoa, and everybody just like gets completely distracted.
Yeah, and they were all distracted. They had to look at him every time that he does that. They take the Overlord, the Shadow variant off that Overlord. So this is good. At least now that alleviates a bit of pressure from their side because they really lost nothing. They gained something, and also they would be able to sweep that wave on the bot lane.
I mean, losing Tyrant at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, not the worst thing, but the fact that they were able to get the tower as well as the Overlord, I mean, just the way that the game has kind of shifted, they are back in this game. They're only down about 1.3k. They've kind of clawed their way back in this one.
Yeah, but it's not yet over for them, and they're kind of looking to find a way to get this back onto the bot lane. Tower onto the bot side has been taken down, but looking at where they are, Haku and Kyung9 already cutting off a lot of people here from that push. And Siri, looking pretty scary, Daybreaker already built.
Yeah, and this is the equalizer. Look in the top lane, though. Rock is being pushing on that top T2. The siege in the bottom one. Gen.G now, it looks like they're looking to defend, especially since Rock, no, he's going to continue to farm in the enemy jungle.
I mean, they've engaged, I feel like. I mean,
Racing Brilliance already dropped so that they don't push this.
don't have great engage.
Yeah, but not the end of the world. They're just going to deal with the minion wave. I think that, you know, wave clear is going to be key for them. Gen.G, again, just trying to understand their own win condition, which is, of course, Rock, let the man farm. But with that Shadow Vanguard pushing in the top lane, it looks like Gen.G have to fall back to their base.
Yeah, let the man cook, let him do what he does best. It is to farm Rock at level 15 already, but Haku is not lagging behind, and this is good. Right now onto the top side, they're looking to go for that push, equalizing.
Oh, Gen.G first having a good lead this game,
now we have equal gold.
Yeah, and look at the biggest turn of events at this point, the 12-minute mark, is that Siri is starting to hit like a truck, right? If Rock goes in, his #1 target is Siri. Siri needs to stay alive off the back of Kyung9 and Illusion. Those guys need to protect him, ensure that he doesn't get picked off. If he stays alive, then they have a chance.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they always have to protect their side here, because if ever Siri doesn't stay alive here, I like that Illusion has always been at the forefront of everything, always finding ways to start the board so that Siri at least has a wall in front of him before they start the fight.
Yeah. I mean, being able to catch them out, that would be huge, but it's hard because if you're looking at the rest of Gen.G, like, they're so fast. I mean, yeah, you could potentially flash out, but then you have like the infinite vastness, you have, you know, the battlefield command, you have ways to kind of mitigate some of this action.
Yeah, and the pressure is on here. Right now, Gen.G and Nongshim, just because they're equal at 13 minutes in the game, nobody could make any mistakes at this point, because at any point, anybody could end the game once you make a mistake.
Yeah, but I mean, while the net worth is even, the fact that Nongshim are taking over the buffs says that they've got that map control. They're pushing it back. This is going to lead into the Shadow Tyrant here. So again, this lead will grow for Nongshim at this stage.
Pretty much ready, and that's going to be the Tyrant. Top side has been taken down while that's happening, and this is what's annoying about this comp from Gen.G. Wawa is just going to be farming on the side, going to be split pushing, while you guys are trying to get those objectives, and Rock can also do the same thing.
Yeah, it's smart, right? I mean, we've seen Gen.G kind of use that split push with like the Da Xiao Foods combination, but this is an all-in split pusher in Liu Bang, right? And this is why it's been very strong. It's like, hey, the team fight's happening, I'm there in an instant, right? We turn that fight around because we've got the numbers advantage.
A bit too close, goes in with the Skyfall, just pulls back.
Guys, can we do something though? Oh, that could be kill right here. No, Illusion gets out, Illusion in. Angela's so useless. No.
Gets 2 kills on
That's it, actually. This is over.
It's the last one standing for the team. He's not allowed to recall.
This is over.
As we said, Nongshim Red Force will be
just like that, 14 minutes, one fight.
And this is it. They are gonna be taking
Oh,
the first
no.
spot in KWC, and look at the smiles on their faces.
Unfortunate.
These guys
That second
are
game
the
hurt so much,
kings
though.
of Major East.
That second game hurt so much.
Congratulations to Nongshim Red Force being able to close it out. They were the favorite going in. They lived up to expectations. Were able to take down Gen.G
Unfortunate.
in the grand finals.
Well, now Gen.G has to play tomorrow against
Nongshim Red Force.
What a
the second
play
place.
from Nongshim Red Force, ending it in a flash. And you could see it. Gen.G, even with this time when they had the fight there, Rock was going to the back line, but it was so hard for him to get the kill. He was the one who got to low HP, and not even Nongshim Red Force in that ending fight.
I mean, look, Rock was never really able to get the fight. The fight going in, I mean, you saw Haku just fly right in there, and the fight was instantly in a bad spot for Gen.G. They were not able to have any answers for this Neza pick. I think it really caught him off guard because he was always on the back line harassing, and Rock didn't really have the damage to kind of do the damage onto Nongshim there.
Yeah, and also the infinite fastness was forced pretty early in that fight.
Right,
It
I
was
have
a
2 more
smart
codes to give
play
away,
there.
so
That
we're gonna
was
rule
such
one
a
time. I'm
smart
gonna
play
make one
from
more
Haku,
giveaway.
use the Skyfall to pull back the loom. And
Let's do
that
one more
was
giveaway.
enough. That was a game changer.
I have 2 more skins, so I will roll for 2 winners.
Again, just showing us how they do it.
One
best
ticket,
and
one
getting
ticket.
that slot
Bop,
again.
bop, bop, bop.
Congratulations to Nongshim Red Force for getting that slot in KWC.
All right.
And we'll see it in the highlights. Not, you know, Haku with that Neza goes in the
One more chance, guys, to win a skin right here. Click this.
But then Illusion with the
And buy a
World Is My
ticket
Board
to be part of the
set it up.
giveaway.
You're like, okay, you can't run away.
And I give away 2 more.
What is, you know, Ray gonna do if he flies away? He cannot fight. He's so low, and they're forced to fight this one. That is not a fight that Gen.G wanted to have taken. They got completely wiped out, and Nongshim again. Beginning to end of this entire series, showing that resilience paying off in the end.
Yeah, and they're always at that type of game, right? They always want to wait it
Uh-oh,
out, want
guys.
to get to the late game, want to get to that breaking point for the team, then they start going in. That has always been Nongshim Red Force's game. And
Wait,
that's
Saber?
because they always recognize when
Oh, no.
they should fight. And that's a good thing. That's one of the best things about this.
Yeah, I mean, just very smart. Understanding when they
No.
take the fight, I think that's been the biggest thing. Like, Haku
Saber?
has been like this dog, this mastiff that chases after you, and he is sometimes super aggressive. He's learned to tone that down and take very smart fights, and almost every single team fight in this one, super smart as he goes 3-0-3.
Oh man, 3-0-3 for this guy. And even a lot of their members, I think Faye, yeah, it's actually Faye who only died in this game. It's almost the same as what happened during game 3. Gen.G had such a hard time deciding
Saber?
when they should start the fight. And that is the reason why Nongshim was just able to take them over.
Yeah, I mean, look, the positioning on this Nongshim squad is next level, right? It's very difficult to kill any of them because their positioning is so
All right,
good.
how many are in?
Understanding
4
the
people,
limits,
guys.
when they need to
Sign
run
up,
away.
sign
They
up,
don't
sign
get
up.
caught out. They don't go bloodthirsty. They understand how to win the game.
For the
And
last
even
giveaway,
when they're
two
losing in
codes.
this case, you're seeing this goal graph shift back
Post it in
and forth
chat
a
again
bit,
one more
but
time.
Nongshim in the end,
Buy
able
one
to
thing,
close
one
it out.
ticket.
Yeah, it was still
Saber's from
very
Fate.
nice.
I like
Look
the
at
character a
goal
lot.
gap there. Nongshim Red Force just trying
Saber.
to take over as much as they can here. It was Gen.G having the advantage at first just because they're the ones who's taking down all the towers, but it all started on that one fight. Then Nongshim Red Force just went up the stairs, and that was their game.
Yeah, completely controlled it at that point, right? And it was scary because it's like, it didn't seem like they knew how to deal with this Neza. They were very scared about the potential jump in, and they were kind of, I mean, to their you know, detriment, they were kind of grouped up quite a bit. And that's like a juicy target for Haku to just kind of create this giant distraction in the back line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always surprised.
Well, nice try
about
by
how
Gen.G,
they
nice
start
try,
the
but I
fights,
mean,
because
yeah.
Neza goes in, tries to distract everybody, and again,
Just do seem better. I mean, Gen.G is just better. I mean, Nongshim is slightly better.
This whole series
still fun to
is gonna
watch.
be Haku taking that spot again
That was fun to watch.
for his team. Nongshim Red Force.
Okay, how many people are in?
Congratulations for this guy.
9. Okay, I mean, I'm choosing 2 winners now.
I mean, every time they got caught out, look at how he's
2 winners
always in the
will be
back line,
chosen.
just kind of putting that presence in. This is the
Oh, winner.
potential. Like,
Flower
and I wanted to
Boy
see a
gets
little
the
bit more
first
action
skin
from Rock,
code. I will
and as well as
DM you
Wawa
on
going in with this
Twitch.
combination, but then they looked to turn this around. It seemed like they were very scared because,
I'm gonna
again, they do
whisper
go in
you
for
the
this
code.
potential, and then you see Haku
There you
go
go.
with the Skyfall as the counter initiation.
Sent.
Perfectly timing. But those
And then the
forwards,
last person.
absolutely insane this match.
Oh yeah, that is
Big
good.
fanboy.
The boards from the Lucian
Also winning a
have been
skin.
Great, just dividing the fights. And as I said,
There you go.
Siri has a good time
Whisper
playing this game
and
because
enjoy
the boards
your
have been really,
kickoff skin.
really
I don't know
good.
which one those are, but enjoy
he
the
tried
skin.
to get the kill in Illusion, but he has the Splendor.
There you go, that's it.
Which is the reason why Rock wasn't able to kill him. Which
That's all
is
the
a
codes I
very
have.
smart combination there.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the end. You know, just starting it off, Haku with that perfect Skyfall to
That's all the ones I have.
forcing
My
out
first
the
is
Ray
from
Infinite
Chris.
Vastness early, the board perfectly placed, forcing the fight. You know, Gen.G, I mean, you're stuck in. You have to go at this point. You have to try to get yourself on out of
That's
this one.
it.
Rock was too low to actually fight
That's
himself.
it for today.
So just all in all, a great initiation by Nongshim, and they
And let me,
capitalized and closed out that game.
What a great game there for Nongshim Red Force taking
guys,
the spot.
guys,
Gen.G
guys,
still
guys,
not over,
guys,
right?
guys,
I mean, they're
guys.
going to be fighting against KMW tomorrow.
You watch
so
tomorrow? I don't know
this is
yet.
like-
Wait 1 second. Okay. I think there's nothing else there, right? That's it for that. What now? So what did you say? There's gonna be Hoyo vs MOBA or something? Like, oh my god, guys. I might have to go back. Oh my god, guys. No! 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 Guys, I might have to go back. There's a little trailer for the new Hoyo game. It's Saber! It's Saber! It's Saber! Wait. I need to watch this. Oh my god. Ooh. Gee, okay. Oh my. Am I getting baited into getting this again? No, right? She did it first, true. What is this? Is this some Pokemon Honkai? Did someone said MOBA? Why did someone say MOBA? How does this look like a MOBA? Who said MOBA? Yummy? What MOBA? What is that? It's the Pokemon. It looks 1v1. What do you say, MOBA? Why do you say MOBA? What? That doesn't look like a MOBA. Hello? MOBA. Like what? Like what? What is a fuck? I want to watch my favorite clip again. Where's my favorite clip? Guys, should we play some League of Legends? Should we play some League of Legends? I love this clip so much. What the fuck? It's so the It's such a good clip, man, this entire thing. Nicer game, eh? Oh, man. It's like, this went viral. It's such a good clip, man. Oh, it's so fun. It's so funny for no reason, too. It's just so funny. It's so funny. They're not top, but what the fuck? What are we doing? I don't know. I'm probably going offline now, I would say. Probably going offline. That's what I'm doing. I mean, we have been live for 6 hours. It's Saturday as well. I need to get groceries still, because I had no time this morning to get groceries. And tomorrow's Sunday, so on Sunday, you know what Sunday means in Germany? Supermarkets are closed on Sundays. So... Sunday, supermarkets are closed. So I go. Wonder how Dada speaks English. What do you mean, huh? Yeah. Okay, guys, I might have to play Star Rail again. Guys, I gotta play Star Rail again. No. No, I have to play Star Rail again, guys. Archer as well, but I don't care about Archer. I mean, I don't care. It's not Saber. That's not Saber. Don't? I mean, no. I don't care about Saber, bro. Who plays Mei characters in games? Like, Jesus, get alive. Get alive. How would you play Mei characters in the game? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And I will be back on La Monday. So, see you guys on Monday. Bye guys, next week. Wait, what do we have next week? Is there anything next week? Oh yeah, right. Next week, where's my, we have US regionals, UCS regionals, Saturday and Sunday. And we also have a auto chess patch, the biggest auto chess patch yet on Thursday or Wednesday, one of the 2 days, I'm not sure yet. We have the biggest auto chess patch yet, the biggest one. By far biggest one. On Wednesday or Thursday. New season starting with a lot of new things, so that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be played all Wednesday or Thursday. And then Saturday, Sunday we have UCS, so it's gonna be a long week. So I better go chill now. I have to record a tier list still, but like I'm so lazy to record it. I'm not lazy, I CBA recording a tier list, gonna be honest. I don't know, but I should. Alright guys, see you on Monday. Have a good one. Wait, Thursday 2 AM is new patch? Thursday 2 AM. Okay, well, I'm not gonna... Okay, well, like, we'll be live at 10 AM then, or 8 AM, or 9 AM. As early as possible. Alright, when I wake up, I will go live and play auto chess on Thursday then. Okay, Thursday auto chess. Alright, see you guys. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.